Chapter 101, 88, Conquer the World. 1. In May of the 371st year of the Great Xia calendar, Li Yueming was 16 years old. At the end of the year, there was a riot in Guangzhou. It was said that a hunter had seen the legendary five-colored immortal deer while hunting in the Qinling Mountains. The warlords were overjoyed to hear this. It was said that 300 years ago, when the world was in chaos, the imperial emperor of Great Xia once met a five-colored immortal deer by a lake deep within the Qinling Mountains. Ever since that day, the imperial emperor had traveled far and wide to conquer the world and finally established the Great Xia dynasty. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed quietly. It was another era of chaos. The legendary rainbow immortal deer appeared again. This naturally caused the entire central plains to tremble. Countless factions that had been divided into different regions all took action, all wanting to find the traces of the five-colored immortal deer before the others. He looked forward to meeting him once. He could use this to prove that he was the one who was recognized by the heavenly Dao as the chosen one. Under such circumstances, a large-scale civil strife was inevitable. All the major forces mobilized their troops and sent high-level martial artists to the Qinling Mountains region where the immortal deer was found. According to rumors, there were even martial emperors involved in this operation. The imperial family of Grand Xia was also interested in fighting over the five-colored immortal deer. However, Jingdu's guards were already very weak, and they did not have any elite martial artists on hand. They could only send a few high-level martial arts grandmasters to try their luck. Immediately, everyone in China was looking at Mount Qinling. Li Yueming naturally scoffed at this. Even if the so-called immortal deer really existed, he would never believe in such things. After all, he was a hard-working person. He believed that his fate was up to him. His current achievements had nothing to do with cheating. The central plains was in turmoil, and the Qinling Mountains had become a slaughterhouse of blood and bones. Seeing that things were not looking good, the people nearby could only move to the surrounding coastal areas. Qingdu Port, where Li Yueming was located, was already famous. Therefore, since early spring, the refugees outside Qingdu Port had formed a huge queue again. Fortunately, both the officials and the people of Qingdu Port were familiar with this situation. There was basically no need for Li Yueming to ask about the situation. Of course, the pressure of tens of millions of refugees entering the city was still very great. Li Yueming also gave a few instructions. The first was to expand the new city. Qingdu Port was already crowded enough, and now millions of refugees would be stuffed into it. Whether it was transportation or the city's infrastructure, it would be overwhelmed and explode. Therefore, he had no choice. The expansion of the city was imperative. Anyway, there was a surplus of labor force now, so he could just let the new refugees expand their new homes. Qingdu Port only needed to provide enough food for a large number of people. The second was related to martial artists. Li Yueming had compiled his own cultivation methods into a book called the Complete Book of Martial Artists' Internal and External Cultivation. On it were the outlines and secrets he had extracted from the various cultivation techniques and secret manuals. It was enough to allow a talented and intelligent martial artist to cultivate all the way to the martial emperor realm. These were the remaining nutrients left behind by Li Yueming when he was deducing the Star Moon art. To him, it was a pity that he was a tasteless expert. However, compared to the cultivation techniques and secret manuals cultivated by ordinary martial artists, it was a pity. The internal and external book compiled by Li Yueming could be called the version of the Nine Yang divine art for the general public. As long as a martial artist's basic conditions were not particularly bad, they could cultivate this cultivation method. Li Yueming took out the technique. He also announced a piece of news to the entire world. As long as one was willing to join Qingdu Port, everyone could cultivate the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia compiled by him. The moment this news came out, the entire land of China was shaken. Ever since the news of Li Yueming killing a Tier 7 king of fighters at Zhongzhou Harbor spread, he had gained a great reputation in the game. After all, a 15-year-old martial arts grandmaster could kill 8 arrogant Westerners with his own strength. It was impossible for him not to be famous. Although Li Yueming did not show his face in the game for nearly a year. Although he was not in the martial world, there were legends about him in the martial world. And now, Li Yueming, who had been silent for a year, had just appeared in the country and announced a piece of news that could be called a thunderstorm. Naturally, it caused a huge discussion in the entire martial arts world. If I join Kingdom Port, I can get a martial arts technique for free. Is that what you mean? Hehe, the so-called Heaven's Chosen One of Kingdom Port seems to be very generous. Could it be that he's taking out a martial apprentice cultivation technique? Anyway, I don't believe that such a good thing can happen. Even if there really is, it won't fall on me. I've already broken through to the martial king realm. Although I don't have many cultivation technique manuals, I don't lack them either. Does this so-called Heaven's Chosen One think that a cultivation technique manual can make us work for him? What a joke! I thought that this fellow would be more mature since he was a genius. It is unexpected that he would be able to do such a ridiculous thing. A group of martial artists in the martial world discussed this. The vast majority of martial artists sneered at the so-called martial arts techniques. After the news was announced, not many high-level martial artists made any moves. After all, warriors who could cultivate to the high-level martial master or even the martial king realm usually had a supporting family force behind them. They did not care about the *TTY martial arts that Li Yueming mentioned at all. Chapter 102, 88, Conquer the World. 2. There were only a few ordinary martial artists with no background. After hearing this news, they took action. At the beginning, martial artists started to move one after another to see what was going on. As the lowest level martial artist who was looked down upon, their actions were naturally mocked by many famous experts in the game. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. The 4 gates of Kingdom Port were already lined up. Ordinary people entered Kingdom Port from the south and north gates. After receiving some relief food, they would be assigned to build docks or expand cities. The martial artists entered from the east gate to the west gate. With Han Bufan as the leader, the Kingdom Port martial artists team conducted a review for the martial artists who came to try their luck. Those hot-tempered and violent martial artists would be expelled. Only those with good character and manners could enter the city. Regarding this, naturally, there were also martial artists who were unconvinced. But now, Han Bufan had a large number of Kingdom Port martial artists under his command, let alone a group of martial apprentice and martial master low-level martial artists. Even if it was a martial arts grandmaster, Han Bufan might not be afraid. He hung the heads of a few troublemakers behind the city wall in a thunderous manner. The group of martial artists finally became well-behaved. They began to line up in an orderly manner to enter the city. In the next 10 days, they would be led by the Kingdom Port's No. 1 party to visit the Kingdom Port city pool. While this group of martial artists was inspecting Kingdom Harbor, Han Bufan would also continue to inspect this group of martial artists. 10 days later, if this group of martial artists were willing to stay and join Kingdom Port, Han Bufan and the others would not have sensed anything strange about their temperaments. They would sign an entry agreement. He also distributed the books that Li Yueming had written to them. Regarding this, the group of martial artists were naturally dissatisfied. After all, they had always been used to being unrestrained. Now, they were actually being escorted around. It would be strange if he could feel good. If it wasn't for the fact that they had already come here, and it would be too much of a loss to go back like this. They had probably left by now. However, very soon, the group of martial artists was stunned by the strange scene in Kingdom Port. What kind of city was this? Compared to the dirty land they lived in, all kinds of domestic sewage flowed everywhere. In a slightly remote corner, All kinds of cattle, sheep, livestock, and human feces and urine were everywhere. The streets of Kingdo Port were very clean. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were spotless. All the trash was thrown in one place. There were even different types of trash that were separated into different places. All the residents walked on the road with joy on their faces, chatting, drinking tea. The faces of the crowd seemed to glow with some kind of strange glory. The girls could go out in groups to buy supplies, and they would even stop and look at handsome men shyly. They even saw a warrior talking and laughing with an ordinary woman. There was not a trace of arrogance in his eyes. All of this had refreshed the three views of the world. As a result, after entering Kingdo Port, it was as if she was Granny Lu who had entered the Grand View Garden. No matter where he went, he felt like a country bumpkin who did not vomit. The martial artists were eager to understand what was going on. However, because he was surrounded by the small team of martial artists led by Han Bufan, he did not have the chance to talk to the ordinary residents in private. However, along the way, the group of martial artists suddenly realized. No matter who it was in Kingdo Port, when they saw the members of the law enforcement team beside them, their expressions were filled with respect. Original. This group of martial artists thought that this was because of the strict notification. However, everything along the way subverted their understanding again and again. When they passed by the pastry shop, the lady boss would take the initiative to send pastries to the members of the police team. When they passed by the tea house, the owner of the tea house even specially invited them to have a sip of tea. Then, he looked at the proud and solemn faces of the martial artist teams. The doubts in the hearts of the martial artists could be said to have been magnified countless times. Therefore, what kind of place was this? Compared to the unknown method that was eagerly sought after at the beginning. At this moment, none of the martial artists who had just entered the city noticed it. Their focus had already changed. Half a year after Li Yueming's order was issued, the population of the entire Kingdo Port had doubled, and the number of martial artists had increased even more dramatically. From the initial 200,000 martial artists, it had soared to nearly 600,000. A portion of the refugees had already moved into the expanded new city. After the martial artists entered the city, there was chaos for a period of time. But under the continuous efforts of Han Bufan and the others, they finally managed to maintain stability. At this moment, in terms of population, Kingdo Port had already surpassed Nanwan Port, the largest port in the south. Judging from the number of low-level martial artists, the number of low-level martial artists in Kingdo Port was even comparable to that of Zhongzhou Port. It became the biggest port in the south. Moreover, the speed of development was still increasing. If it weren't for the fact that the food problem couldn't be solved in one go, the entire Kingdo Port would probably be developing even faster. Such a big move naturally attracted the attention of countless people. This was especially true for the ambitious people who wanted to rule the world. They now regarded Li Yueming as their number one enemy. After all, the speed of development of Kingdo Port was too fast. They had buried their heads in the Kinling Mountains for more than half a year, but they still hadn't found any trace of the rainbow deer. In the blink of an eye, the biggest winner was Kingdo Port, which was far away in Lingnan. Chapter 103, 88, Conquer the World. 3. How could they tolerate such a situation? He immediately made a threat and prepared to join forces to destroy Kingdo Port. Li Yueming sneered. This group of people had yet to become the emperor, but they were already acting like the masters of the country. Who gave them the courage? Of course, Li Yueming had no interest in this motley crew from the inland. Instead, his gaze was focused on the southeastern coastal area. After all, the development of a city was inseparable from money and food. With such a large number of refugees and martial artists entering the city, the originally abundant warehouses of Kingdo Port were almost emptied in just a year. He had to think of a way to get some money and food to maintain the basic living expenses of Kingdo Port. In any case, traditional farming and traditional fishing could not sustain the development of such a large-scale city. If he wanted to continue overtaking the car, he had to think of ways to make a lot of money. From the perspective of historical development, as long as the Great Voyage era arrived, the coastal ports should be the top priority for resources. It was also the most coveted flesh of the various factions. However, ever since Li Yueming slapped the foreigners from the Free State in the Martial Arts Conference, he had never been able to do so. The foreigners had become unusually honest this year. Basically, they were holed up in a few important ports and did not leave or step out of their doors. At the same time, the number of freighters and warships on the surface of the sea was rapidly decreasing. No one knew where they had gone. Li Yueming believed that this abnormal situation was a shift in the Westerners' strategic focus. After all, there was gold everywhere during the voyage colonization era. The foreigners had given up on China, a piece of gold that was difficult to chew. The only possibility was to rob another piece of gold that was easier to get. Hence, he decided to do it. Li Yueming, who had keenly observed everything, waved his hand. Almost 6,000 fishing boats from Qingdao port came out in full force. It was equipped with the latest generation of cannons and thousands of low-level martial artists. A sea of fishing boats headed north against the waves. At the same time, on the land, there were also troops that set off 3 days in advance. This was the first time that the Navy and Army of Qingdao port were working together. To be on the safe side, Li Yueming personally took charge. The result was not surprising at all. When the two armies of Qingdao port attacked, the entire South Bay port was completely stunned. The foreigners still wanted to resist after waking up from their sleep. However, looking at the black crowd and the torches in their hands that were enough to light the night sky. In the end, the Westerners still raised their hands rationally and said in a Chinese language that was not very fluent, surrender, surrender, and kill is a rule in the International War Convention. The soldiers of Qingdao port spat at him. In less than half a day, Li Yueming led the army to conquer Nanwan port. Before the news could spread, Li Yueming led the army to continue north. 2 months later, with Nanwan port as the starting point and Zhongzhou port as the ending point, the few ports along the way were all occupied by Li Yueming at lightning speed. As expected, the defenses of the foreign ports along the way were very weak, so much so that the navy and land armies did not encounter any decent resistance. In just a short month, Li Yueming led 50,000 soldiers and 6,000 warships to attack 4 ports. Almost all the strongholds of the foreigners in the southern port of China were wiped out. They continued north. They only stopped when they reached the city of Zhongzhou. At this moment, on the distant sea, the cannons of the fishing boats in Qingdao port were aimed at the city wall of Zhongzhou port. With just a single command, countless gunshots filled with the smell of smoke would envelop the entire city. Li Yueming rode his tall horse out of the crowd and came to the front of the army alone. He looked at the tall and majestic city wall not far away. On the city wall, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting cross-legged in the tower. The two of them looked at each other from thousands of meters away. In the end, Li Yueming didn't say anything. He waved his hand and turned his horse around to return to Qingdao port. After this trip, Li Yueming had collected a mountain of supplies from the warehouses of the foreigners along the way. The problem of food in Qingdao port was greatly alleviated. In addition, apart from Nanwan port, which was the closest to Qingdao port, Li Yueming did not occupy the other ports by force. After looting the supplies left behind by the Westerners in the warehouse, he ordered all the soldiers to evacuate, leaving behind a city that no one cared about, waiting for a stupid city lord to take over. About half a month later, the news spread. The entire mainland of China was in an uproar. The latest news is that Li Yueming of Qingdao port has led his army all the way north along the coast, killing a group of foreigners along the way. I heard that the great army of the Qing capital port had even reached the outskirts of the Zhong province port. Even Martial Emperor Han Yu was alarmed and personally guarded the city gate tower, which was why the battle didn't break out. F***ck, is that true? Don't spread these rumors. Do you think such a big thing can be fake? I have a friend's relative who witnessed it on the city wall of Zhongzhou port. You don't know that the Black Army wasn't scary. What was scary was that there were thousands of battleships on the sea at that time. Do you understand the feeling of thousands of heavy cannons aiming at the city gate? At that time, my friend's relatives were almost scared to death. So ridiculous? Wasn't Qingde port just a small port? Where did such a powerful army come from? Who knows? But didn't Qingde port recruit a lot of refugees? He probably turned these refugees into an army. It has only been less than a year since the recruitment of refugees. How can they have such strong combat strength in a year? There will probably be new news in a few days. After all, the king's city and the leaders of the various major factions will definitely do everything they can to investigate the truth. Everyone was discussing what had happened at the coastal port. Their voices were filled with shock and surprise. What had happened in the past few days was no different from a bolt from the blue in their eyes. It was just as fast and violent. This time, Li Yueming moved as fast as lightning. They took down 4 ports in one go. After loading the supplies left behind by the foreigners at the various ports, they turned around and left. They didn't reveal any information before the operation, and they didn't leave the water zone after the operation. The entire battle did not even take more than a month. However, the boldness he displayed once again shocked everyone in China. A true hero was never fixated on the gains and losses of a place. He often preferred to develop in a low-key manner. In the end, it was a brilliant feat that shocked everyone. At this moment, the ambitious people from all over the mainland felt a terrifying pressure this time. They had been eyeing the coastal port for a long time. It was just that they had always been afraid of the oppression of the foreigners, so they did not dare to overstep their boundaries. But now, Li Yueming was not afraid of death at all. They sent out their army to wipe out all the western ports on the southern shore of Great Xia at lightning speed. He directly pushed over. To be honest, after this battle, the strength and courage that Li Yueming revealed was enough to make them feel terrified. For a moment, the hearts of the local forces were wavering. They were discussing how to join forces to attack Li Yueming's arrogance. However, before they could exchange glances for long, then, he heard that Li Yueming actually abandoned Kampa City after taking down the port. After moving away the supplies in the foreigners' warehouse, he chose to abandon the city. Instantly, looking at the 3 ownerless ports in the south, the eyes of the leaders of the independent forces began to turn red again. When the Westerners were still around, they probably wouldn't dare to snatch it even if they had the guts. But now, it had become a land without an owner. How could they let go of such a big piece of meat like the port? Chapter 104, Who Gave You the Guts to Trample China? 1. In June of the 372nd year of the Great Xia calendar, Li Yueming was 17 years old. After plundering all the ports along the southern coast, the 2 of them were extremely shocked. Li Yueming led the army back to Qingde port and continued to cultivate in seclusion to perfect the star technique. Originally, he had already deduced and absorbed 8 martial royal realm cultivation method manuals. He was only a step away from breaking through to the martial emperor realm. However, compared to an ordinary breakthrough, a Grand Master needed to have an epiphany and an opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. This was more of a metaphysics. Some martial artists might break through after a few months of trial and error. There were also some who were stuck at this level for their entire lives. Of course, these restrictions were not effective against Li Yueming. After all, the laws of the world could restrict the natives in the world, but it was difficult to restrict a reincarnator like him who had always been defying the heavens. The reason why Li Yueming hadn't broken through was because of the fact that he was still in the midst of his breakthrough. First of all, he was naturally waiting for the opportunity to break through naturally. After all, there was no need to rush into something that could be done naturally. Another reason was that Li Yueming had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. This was because he realized that he could not perfect the martial arts Grandmaster Reem this time. For ordinary people, this so-called unsatisfaction might be nitpicking. However, for Li Yueming, every realm was just a little bit away from perfection. In the end, there might be an insurmountable gully. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. In this year of seclusion, apart from perfecting the Star Moon art, Li Yueming spent most of his energy on finding that trace of weakness. However, it was a pity. Even if he had already pushed the power of the infinite deduction to the maximum. After a year, he still did not gain anything. In the end, Li Yueming could only sigh in frustration. He knew that his future path of defying the heavens and changing his fate would probably be more difficult. After all, this time, he wasn't fighting with anyone. He was really going against the will of the world on this planet. Heaven and earth come with the same force, faraway heroes are not free. As a reincarnator, his methods were still very limited. Going against the will of heaven and earth was destined to not have a good end in the future. However, since he had already come this far, Li Yueming naturally had no reason to give up. So what if it was the reverse version? He wanted to go against the version and beat up the so-called son of the version, giving that bullshit will of heaven and earth 2 clear slaps. In this year, ever since he took down all the strongholds of the Westerners at the southern port, he had been in a state of panic. The entire Great Xia dynasty could clearly sense the impending storm. The 3 ports that Li Yueming didn't occupy were occupied by several independent forces in the mainland. A few months later, the leaders of these forces who had occupied the port were suddenly found by an unknown existence. That night, the entire headquarters was massacred. The leader's head and body were hung on 2 flagpoles, swaying in the wind. The heads of his guards and martial artists were placed neatly under the flagpole to form the capital. When the news spread out, the whole of China was shaken as much as when Li Yueming killed 8 foreigners in one day. After all, these people were all powerful figures in China. Even the imperial court was powerless against them. It was only overnight. Their leader's head was hung high on the flagpole, and the most elite troops under them were all wiped out. Not a single person was left alive in the entire headquarters. What kind of powerful existence could do this? At that time, many people's first reaction was to guess if it was Li Yueming who did it. However, after some analysis, he also felt that Li Yueming probably couldn't do it. Behind the 3 leaders were thousands of core members, many of whom were high-level martial arts grandmasters. Even if Li Yueming had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was impossible for him to kill such a group of people silently. To be more certain, even a martial emperor would find it hard to kill without leaving a single survivor. Then the problem comes to the problem of the crescendo. Was there such a powerful and unknown force in China? After a period of discussion, the Chinese martial artists finally came to a conclusion. The deaths of these leaders were very likely related to the Westerners of the Free State. He guessed the answer. The follow-up story was even more terrifying. How many powerful Gokyudo grandmasters of combat are there in the Free State? How powerful was the strongest among them, the existence known as the god of Gokyudo combat? Unfortunately, all of this was unknown to the Great Xia dynasty's martial artists. Everyone knew that the Westerners were very strong, but there was no specific statistics on how strong they were. This was because there were no Chinese martial artists who could travel overseas. Even if there were lucky ones who could sneak into the land of freedom, in the end, it would be very difficult to return. They only knew that the city was very developed and rich in resources, and there were steel monsters spewing anger everywhere. The most important thing was, the foreigners of the Free State had also occupied more than one continent. In this way, his strength was probably far beyond the imagination of all Great Xia martial artists. Perhaps it was because of this. That was why these leaders suddenly died. The Westerners were obviously using these bloody heads to establish their dominance, warning all great Xia martial artists practitioners not to provoke the Westerners. But here came the problem. The heads of the leaders of the forces that occupied the three major ports of the country fell to the ground. Then, as the culprit, would Li Yueming of Qingdu Port be able to survive with his super ability? Chapter 105, Who Gave You the Guts to Trample China? 2. Thinking of this. For a long time, countless martial artists in Huaxia had their eyes on the distant Lingnan Qingdu Port. He waited patiently for the mysterious force that had disappeared to strike again. Li Yueming walked out of his room when he was 17 years old. It was drizzling in Qingdu harbor today. The wind and rain at the port were slightly different from those inland. There was a salty and wet smell that blew on his face like a knife scraping bones. Outside Li Yueming's courtyard, a group of 5 or 6-year-old children were playing around. In the first half of the year, he had already let his cheap mother, Yuan, and the others temporarily stay in the city lord's mansion. The soldiers on duty around them were also transferred away. Today, the empty courtyard had become a children's playground. The child of Dezhuang's family next door was rolling on the ground. He was only 2 years old and had just learned to walk. She was still babbling when she spoke. A few children slightly older than him were playing poker with a tall, thin Western man. The tall Western man was patiently introducing the rules of the poker game to the children. After seeing Li Yueming leave, the tall Western man distributed the cards to the children, then stood up and said with a smile, "I didn't expect your house to be so simple." His Chinese was very authentic, and there wasn't much of a Western accent to it. Li Yueming stroked his waist-length black hair and said in a bad mood, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, then change the place to fight. I'm still in a hurry to cut my hair." The Western man looked surprised. "Aren't you curious about who I am?" Hearing this, "Why should I know the name of a dead person?" Li Yueming glanced at him from head to toe. The Western man tilted his head and thought for a moment. After a moment, he nodded seriously. "That seems to be the case. Then let's find a place to start." Li Yueming didn't say much. In a few moments, they arrived at the outskirts of Qingdu Port. Looking at the dozen or so Westerners who had followed them, he said, "Let's do it here. Let's see if it's you guys fighting me alone or me fighting a group of you." The man in the suit wasn't in a hurry to act. On the contrary, it made the surrounding group of Westerners take a few steps back. He looked at Li Yueming in front of him and said with interest, "I'm very curious as to why you are able to receive the attention of God, and why he actually personally ordered me to personally bring you back to the Free State." Li Yueming thought for a while but didn't say anything. Let's not talk about whether the so-called God was a real God. So what if he was a real God? Could there be an existence more terrifying than the will of heaven and earth in this world? Perhaps some high-latitude worlds with extremely high combat power would have them, but it was better to forget about such a martial arts plane. Taking 10,000 steps back, if there really was, then Li Yueming would admit defeat. There was no nonsense. Li Yueming took a step forward and kicked the tall foreigner's face with one leg. He pulled out his long knife and slashed at the opponent's ankle. These two moves were very simple. However, the more powerful and sharp the move, the simpler it was. Li Yueming's move was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Ordinary martial arts grandmasters would probably die on the spot if he got close to them. However, the tall Westerner took a step back as if he was at ease. While avoiding Li Yueming's long blade, he raised an arm to block Li Yueming's kick. Seeing that the attack had been neutralized, Li Yueming did not continue to pester him. He immediately took 2 steps back and looked at the foreigner with a serious expression. This guy. In terms of physical strength, he was not much weaker than him. And his realm was probably higher than his, at least an 8th-rank fighting emperor. Although he had expected this. However, after confirming that the opponent was the queen of combat, Li Yueming, he couldn't help but get excited. Ever since his realm became higher and higher. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent who was on par with him. Usually, the first move would be a crushing blow. In front of ordinary martial artists, it was almost a dimensional reduction blow. And this foreigner in front of him was a perfect whetstone for him to practice. The two of them tested each other. The tall Westerner swung his arm. The warm smile on his face finally changed a little. After sizing up Li Yueming, he said, "I finally know why God noticed you. Your existence, LT's indeed a mutant." Li Yueming wasn't interested in listening to his riddles. He pounced on it again. The long blade slashed down in the air, so fast that the onlookers could only see an arc. The tall Westerner's expression also turned solemn. He suddenly turned sideways to avoid Li Yueming's attack. He stretched out his hands and then exerted a little force. A very strange-shaped boxing glove suddenly popped out from his fingertips. It covered his entire palm and 10 fingers. The moment Li Yueming's long saber slashed down in front of him, the tall Westerner shouted, "Break!" In the next second, the boxing glove accurately hit Li Yueming's specially made long saber. Clang! The long saber in Li Yueming's hand was instantly reduced to half. The force that came from his fingertips along the hilt almost made Li Yueming's long saber fall out of his hand. Li Yueming took 2 steps back. He then stabbed the broken saber into the ground. Even though he had let go, the long saber was still trembling slowly. A moment later, it even broke inch by inch and turned into broken fragments on the ground. Chapter 106, Who Gave You the Guts to Trample China? Seeing this scene, the Westerner laughed and said, "Do you feel the gap between us? This is the power of a god, the power of a god bestowed upon us by the ultimate god of combat, Newbies." Li Yueming closed his eyes and deduced for a moment. He analyzed the details of the foreigner's punch in his mind frame by frame. After a long time, Li Yueming suddenly opened his eyes and smiled, "I don't hide from you," saying that the so-called god's power is actually a little fur. The so-called divine power that the other party spoke of was actually a technique to use power. When exerting force, the force would be distributed around the fist in a certain form. When fighting with the enemy, it could cause tremors through the different forces of the fingertips, and use this to control and guide the object to produce a resonance effect, finally achieving the effect of disintegrating the object itself from the inside out. It had to be said that this Gokyudo fighting god was really scientific. In the next second, Li Yueming suddenly swooped down and threw a punch. The tall Westerner responded with a disdainful raise of his fist. In order to show his powerful strength, the Westerner even put away the boxing gloves in his hand. However, what happened next made the tall foreigner's eyes widen for the first time. Li Yueming's fist collided with his. Not only was it not disintegrated by the power of his fist, but it even sent him flying more than 10 meters away. One of his arms was almost shattered. She clutched her arm. The tall foreigner looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief and said, "How is that possible? How did you see through it?" Regarding this, Li Yueming was not interested in answering. After all, only villains and idiots would reveal their trump cards and moves during a battle. A truly wise man was usually not a pushover. The two continued exchanging a few moves. Every time the tall Westerner used resonance, he would be repelled by Li Yueming's more violent force. This caused the tall Westerner to be in an extremely sorry state. It was not easy for him to escape from Li Yueming's close combat. He put on his boxing gloves again and said, "LT seems that it will be difficult to bring you back in one piece. In that case, I can only break your limbs." As he spoke, his body continued to turn red. Like a fully cooked lobster, his originally thin body rapidly expanded, turning into a 2.2 meter tall, 200 kilogram giant muscular monster. Li Yueming, concealment. Why was it as terrifying as the alien transformation? However, although he was teasing her in his mind, However, Li Yueming's nerves still tensed up. After all, the person in front of him was on par with a martial emperor. Even with his current strength, it would take some effort to defeat him. However, that was all. Li Yueming circulated the star moon technique, and his combat strength soared like a rocket. He looked at the muscular monster in front of him. He rushed forward. There were no moves or techniques. Li Yueming directly chose the simplest and most straightforward way of attack. That was to fight head-on naked. You punch me, I punch you. It was a competition of whose physique was stronger. Such a fierce and brutal way of fighting made even the other foreigners who had surrounded him feel their scalps go numb. It was hard to imagine what kind of monster this Huaxia native was. He was actually able to fight head-on with the Tier 8 fighting emperor who had activated his berserk state. About 20 minutes later, Li Yueming panted heavily. He stopped and looked at the tall foreigner not far away. At this moment, dark red blood flowed out of the 5 acupuncture points on his head. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured in the battle just now. But even so, the tall Westerner's eyes were red from killing. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Li Yueming and muttered, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As it said that, it tried its best to rush over again. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not show any mercy. He casually picked up the shard of the hilt beside him and held it between his fingers, shining like a meteor. Puchi! The sound of his throat cracking. The shard of the handle cut the tall man's throat. Blood spurted out for several meters. However, the foreigner still seemed to not feel any pain. He continued to attack Li Yueming. When the surrounding foreigners saw this scene, they couldn't help but tear up. They all rushed up to surround Li Yueming. The leader of the group, a Westerner, said fiercely, "Lord Mo Gazong is one of the direct disciples of the god of Gokyudo combat. If you dare to kill him, the god of Gokyudo combat will definitely lead the coalition fleet of the Free State of the Never-Setting Sun to flatten the entire Zhong province of Huaxia in less than 3 years. At that time, everything you have will be buried with Lord Mo Gazong." Hearing these words, Li Yueming really stopped. Looking at the group of nervous foreigners in front of him, he stared at them for a long time and suddenly asked, "Do you know how long China has existed?" The foreigner was stunned and thought that Li Yueming had admitted defeat. So what if it has existed for many years? Now, the entire world belongs to the Free State, and no one can stop us. Li Yueming laughed. 5,000 years ago, China faced floods like the ancient Egypt. 4,000 years ago, China forged bronze like the Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, China and the ancient Greece were thinking about philosophy. 2,000 years ago, China and Rome were on a crusade. 1,000 years ago, China was as rich as the Arabs. For the past 5,000 years, China has watched the rise and fall of its opponents, and watched the birth and death of generations of heroes. Although the dynasties have changed, the souls of the Chinese have never died. And now, China has only declined a little. A mere dog-shit god from the Free State wants to flatten this country that has existed for 5,000 years. As he spoke, Li Yueming stepped forward. The killing intent on his body was so dense that it was almost tangible. He said condescendingly, "Destroy China? Who gave you the guts? First, I said that you can't pass my test. Now, put away your rude arrogance and obediently accept your death." Chapter 107, Bombardment of South Bay Harbor, Foreigners Counterattack. After dealing with the arrogant Westerners, Li Yueming felt very comfortable. As expected, only when fighting with experts could one feel the pleasure of killing to their heart's content. However, as his strength increased, such opportunities could only become fewer and fewer. He had to admit that he was still a little distressed. He could only hope that the so-called Gokyudo fighting god would not disappoint him. April, year 373 of the Great Xia calendar. Li Yueming was 17 years old. The speed of Kingdom Port's development was still increasing. The newly expanded city was basically completed, and tens of millions of refugees had built houses in the new city. The population of Kingdom Port exceeded 3 million. More than 1,000 third-generation warships had also been sent to sea. Due to the relatively high technological content and the relatively troublesome production and assembly, the production speed of the third-generation warships had never been very fast. However, even so, the addition of over 1,000 third-generation battleships to the sea had greatly increased the strength of Kingdom Port's naval forces. After all, if the first and second generations were all fishing boats, then, the third generation would have basically gotten rid of the scale of a fishing boat and become a complete sea war beast. I'll stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. This thing was a conventional warship used for long-distance combat. It had a strong naval combat ability. The other group that had undergone huge changes were the martial artists of Kingdom Port. Ever since Li Yueming gave them the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia, many martial artists' strength had soared several levels like a rocket. Most of the martial artists who had gathered in Kingdom Harbor to pledge their loyalty to Li Yueming were from the humble class. They often did not have any decent teachers to guide them, nor did they have any decent cultivation techniques to learn. Every step in martial arts had to be explored by oneself. Therefore, most of them were not at a high realm. Martial apprentices and martial masters made up the vast majority. After Li Yueming handed over the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia to them, at first, they thought that it was at most a martial king realm cultivation technique. However, after he opened it and studied it, he realized that it was not a big deal. Only then did he know that this was actually a subversive technique. In this book, Li Yueming started from the martial apprentice realm and gradually explained to them the various things that martial artists needed to pay attention to when cultivating in each realm. He also explained how to train to maximize their potential. Martial masters, martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even the final martial emperor realm. Almost all the cultivation methods that needed attention and improvement were recorded in the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia by Li Yueming. Not only that, what shocked them even more was that Li Yueming had even provided them with a set of cultivation methods to cultivate from martial apprentices to martial emperors. Furthermore, it was a new set of cultivation techniques that Li Yueming had synthesized and summarized based on the characteristics of the cultivation techniques of various major sects and the physical characteristics of ordinary martial artists. It was suitable for 90% of martial artists to cultivate. This was terrifying. Martial arts had been passed down for so many years, and high-grade cultivation techniques had always maintained a very high threshold. Almost all the low-level martial artists could not touch it even if they worked hard for their entire lives. An extremely powerful martial arts cultivation method had always been the core element of those large sects and forces that were above all martial artists. But now, Li Yueming was actually giving out the cultivation techniques that the major sects valued the most as if they were roadside cabbages. This kind of ridiculously generous behavior made countless martial artists who joined Kingdom Port doubt their lives for a long time. This thing, was it really something they could learn without paying? However, no matter how hard they tried to think of the cultivation method, they had already given it to them. Many warriors who cultivated the cultivation method developed by Li Yueming could instantly feel that their cultivation speed had increased by several times or even more than 10 times. Following Li Yueming's instructions, his combat strength soared. Such an exaggerated increase instantly made countless martial artists go crazy. Li Yueming's position in their hearts had also risen by countless levels. Yapal were 1-1 mat. He could only lower his head and witness the dark days. When she raised her head and saw the sunlight, she would be so excited that tears would flow out of her eyes. This group of low-level cultivators were used to the cold gazes and ridicule of those martial artists from the sects and aristocratic families. Now that Li Yueming had given him the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia, he could truly feel its weight. At the same time, the related news spread like wildfire. In just half a year, the entire martial world knew what had happened in Kingdom Port. Instantly, a snowball effect appeared. After entering the city, the martial artists began to write letters to their relatives and friends. They talked about the power and equality of Kingdom Port. It described the marvel of the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia. At first, many people did not believe it. However, as more and more news spread out, countless martial artists in Great Xia's martial arts world could not remain calm. Many low-level martial artists who were not affiliated with any sects were like refugees, dragging their families to Kingdom Port. Currently, the number of low-level martial artists recruited by the Kingdom Port was estimated to have exceeded the total number of low-level martial artists recruited by the other ports in the south of Great Xia. It was regarded as the holy land of martial arts by countless low-level martial artists. Li Yueming, who ruled this city, was naturally called the Martial Saint Emperor by all the martial artists. Under the guidance of the martial artist internal and external encyclopedia, the martial artists in Kingdom Port were all developing vigorously. Furthermore, he had even supported the Martial Saint Emperor's rule. Even though countless major powers in the martial world had stepped forward to mock and ridicule them, they still could not change the fact that Kingdom Port was becoming larger and more terrifying. Chapter 108, Bombardment of South Bay Harbor, Foreigners Counterattack, 2. In addition, a rumor quickly spread throughout China. It was rumored that the mysterious people who killed the leaders of the three major forces last year also attacked Li Yueming. The two sides had a huge battle in the depths of a mountain outside Kingdom Port. In the end, Li Yueming beheaded all of them. According to rumors, one of them was even a Tier 8 combat king of the Free State who was comparable to a martial emperor. When this news spread out, the first reaction of all the martial artists was that it was impossible. However, as the details continued to increase, the martial artists in Jianghe could only suck in cold air. It was too terrifying. That existence in Kingdom Port was not even 18 years old yet, right? He actually had the ability to kill a Tier 8 fighting emperor. In other words, didn't that mean that even an ordinary martial emperor from Huaxia base couldn't withstand a single blow from him? Thinking of this, the countless forces and individuals who were still eyeing the existence of Li Yueming and the Kingdom Port suddenly became obedient. Even the other two groups that occupied the coastal ports were so frightened that they wanted to return the ports to Kingdom Port. At this moment, only then did the entire land of Huaxia realize that a new behemoth had been born. Not to mention the increasingly large and prosperous Kingdom Port. Li Yueming's martial emperor realm strength alone was enough to dominate the entire Huaxia country. This year, the Great Xia dynasty welcomed a rare period of peace. Because of the sudden death of the leaders of the three major factions, the various factions finally did not dare to continue being arrogant. In addition, the weather had been pleasant for the past 2 years, and they could harvest a lot of food every year. The Great Xia dynasty seemed to have regained its former prosperity and vitality. However, everyone with insight knew that all of this was just a reflection of the moon in the water. Under the calm water, there were often vast and turbulent undercurrents hidden. The power struggle in the Great Xia imperial court became more and more intense. Compared to the little emperor who sat on the high platform, the Empress Dowager, who had the support of her family, was the actual leader of the country. The empire seemed to have settled down. In order to better control her power, the Empress Dowager, who had long hair but short knowledge, began to reshuffle the various forces in the court. At one point, she was so ridiculous that she wanted to let her family's dogs become officials in the court. This was undoubtedly poking a hornet's nest. The originally peaceful court had become a new arena for the various powers. The rotten smell could be smelled even from half of China. In the end, after 2 months of fighting, the Empress relied on her tyrannical family power to control the core power of the entire court. The Prime Minister was demoted, and the officials who were on the same boat as him were almost all wiped out. Countless heads fell to the ground. Blood was flowing in the court, and all the officials outside the Empress faction were trembling. He thought that he would be able to sit firmly on the throne this time. However, the Empress and her family members had clearly underestimated the minister's determination to get rid of her. One day in July, the Prime Minister had raised an issue and instigated the 12 imperial guards to rebel. In addition, he had also invited a martial emperor from somewhere to enter the palace overnight in the name of cleaning up the royal side, uprooting the Empress and the relatives behind her. In the palace, the last martial emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was fighting desperately to protect the little emperor. In the end, he was still killed by the martial emperor brought by the Prime Minister. The little emperor also accidentally died in this battle. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The entire capital fell into endless panic. Blood flowed everywhere, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. This was the first time that such a phrase had appeared in the imperial palace, which was known as the most powerful place in the world. August. The new puppet emperor, who was only 9 months old, succeeded the throne. October of the same year. The turmoil in the capital spread to other places. The imperial family of the Great Xia dynasty, which had experienced more than 300 years of glory, had finally become a thing of the past at this moment. The Great Xia dynasty still existed in name. In reality, it had already been destroyed. Regarding this, although the world was shocked, but overall, they weren't too surprised. After all, they had already seen the signs. Now that Great Xia was completely desolate, it was just a guess that had fallen into reality. At the end of the year, someone discovered a warship belonging to the foreigners of the Free State at the northern port. Although the 100 or so warships that covered the sky were only passing by the sea near the port, they were still in the middle of the sea. However, it also brought about endless turbulent ripples. Everyone was trying to guess the reason behind the sudden appearance of the battleships. In the end, after a short discussion, most people were inclined to believe that the foreigners were going to start a war with Qingde Port. The truth did not disappoint them. The foreigners' warships crossed the coast of China and arrived at the mouth of Nanwan Port. The current South Bay port was actually Li Yueming's territory. Obviously, these foreign warships were here to cause trouble for Li Yueming. The black warships lined up in a row, and the steel barrels fired at the city wall of South Bay Harbor. A few hours later, the city walls of Nanwan Harbor, which were nearly 10 zhang tall, were flattened by the artillery fire. Before the warships from Qingde Port could come to support them, the foreign warships had already left. Only a small, almost invisible shadow was left at the edge of the coastline. This round of attacks was undoubtedly a slap to the face of Qingde Port. However, at this moment, no one could laugh. Everyone in the Great Xia dynasty felt a bone-piercing cold. The foreigners could just clap their hands and leave after attacking South Bay Harbor. Didn't that mean that they could attack any port along the Great Xia coast and leave safely? The information that was revealed, it was enough to cause countless people to fall into deep thought. Everyone was waiting for the legendary monster in Qingde Port to make his move. After all, if it was any other faction, he might have endured it if the Westerners were to attack him in such a way. However, that person in Qingde Port was famous for his bad temper. A single word of disagreement would cause blood to flow like a river. Now that he had suffered such a huge loss, he would definitely take revenge. However, what puzzled countless people was that this time, Qingde Port was a little too quiet. The Westerners sailed their warships away without paying any price. Such behavior made everyone extremely puzzled. What happened? Could it be that the person in Qingde Port didn't even dare to retaliate against the firearms and cannons of the foreigners? That shouldn't be. I remember that the navy of Qingde Port was also very powerful. Hehe, that might not be the case. The warships of Qingde Port have never had a head-on clash with the warships of the foreigners. Who knows if they're just for a show? That makes sense. Qingde Port is developing so quickly, so it's definitely impossible for it to be all-encompassing. Those warships might really be just to scare people. They can scare us Great Xia, but they'll be scared when faced with the foreigners' real guns. Although I don't want to admit it, it seems like this is the only possibility. Sigh. How can this be? The firearms and cannons of the foreigners are so powerful. Sooner or later, they will attack our great Xia. The nobles in the court are all busy collecting money. It's useless even if they don't care about us. After hearing the news, who knew how many people of insight were sighing and worrying? In Qingdu Harbor, Li Yueming sneered after hearing the news. Looking at the furious Fu Xiero, he asked, how many people died? Hearing this, Fu Xiero's expression eased a little. According to your arrangements, other than some civilians who were injured by the artillery fire, no soldiers were injured or killed in Nanwan port. Li Yueming nodded, and his expression relaxed a lot. He nodded and said, that's good. Let them be arrogant for a while. She looked at the calm man not far away. Fu Xiero nodded. The anger in his heart also calmed down a lot. According to the information collected by the cruise ship, the number of foreign warships was not too many, and it seemed that they were only passing by the waters near Qingdu port. However, even so. However, they still arrogantly launched an attack on Nanwan port. In just 2 hours, they directly flattened the city walls of Nanwan port. Without a doubt, this was an unscrupulous provocation. The technological content of the Westerners' warships was also very powerful. In terms of weight and size, it was about the same as the third-generation voyage warships of Qingdu Harbor. However, the third-generation warships used the black technology of martial artists. Their true combat power should be able to suppress the foreign warships. If Li Yueming had not personally ordered the fishing boats in Qingdu port not to act rashly, Fu Xiero would have sent out the third-generation warships to kill these foreigners. Chapter 109, The Emperor of Martial Arts, Beginning of the Final Battle 1. In May of the 37th year of the Great Xia calendar. This year, Li Yueming was 18 years old. In March, Li Yueming broke through to the martial emperor realm in his sleep again. His strength soared to the peak of the martial emperor realm like a rocket. The speed of this breakthrough was simply too ridiculous. They were all practicing hard. He was more direct. He would just lie on the ground and take a nap to advance 3 levels in a row. He had been promoted from a martial grandmaster to a martial emperor at the peak, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. If Li Yueming were to face the tall Tier 8 fighting emperor now, he estimated that he wouldn't even be able to use the Star Moon art. Just relying on his physique alone, he would be able to hang it up and smash it with a hammer. After his advancement, Li Yueming suddenly felt that the entire world was a little bleak. There seemed to be no opponent in China. Of course, this was just an illusion. According to the information that Li Yueming had gathered over the years, this world was not as simple as he had imagined. There should be a deeper layer of it that he did not know about. The simplest one was the sacred scripture in the legends of Western Europe. One had to know that it was an existence that could allow ordinary people to display the strength of a martial saint. Even if it had been broken down into nearly 1,000 pages, it could still display such an effect. How ridiculous would it be if he collected the entire book? Perhaps the martial saint was nothing but ashes in front of him? The other thing was the Free State's technology. As a continent that was originally on par with the Huaxia, it was a place that had a huge population. In just a few decades, the Free State had developed technology that even Li Yueming was puzzled about. However, Li Yueming was a reincarnator. His technology came from the existing knowledge system of the technological civilization. However, the Free State was a local civilization of the reincarnation world. How did it develop such high-level technology in just a few decades? The warship designed by Li Yueming was a combination of the black technology of the martial artists and the technology of the wasteland. It was considered a rather powerful black technology among ordinary technological civilizations. Under such circumstances, the Free State's warships, which had only been developed for a few decades, could barely match his. It was as if he had just turned on his own tricks. If he didn't know that the first 3 reincarnations were in single-player mode. Li Yueming really suspected that the so-called god of combat in Gokudo in the free state was a reincarnator like him. In September of that year, finally, the foreigners that Li Yueming had been waiting for arrived. More than 5,000 giant warships, 20,000 small warships, and millions of foreign troops landed at the North Separation Port. In just half a month, the dying Great Xia dynasty was destroyed. The foreigners carried their guns and cannons and looted the entire north. Tons of gold, silver, and soft goods were continuously transported to the foreigners along with the power cars. The entire Zhong province was in an uproar. The gates of the capital have been blown open by the foreigners with firearms. The entire capital is flowing with blood. This day has finally come. Never in my dreams would I have thought that the Great Xia dynasty, which has ruled us martial artists for more than 300 years, would end up like this. Heavens, the Westerners can actually control steel monsters. It's too terrifying. The people of the North are all fleeing. The miserable scene is simply unbearable. Why don't we martial artists retreat to the south, or simply find a place in the mountains to live in seclusion for a period of time? No matter how ferocious the foreigners are, they won't come to the mountains to find us. Escape? Where could he escape to? This is not a change of dynasty, but a blatant invasion. Do you want China to be occupied by a group of foreigners in the future? Then tell me, what should I do if I don't escape? To die. Countless martial artists and people of insight in China were shocked by the Westerners' swift and decisive actions. In the beginning, many people were in disbelief when they heard the news. After all, the foreigners had invaded in the past. However, it had never been as fierce as it was today, showing a stance that would not stop until it conquered China. However, one piece of news after another was constantly breaking their self-comfort. First, the capital was broken. The Great Xia dynasty was completely destroyed. Soon after, there was news that the city had been occupied, and many people could only flee. Only then did the group of people believe that the foreigners were serious. As a result, the public opinion in China split into countless factions. Some wanted to run, some wanted to make peace. There were also people who advocated resistance to the end. However, no matter which theory they came up with, they couldn't find any basis to support it. To put it simply, he did not know where to run. He didn't know what conditions to ask for peace, and he didn't know what to fight. They could only quarrel non-stop. In the end, some people hoped that the 5 great sects would stand up as leaders. However, when they went over, they realized that the martial arts sect was already empty. Only a few children were left behind to tell the people who came over that they had decided to hide from the world. Instantly, the world cursed. He already knew that the 5 great sects were disgusting. However, to be able to be so disgusting was still beyond the imagination of all martial artists. In despair, a group of cultivators who were like headless flies finally remembered that there was a port in the distant south. Oh right! In the entire Huaxia, perhaps only the Lord of Qingdu Harbor was worthy of his trust. Everyone, let's head south to Qingdu Port. That Lord will definitely have a way. Right, there's also Qingdu Port. We can go to Qingdu Port and see that Lord's attitude. The Lord of Qingdu Port and the Westerners have an irreconcilable relationship. Now that you're relying on that Lord, aren't you jumping into the fire pit yourself? Chapter 110, Emperor of Martial Arts, Beginning of the Final Battle, 2. Although we martial artists usually live in vain, we still understand the words country, and the world. As long as that Lord dares to start a war with the foreigners, I will risk my life. Although Great Xia is destroyed, China will not be destroyed. Well said, everyone, go to Chengdu, Hong Kong. See if that Lord is as brave and invincible as the rumors. The autumn wind blew, and the autumn leaves withered. The flames of war were raging in the north. The foreigners of the Free State burned, killed, and looted. Carts of resources were loaded onto cargo ships and transported to the mainland. To be able to develop such a terrifying fleet in just a few decades. Every gold coin and grain in the Free State was stained with the blood of the citizens of other countries. Blood was flowing out of every pore on his body. The people and warriors of the Central Plains sensed danger. Anyone with the slightest ability began to flee south. In the eyes of many martial artists and refugees, Qingdu Port was the best destination for their trip. Over here, Li Yueming also received the relevant information. The tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of refugees made him feel a little numb. Fortunately, most of the refugees would fall behind on the road. Those who really couldn't move would find the nearest city to try to survive. Only a handful of them would be able to reach Qingdu harbor. Hence, he ordered all the officials and martial artists in Qingdu port to prepare to welcome the refugees. To be honest, he thought that after the Free State conquered the other continents, the first thing they would do after regaining their senses was to charge at Qingdu port. He did not expect that the Westerners would land at the northern port first. It seemed that the pressure in their country was also very huge. Otherwise, they would not be so crazy as to plunder everywhere. Now, the entire Huaxia country was in chaos, and the various factions were without a leader. Li Yueming knew that it was time for him to take action. On the same day, he personally held his sword and wrote a line of murderous words on the wooden board. The ancient world was created, and China was established in the center. The 10,000 miles of the divine land was weathered and luxuriant, and the 8 wastelands and 6 directions were powerful. But now, foreign barbarians bully my ancestral court, rob my people, slaughter cities and plunder land, and commit all kinds of evil. If the land of China has the same ambition, we will go to the slaughter of the barbarians together to save the fall of the Han dynasty and help the collapse of China. This denunciation was very long. It was planted on the ground outside Qingdu harbor. That night, over 3,000 third-generation warships led over 10,000 second-generation warships and disappeared into the sea breeze under the cover of the night. At the same time, Li Yueming's denunciation was quickly discovered. It was as if it had wings, and it spread throughout the entire land of China at an unbelievable speed. Have you heard? The Lord from Qingdu Port has expressed his stance. What do you mean? That Lord won't be scared, right? How is that possible? That's what that Lord said. Good, good, good. What a good idea to fight together for justice and help the general of China fall. Although I'm just a weak scholar, I still have some ink in my stomach. As long as that Lord doesn't mind being useless, why should I be afraid of dying? I'm just a martial artist. Although I'm a little simple-minded, I'm born with some strength. It's good to go to Qingdu Port and help move some supplies. Let's go together, let's go together, let's go together, let's go together. The moment this order was issued, it was filled with killing intent. Countless people in the world finally found their backbone. They began to gather at Qingdu harbor. Not only were there martial artists and scholars, but there were also talents from all walks of life gathered here. They didn't choose to stand by and do nothing. Instead, they started to take action. On the other side, the warships of Qingdu Port arrived near Zhongzhou Port. In order to avoid being discovered, tens of thousands of battleships avoided the coastal waters. But even so, however, there were still people who saw everything. On the top of the highest tower in Zhongzhou Port, Martial Emperor Hanyu sat there. His gaze looked through the vast sea into the endless distance. After a long time, he closed his eyes and sighed. He slowly stood up from the ground and looked towards the distant north. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That night, Moonshaker Martial Emperor quietly left the central continent port. 5 days later, at Baila Harbor. Ever since the foreigners occupied this place, the North Separation Port had become the base camp for the foreigners to transport supplies and supplies. Thousands of giant battleships stopped at the port, and countless high-level grandmasters of combat were stationed there. Under such circumstances, Martial Emperor Hanyu came. He had single-handedly killed 16 king of fighters of the 7th step, destroyed 17 battleships and 2 giant battleships, and killed countless ordinary grandmasters of combat and sailors. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, turning the entire Bila port upside down. The foreigners were confused at first because they did not find any large-scale enemies or other fleets on the sea. This attack came out of nowhere. After some investigation, they realized that there was only one person who caused trouble. Only then did they know that a martial emperor from the Great Xia Kingdom had come. Instantly, 7 to 8 Tier 8 fighting emperors swarmed out. Martial Emperor Hanyu's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was heavily injured and dying after he twisted and turned. Before he died, Martial Emperor Hanyu used all his strength to pierce through the chest of an 8th-rank fighting emperor. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he laughed loudly and said, "One came here today to prove, the Chinese martial artists were not inferior to the foreign slaves and barbarians. It was just that they were outdated and lucky, none of them are in me." The martial arts emperor whose chest was pierced through turned ashen. It was worse than eating a dead fly. Moon-shaking emperor was killed in the attack on Bila port. The moment this news spread, the entire land of China was shaken, and the martial artists' circle was filled with wails. Martial Emperor Hanyu was a prodigy from more than 100 years ago. I didn't expect that he would end his life in such a way today. When he was alive, he was as brilliant as the morning sun. Zhongzhou port flourished because of his blessing. Death was like a meteor that tore through the sky, leaving a short but dazzling light for us martial artists. Martial Emperor Hanyu is the role model for us martial artists. Damned foreigners! I heard that the moon-shaking martial emperor was beaten to death by them. Even so, he almost pulled an 8th-rank fighting emperor off his horse before he died. So it's not that we martial artists are inferior to the Westerners. It's just that the 5 damn sects took away the secret manuals and cut off the roots of our martial artists. Sigh, Martial Emperor Hanyu was too impulsive. There aren't many martial emperors left in Huaxia. With his death, we have one less expert to rely on. Martial Emperor Shukmun used his own life to establish the name of Huaxia's martial artists and martial arts. It also made the entire Huaxia base even more united against a common enemy. However, the death of a martial emperor was not good news. Many people felt that Martial Emperor Hanyu's actions were too rash. However, more than 5 hours after the death of Martial Emperor Hanyu, just as the foreigners heaved a sigh of relief, the warships from Kingdom Port arrived. For a moment, countless cannons and guns were as fierce as rolling stones. Such a sudden attack caught the Westerners off guard. After all, they had just put out the fire in the city. They did not expect that there would be a surprise attack from a warship on the sea. After being bombarded by several rounds of saturated artillery fire from the warships of Kingdom Port, thousands of foreign warships in the port were blown to pieces before they could even set sail. Countless artillery shells and fireballs set the Westerners' warehouses ablaze. The entire north parting port turned into a sea of fire. The fishing boats in Kingdom Port did not stay for long. They had already run far away along the current. It could be said that Martial Emperor Hanyu had chosen the perfect time and place for this suicide attack. All the Westerners in Bila port had their eyes on him. As a result, he was unable to recover from the attack. They had lost nearly 1,000 large warships and 3,000 small warships. The amount of resources burned in the warehouse was even more difficult to calculate. This was the first time the Westerners had suffered such a huge loss since the Great Voyage. When the news reached the ears of the higher UPS of the Westerners, they were furious. They finally stopped looting. Instead, they were prepared to turn Li Yueming, who had repeatedly made them suffer, into a living purgatory. Half a month later, The mighty foreign warships assembled and set off. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the foreigners sent 5,000 large warships and 12,000 small warships. He also sent 10 Tier 8 fighting emperors. This was already the strongest force that the Free State could muster. Chapter 111, The Strange End of the Gokyudo Path and Fighting God. 1. The mighty foreign warships headed south along the coast. Many ordinary people along the coast could see a black mass of steel warships passing by. This time, the Qing dynasty didn't hold back anymore. More than 3,000 third-generation warships were lined up on the sea, followed by tens of thousands of second-generation fishing boats. Fu Xiero was in charge of the coastal defense of Qingdu Port. In order to ensure Fu Xiero's safety, Li Yueming arranged for all of his disciples to stay by her side. The battle was about to begin. A battle on the sea was a competition of the performance of the ship and the coordination of the sailors. These two aspects. Logically speaking, the Westerners had an absolute advantage. But who was Li Yueming behind Qingdu Port? To put it bluntly, it was the world's biggest bug. He had personally deduced the training methods and battle formations of the navy of Qingdu Port. The battleship was also a black technology battleship that combined the technology of the previous life and the characteristics of martial artists. As a result, there was not much of a difference between them, and the battle was particularly fierce. On land, hundreds of thousands of foreign troops landed along the Yun coast. They charged towards the walls of Qingdu harbor. These soldiers were equipped with foreign guns and cannons, and they were very well equipped. The most important thing was, among this group of foreigners, there were tens of thousands of Gokyudo Grandmasters of combat. Most of them were ordinary Stage 2 and Stage 3 Grandmasters of combat. There were also quite a number of Tier 6 and even Tier 7 fighting kings led by 10 fighting emperors. Their strength was abnormally strong. Li Yueming stood tall on the city wall. He looked at the troops under his feet that were like an ant tide and was silent. Behind him, there were more than 300,000 troops gathered in Qingdu Port, and the number of low-level martial artists was even more than the number of Gokyudo fighters in the Western countries. After all, he had the guidance of the cultivation technique created by Li Yueming. In the past 2 years, countless low-level martial artists had come to Qingdu Port. However, the number of high-level martial artists was far inferior. Han Bufan, who was the strongest in the entire Qingdu Port besides Li Yueming, had just broken through to the martial grandmaster realm not long ago. Moreover, he had been sent to the port. Currently, Li Yu was no more than 20 ordinary martial arts grandmasters around her. He wanted to defeat this group of Gokyudo grandmasters of combat who had deep foundations. It was a difficulty that could be seen with the naked eye. After the foreign army attacked the city, they set up the cannons and started the construction. Qingdu harbor also had cannons, and both sides exchanged fire across the city walls. Obviously, the side that defended and didn't tackle the city occupied the absolute tefim. The foreigners were obviously caught off guard. In the past, they had relied on ships and firearms to win. But now, they had discovered an embarrassing problem under a small city wall. The technology of Qingdu Port didn't seem to be behind them. At least from what they had seen so far, the other party was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. So, how did such a foreign species city appear in this chaotic land of China? Many foreigners were puzzled by this. Seeing that the bombardment was not gaining any advantage, the most elite fighters of the foreigners began to move. The first to make a move were the dozens of 7th-rank fighting kings. They had all transformed into muscular monsters and ran to the bottom of the city walls, wanting to use their brute strength to break through the walls of Qingdu Port. The artillery bombardment only dealt slight damage to them. Facing such a powerful body, he could not withstand the attacks of ordinary weapons at all. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming was ready to attack. However, on the other side, the 10 martial emperors also stood up. Obviously, Their only purpose in coming here was to hold back Li Yueming, this great killing weapon, and enter the arena. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. In the crowd not far behind him, an old man with a white beard and hair walked out and said indifferently, "This old man is Chu State's Wind and Moon Martial Emperor. I'm here to wish you a helping hand." Hearing this, Li Yueming looked back at the old man and nodded slightly, "Since that's the case, please help this junior block those lunatics below the city. This junior will return soon." He finished speaking. Li Yueming jumped down from the high city wall. The power of the Star Moon art was fully activated, and his eyes locked onto the 10 Gokudo combat emperors. It was just a step. He flew directly from the ground into the sky. With a sudden stomp, one of the combat emperors was stomped into the soil before he could even realize what was happening. His entire body was like a watermelon that had exploded, and the juice from his entire body exploded all over the ground. When the other 9 fighting emperors saw this situation, they immediately had goosebumps. They retreated a few steps before stopping the counterattack. But at this moment, Li Yueming was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He was so fast that his afterimages could not be seen clearly. One hand grabbed the head of the fighting emperor and used his terrifying wrist strength to crush his head. With a flying kick, the other combat emperor's chest was pierced through. In just a few breaths, more than half of the 10 Tier 8 fighting emperors that had been sent over were either dead or injured. Li Yueming's current combat strength. It was enough to make the entire Western army worship him like a god. The other few surviving combat emperors had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He turned around and prepared to escape. However, Li Yueming would never give them such a chance. He directly killed them one by one. When it was the last person's turn, Li Yueming stepped on his chest and asked, "Where is the Gokudo of combat? Where is he?" The man trembled and finally said, "Port, port, port, port." Li Yueming gave him a quick one. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, and all the Westerners could not help but retreat. He didn't return to Konoha harbor, but instead headed to the seaside where the foreign freighter docked at the fastest speed possible. With the physique of a peak martial emperor, Li Yueming's speed could be described as lightning. About half an hour later, Li Yueming rushed to a huge cargo ship. At this moment, the soldiers on the freighter had all docked. There were only a few sailors left on the ship. Li Yueming looked around. He didn't find the so-called Gokudo path and god of combat. Just as he was about to leave, however, he discovered that there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl watching him from the top of the freighter. Li Yueming stopped in his tracks. A strange and absurd feeling arose in his heart. They boarded the freighter. Looking at the doll-like little girl in front of him, Li Yueming had a bad feeling. The god of Gokudo and combat. The doll looked at him calmly. It could even be said that he did not have any emotions. "Although I'm not a god, if that's my name, I think you're looking for me." Li Yueming, concealment. Looking at the little girl in front of him, it was completely different from the muscular monster he had imagined. This was precisely the source of the strangeness. He had once kicked a statue of a Gokudo and fighting god into pieces when he was in the Western Martial Arts School at Konoha Harbor. At that time, the statue was of a very muscular man. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. Li Yueming's impression of the god of Gokudo path and combat had remained at this level. But now, the so-called god of Gokudo path and combat was actually a porcelain doll that looked no more than 13 or 14 years old. If it wasn't for his intuition telling him that all of this was true, even Li Yueming found it hard to accept. It was as if he could feel his disbelief. "You're an anomaly and shouldn't exist in this world," the little girl said. Li Yueming sensed it carefully. After confirming that there was no unknown aura on the little girl, he said, "Since you are not a god, how do you know that I am an anomaly?" The little girl seemed to be stumped by his question. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, you can treat me as a believer of a god walking in the human world. I should be omniscient and omnipotent, but I never found you, so, you're an anomaly, the gods didn't notice you. Li Yueming also thought about it. He realized that there was really nothing he could refute. Is the so-called god you're talking about referring to the will of this world? The little girl glanced at him with her clear eyes. After a long silence, she suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "This is not a question that I should answer. From the moment you appeared in front of me, my mission has ended. The gods will not forgive me." As he spoke, she chanted a few incantations loudly. Li Yueming wanted to stop her, but he found that her body was burning with a strange white flame. Even Li Yueming could feel the danger from the flames. If he was infected, he would probably be able to return to the reincarnation space on the spot. Hence, he could only take 2 steps back and watch the little girl slowly turn into ashes in the flames. To be honest, Li Yueming had imagined 10,000 encounters with this so-called Gokyudo god of combat. He had expected the opponent to be a 9th-rank fighting god who was fighting against a saint. He even imagined that the other party might really be a god's spirit body that walked in the human world and would pick him up and beat him up. But none of them were like this. They came knocking on the door aggressively. In the end, the so-called Gokyudo god of combat committed suicide before he could even ask a few questions. Perhaps to ordinary people, this was a good thing. After all, with the death of the Gokyudo god of combat, the Westerners in the Free State would probably find it difficult to maintain their rule of plundering from all directions. However, this was more painful for Li Yueming. Because from the beginning to the end, all his doubts had not been answered. Now that the fighting god was dead, it was probably unknown whether he would be able to find the truth in this lifetime. In the end, this battle that was supposed to be world-renowned ended in a very strange and comical manner. After Li Yueming killed 10 Tier 8 fighting queens consecutively, the Free State's land army lost all will to fight. Later, when he heard that the Gokyudo fighting god had met Li Yueming, he immediately turned into birds and scattered. In just a few days, the Westerners seemed to have their souls taken away by someone. They were defeated en land and spa. He threw away his armor and fled back to the Free State. All of the Central Plains warriors were shocked by this. After all, the Free State's strength wasn't limited to this. Even the battleships and Gokyudo grandmasters of combat that were attacking Kingdo Harbor were not their full strength. Logically speaking, he should not be in such a sorry state. Later on, they heard that Li Yueming was the one who killed a god of the Free State. As a result, the faith of the Free State was broken, and it collapsed spiritually. It was only after confirming the authenticity of this news that everyone in the Central Plains of China cheered. Li Yueming was hailed as the new martial Dao Supreme by the excited people. Some people were even more excited and insisted on giving Li Yueming a divinity. Li Yueming only laughed at the noise. He ignored him. Chapter 112, The rolling Yangtze River escapes east, the waves sweep all heroes. In December of the year 374, the Xia dynasty was destroyed. The Qingdu Empire was established, and Li Yueming became the founding emperor of the Qingdu Empire. The first year of the new calendar. As soon as the news spread, all the people in China submitted. From then on, Li Yueming became the sole ruler of this land. In the 9th month of the same year, the 19-year-old new martial emperor Li Yueming got married. Red paper cuts danced in the sky, and gorgeous fireworks were set off for 7 days. The entire Qingdu port was filled with gongs and drums, and the banquet was arranged from the courtyard gate to the main streets of Qingdu port. Almost all the residents of Qingdu port had come. They brought their own fish, meat, and money to celebrate Li Yueming. In a month or two, everyone in Qingdu port and even the whole of China was talking about this wedding of the century. October. Li Yueming had established a brand new organization all over the country. It was called Star Moon Pavilion. All its members were martial artists. One of the goals was to collect all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the land of China. The second was to encourage many martial artists to carry out innovation on the original cultivation method secret manuals. As long as they were warriors who had contributed to the development of martial arts, they could use their contribution points to read other cultivation methods and secret manuals in the Star Moon Pavilion. Together, they would contribute to the development of martial arts. As soon as this new organization appeared, 90% of the martial artists in Kingdom Port joined it. Moreover, they had basically recorded the cultivation techniques they had learned into the Star Moon Pavilion through words. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the martial artists' extreme trust in Li Yueming. At least, they didn't subconsciously think that Li Yueming was coveting their cultivation techniques or wanted to harm them. At the same time, Li Yueming gathered all the martial artists in the world and began to promote the new cultivation method indiscriminately. Almost the vast majority of martial artists who were sensible responded to his call. He came to the Star Moon Pavilion to exchange for the Encyclopedia of Internal and External Martial Artists compiled by Li Yueming. He also left behind some of the cultivation techniques he had learned. As for the other martial artists and the forces behind them who disobeyed the imperial edict, Li Yueming had cleaned them up with lightning speed. Only then did the entire martial world remember that the person from Kingdom Port was not someone easy to deal with. Looking at his growth path, he had almost fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Iron blood and strength were the best adjectives for him. From then on, the promotion of Star Moon Pavilion was no longer hindered. In just 2 years, the Star Moon Pavilion had blossomed everywhere in China. Those who enjoyed the greatest benefits of the Star Moon Pavilion's promotion were naturally the low-level martial artists who had not even been able to come into contact with martial arts cultivation methods and secret manuals in the past. Now, there was the Star Moon Pavilion. Almost all martial artists had mastered both the inner and outer scriptures. Many low-level martial artists would no longer go astray because of the lack of secret manuals and the guidance of famous teachers. The ones who were most resistant to this were naturally the great clans and martial arts sects. After all, in the past, they could sit on the clouds and enjoy the blood and food of the people by monopolizing the cultivation techniques. Li Yueming's current actions were tantamount to digging out their roots. After half a year of silence, in the end, the great clans and sects finally erupted. They sent 12 martial emperors and several martial masters to join forces and rush into Kingdom Port, wanting to use their numbers to exhaust Li Yueming to death. But the result was obvious. The attacks of more than 10 martial emperors and several grand masters could not do anything to Li Yueming at all. He pushed all the way. In the blink of an eye, all of them had exploded into a pool of dark red blood. The world is like this. Those who block me will be killed without mercy. The forces behind me will wipe out the 3 clans. After killing them, Li Yueming casually said. At the end of the month, the martial artist legions in Kingdom Port began to rush to various places to carry out a new round of reshuffling. Many sects could not help but tremble when they saw this. One had to know that these were more than 10 martial emperors, the strongest strength they could bring out now. However, it was easily resolved by Li Yueming. It was as if he had only killed a dozen chickens. They were scared out of their wits and did not dare to confront Li Yueming head-on. Therefore, he jumped up and down in the pugilistic world to spread rumors, wanting to drown Li Yueming with public opinion. Li Yueming is a tyrant, a demon king. What bullsh** T martial emperor? I think he just wants to rule the martial world alone. You idiots are helping him. Everyone, look. 100 years from now, martial arts will be destroyed by such a ruler. Our sect is the orthodox sect of martial arts. How can a person like you who doesn't even have a master treat us like this? In the martial world, all the sects and clans were shouting until their voices were hoarse. However, what made them despair was that other than themselves, not a single low-level martial artist or rogue cultivator stood up to speak up for them. At this moment, The group of people finally understood what Li Yueming meant when he said that the world was in his hands. Martial Path Calendar Year 3. The entire Chinese martial world was in a bloody storm. Many of the old forces that had been obstructing the Star-Moon Alliance's advancement and expansion were uprooted. Li Yueming's methods were ruthless and his thoughts were iron-blooded. This caused countless sects and great clans to feel an unforgettable fear. However, regardless of their anger or hatred, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. In the beginning, the aristocratic families still had a trace of fantasy. After all, even if Li Yueming was an executioner, it should be impossible for him to really exterminate them. However, they quickly realized that they were wrong. Chapter 113, The rolling Yangtze River escapes the east, the waves sweep all the heroes, 2. And it's so wrong. In just 3 short years, there were over 1 million people from hundreds of sects, including their families and women. As long as they were deeply related to the sect, they were all slaughtered from top to bottom. Many martial artists in the martial world were speechless. They had originally thought that these martial arts sects were easy to kill. After all, the ugly faces of this group of people had already been fully revealed when they fought with the foreigners. Any ordinary martial artist with a normal mind would only clap their hands and cheer at the current encounter of this group of sects. However, looking at the mountain gate that was covered in blood and corpses, now, he could not help but feel a deep fear of the existence sitting high above the clouds. It was hard to imagine what kind of infamy Li Yueming would bear after his death. However, Li Yueming's supporters were still as numerous as before. Countless low-class people and warriors were constantly contributing to Li Yueming's grand plan. The 5th year of the martial arts calendar. The old forces in the entire martial arts world were basically wiped out from top to bottom. Next, Li Yueming began to collect the martial arts techniques and secret manuals collected by the Star Moon Pavilion. Through deduction, he removed the dross and extracted the essence. He created the Martial Artists Internal and External Classics Volume 2 and promoted it without any barriers. This scripture not only included the cultivation of the martial apprentice realm. He even listed out in detail how ordinary people could increase their physical strength through scientific exercise. Li Yueming didn't set any threshold. He stipulated that all residents of the Qingdu Empire could go to the Star Moon Pavilion to collect the items based on their household registration. The moment this scroll appeared, the world changed color. Whether it was martial artists or ordinary people, there was an uproar. At this moment, even many martial artists felt incredulous. There were even many voices of opposition from within the empire. After all, no matter how down and out martial artists were, they were still martial artists. Now, Li Yueming's scripture had opened a path for commoners to become martial artists. One could imagine how great the pressure was to implement it. Regarding this, Li Yueming, who was sitting on the high throne, sneered. His menacing gaze swept across the courtiers like a bloodthirsty beast. Instantly, the courtiers instantly thought of the fate of the old forces and sects that went against Li Yueming. Hence, she quickly shut her mouth. At this moment, only then did everyone vaguely understand why Li Yueming was so cold back then. Even when facing women and children, he showed no mercy. However, what was the meaning of opening the door of martial arts for a noob? Was he really not afraid of being deserted? Even the officials of Qingdu Port could not understand what was going on when they thought of the person on the throne. Of course, Li Yueming didn't expect anyone to understand. After all, this was destined to be a lonely path. He only needed to carry out his will. He didn't care about anything else. In less than a week, outside the Star Moon pavilions in various places, ordinary people lined up dozens of miles away to receive cultivation techniques. The people, who had been numb from the long war, finally felt the joy they had not felt for a long time. Countless people kneeled on the ground. They bowed to the distant south. Martial Path Calendar Year 10. Li Yueming began to reform the internal structure of Qingdu Port. First, a new imperial examination system was established to ensure that ordinary people could also have official positions. Second, change the tax law. All kinds of messy taxes were thrown away and replaced with a new tax system. Finally, reform education. Set up a national school and lower the tuition fees so that ordinary farmers' children could afford to go to school as much as possible. In addition, while practicing martial arts in the school, one also needed to learn various other knowledge. Among them, he taught mathematics and engineering the most. After all, ordinary martial artists were not scary. What was scary was that martial artists knew mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After this series of operations, it paved the way for the people to develop their wisdom. Years of turmoil have come down. Some of the people who were originally dissatisfied with the reform suddenly realized. At present, there was a completely different feeling in China. It was like an old man who had suddenly gained a second spring. He had returned to the age of 7 or 8 years old. The most obvious was that everyone practiced martial arts. Up to 80-year-old village old woman. From 7 to 8 years old children whose teeth had not fully grown. Every day, he would train his body according to the guidance of the internal and external Jing system. In fact, in the beginning, many farmers were disdainful of the so-called martial arts and martial artists. After all, there were many elderly people who didn't even know how to study. He couldn't even read. However, he couldn't stand the fact that the Star Moon Pavilion had a martial arts teacher who specialized in teaching in the countryside. Mr. Martial Arts came to the village to give a lecture every day according to the contents of the book. In order to arouse their enthusiasm, he would add all kinds of embellishment to the lecture, like telling them some gossip that had happened recently. Every day, he would also show them the various divine aspects of martial artists. Many farmers only started to learn from the martial arts masters after seeing it with their own eyes. This was incredible. He couldn't stop. After all, if you didn't cultivate, other couples would be stronger than you and plow more fields than you. If you didn't cultivate, you wouldn't be able to beat them in a fight at the village entrance. You would also be the last one to be flooded in the farmland. This was simply intolerable for the countryside. Who knew how many old men and women were cultivating in the dark at night? He wanted to kill the other villagers. Under such circumstances, the spring of martial arts had quietly arrived. Although the number of high-level martial artists was still very small. However, the growing number of lower-level martial artists formed an unprecedented vast martial world. Because of the Star Moon Pavilion. Chapter 114, The rolling Yangtze River escapes the east, the waves sweep all the heroes. 3. Almost all martial artists could cultivate to a secret manual that was suitable for them. All of them improved at an extremely fast speed. After 10 years of accumulation, the entire martial arts world had blossomed. More and more talented youths appeared out of nowhere, forming a magnificent picture. Such a flourishing scene had never been seen before in the past. Even during the era of Great Xia's imperial emperor, when martial arts were at its peak. The so-called martial artists were only a very small group. Unlike now, anyone walking on the road was a martial artist. At this moment, only then did many people realize why Li Yueming was willing to risk the world's condemnation to open the door of martial arts for all the people of China. At the same time, this year, Li Yueming was 27 years old. Ye Nanyuan gave birth to a baby girl, and Li Yueming named her Li Mendi. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, like a dream. With the help of his disciple Fu Xiero and Han Bufan, Li Yueming's plans were carried out in an orderly manner. Now, the entire central plains of Huaxia was thriving. However, Li Yueming felt even more lonely. Ever since he became an emperor. For decades, he had been standing on the high throne and overlooking the world. Only Ye Nanyuan and Li Mendi could get close to him often. As for the others, even Han Bufan and Fu Xiero would feel somewhat uneasy when facing him. After all, even though he had not personally taken action all these years, the blood on his hands had long since filled the entire throne. Many of them were the blood of women, children, and children. This coldness made everyone feel a chill. As disciples, Han Bufan and Fu Xiero still believed in their master. However, respect and fear still inevitably grew. Nowadays, other than when it was absolutely necessary, the group of disciples basically wouldn't enter the main hall. Ever since his mother had a granddaughter, she did not pay much attention to him. Every day, he would pluck the vegetable field in the courtyard and bring his granddaughter out for a walk. Fortunately, his days were quite leisurely and comfortable. On this day, Li Yueming looked at Ye Nanyuan, who was playing with Li Mendi in the hall. Once, she was still an inexperienced young girl. Now that 10 years had passed, her temperament had become more and more mature. Only the beauty mark at the corner of her eye remained the same. He stared at it for a long time. Li Yueming stood up from the throne that he had been sitting on for 10 years and walked to the hall to pick up his daughter. He looked at Ye Nanyuan and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Ye Nanyuan was a little stunned. One had to know that Li Yueming had been sitting here for nearly 10 years. Except for a few rare occasions, he had never left the hall. And now, this was the first time Li Yueming had taken the initiative to ask for a walk. After a brief moment of shock, Ye Nanyuan revealed a smile that made the flowers outside the hall pale. She nodded heavily and said, "I'll want to eat candied haws." In his arms, the confused Li Mendi danced happily and said, "Rua." Year 12 of the martial arts calendar. After Li Yueming left the main hall, he disappeared without a trace. All the power of the Qingdu Empire was handed over to Fu Xiero and Han Bufan. The iron-blooded emperor of martial arts left in the middle of the night. Fu Xiero and Han Bufan adjusted their previously high-pressure environment. All kinds of iron-blooded policies were also softened. The entire country was praising this change. This was especially true for the officials of the minor empires. They all expressed that this was the environment and rule of law that a normal country should have. It was not a state machine that only knew how to kill. Half a year later, Li Yueming returned with Ye Nanyuan. Without alerting anyone, he moved into the side room in the old residence where he often went into seclusion. From this day onwards, Li Yueming went into seclusion to break through to the martial saint realm. He had already reached the peak of the martial emperor realm more than 10 years ago. Now, more than 10 years had passed, but he was still at the peak of the martial royal realm. The martial saint realm required one to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. At that level, a martial artist could use the same power as heaven and earth, and their every move would have unimaginable power. Li Yueming felt that he could be considered a genius. But even so, he had comprehended it for 10 years. He had only touched the surface of the power of heaven and earth. This was also because he had read the Holy Scripture in Western Europe. Otherwise, he might have been stagnant for so many years. To Li Yueming, this was a terrifying signal. This was because with his talent and the firmness of his foundation, logically speaking, breaking through to the martial saint realm should not be a problem. But now, he was stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm. The only explanation was that the version had changed. It was very likely that martial artists had already been crossed out of the world's will's pet list. The will of heaven and earth no longer allowed martial artists to become saints. No wonder there was not a single living martial saint in the entire Great Xia. No wonder martial emperor Hanyu lamented before his death. He could only say Jujuezi. Who knew what kind of enmity existed between the will of heaven and earth and martial artists? In this way, the development of the martial civilization was targeted and suppressed. In fact, with his current achievements, when he returned to the reincarnation space, the lowest score was probably at least S rank. However, it was obvious that there was still a distance to SSS rank. Li Yueming was naturally unwilling to accept such an outcome. He was only in his 30s and was at the peak of his martial arts career. Whether it was for himself or his wife and daughter in this world, he had to do his best to break through to a higher realm. Only in this way could martial artists and martial arts continue to flourish. Yananyuan and Li Mendi also had the possibility of transcending this world. Just like a dream, the wandering man chases after the illusion. Year 15 of the martial arts calendar. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Li Yueming fumbled for a long time and finally had a clue. However, he was still far from success. At this moment, the martial world was already filled with stars, and the number of martial artists also showed an explosive growth. At the same time, countless martial artists in the Star Moon Pavilion brainstormed and began to add more new chapters to the foundation of Li Yueming's public cultivation method. It could be said that in the short span of 10 years, there were more new kinds of cultivation techniques that had appeared in the martial world than the cultivation techniques that had been created in the past hundreds of years. Countless talented new generation martial artists from all over the world were advancing triumphantly. The strongest batch of martial artists had already broken through the realm of martial arts grandmasters and were beginning to advance toward the realm of martial emperors. In the current world of martial artists, the speed at which information changed was very fast. Countless geniuses appeared every 2 or 3 days. In order to compete for the position of the strongest prodigy in the world, some prodigies proposed to hold a new round of martial arts convention. The moment this news was released, immediately, countless martial artists in China responded. Everyone was curious about who would be able to suppress the crowd and become the true number one in the world in this era where martial artists grew up like green onions. In order to pay tribute to the god of martial arts, who only existed in legends today, the supreme martial emperor of the Qingdu Empire, the heavens' favorites chose to hold the martial arts conference in Zhongzhou Port, where Li Yueming had killed 8 Westerners in one day. They wanted to compete for the strongest warrior of the new generation here. After nearly 20 years, everything had returned to the starting point. Martial artists gathered at Zhongzhou Harbor, and countless geniuses fought for supremacy. The only changes were the new faces. They were all new stars of the new era, full of vigor and vitality. He had been struggling in the Jianghu, wanting to climb higher and see the scenery further away. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all the heroes. Chapter 115, Open the way for thousands of martial artists, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint. 1. In the 15th year of the martial arts calendar, Li Yueming was 34 years old. At this moment, his vitality and combat strength had reached the peak of his life. However, the higher realm of the martial arts was still out of reach. After confirming that he could not become a martial saint with his own hard work, he was very happy. Li Yueming stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, the small courtyard was even more dilapidated. The persimmon tree in the courtyard swayed in the wind and had already grown into a towering tree. On the other hand, his mother was already 50 years old. He looked at his old mother sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard. Li Yueming was speechless. Time was the most heartless, and it was the most ruthless. There were many things that even Li Yueming couldn't change. This year, winter, New Year's time, Li Yueming gathered all the disciples for a reunion dinner. Finally, Li Yueming finally handed them a cultivation technique. Then, he braved the biting cold wind and disappeared from Qingdu Port. This year, suddenly, a super-powerful man appeared in Western Europe and swept across the entire continent to collect the remnants of the Holy Scriptures. In the past, it wasn't that no one wanted to collect all the sacred scriptures. However, those people basically did not end up well. Moreover, it was said that the sacred scripture was a product passed down from ancient times and had long been completely scattered over such a long period of time. Even if he collected all of them, he wouldn't be able to fully understand the whole story. Thus, the sacred scriptures were scattered all over the place. And now, however, this ferocious Eastern warrior had reversed everything. He had snatched all the more than 100 pages of sacred scriptures in the entire Western Europe. Finally, he left. The Eastern martial artist who caused such a huge commotion was naturally Li Yueming. There was no longer any power of heaven and earth that a warrior could comprehend. Therefore, Li Yueming could only find another way to start with the Holy Scriptures. One had to know that this thing was very magical. When Li Yueming had just stepped into martial arts, he had already comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth with his deduction talent. In addition, in the process of collecting the Holy Scriptures, Li Yueming met the old bishop from Qingdu Harbor again. When Li Yueming appeared in front of the old bishop seemed to have been prepared for this, and handed the scripture fragment to him. He also told him about several speculations about the origin of the remnant scroll from the investigation of the Western European missionaries. Firstly, some Western scholars were inclined to believe that the remnant was an object from beyond the heavens. It was possible that he had fallen here through some strange folded space-time. Secondly, the remnant scroll was a product of this world itself, but it was not produced by their generation. It was created by another civilization that was completely different from the current one in ancient times. As for the last one, it was a combination of the two. The Western missionaries believed that the ancient civilization had plundered this book from another civilization. The reasoning was simple. No matter how one looked at it, the sacred scripture was profound and complicated. It was far from what humans in this society could create. What was worth mentioning was that no one could recognize the words on the sacred scripture. Only by focusing his consciousness on it could he feel the mysterious aura in Lyle page. It contained everything and nothing could be excluded. He bade farewell to the old bishop. Li Yueming rushed back to Qingdu port and began to prepare for a new round of seclusion. At this moment, Li Mendi, who was already 6 years old, peeked out of the door and looked at him timidly. Li Yueming smiled. He picked up the little girl and gestured, "Xiao Dai has grown taller again." Li Mendi looked at him timidly for a moment before hugging Li Yueming and crying, "Father, little butterfly misses you, mother misses you too." Little butterfly saw mother cry. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the little girl blinked and said timidly, "Father, mother told me that you are very busy." "What are you busy with?" Why didn't he want his mother and little butterfly? Li Yueming's heart ached when he heard that. He touched her hair and said, "Xiao Dai, help daddy accompany mommy. What daddy is doing now is for the sake of us meeting outside our dreams one day." Li Mendi's face revealed a bit of doubt. Obviously, she was still young and didn't understand what Li Yueming meant. However, looking at the mountain-like aura that surged out of Li Yueming's body, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. The little girl nodded. He sent the little girl away. Li Yueming felt the weight on his shoulders increase. He had to break through the restrictions of this world in the next 20 years or so and pass down the technique. Only then could he open up a bright and smooth path for them and all the cultivators before they grew old. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed quietly. Martial arts in Huaxia had become even more prosperous. A few of the utmost beings had already broken through to the Grand Master realm, becoming young martial emperors in their 20s. The Star Moon Pavilion was no longer stationed in China's central plains. There are traces of the Star Moon Pavilion in the circle near the entire central plains of China. Many small countries were proud to join the Star Moon Pavilion, and they were even willing to contribute all their cultivation techniques and secret manuals. It could be said, the current Qingdu Empire was like the sun at its zenith. There was a specialized organization for the people's livelihood under the sect, which focused on the knowledge of increasing the production and cultivation of the world's grain. There were also workshops for skilled craftsmen, specializing in the study of various scientific and technological knowledge. With their joint efforts, the two of them were able to escape. Chapter 116, Open the way for thousands of martial artists, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint. 2. In just a dozen years, the empire had a bumper harvest. Countless farmers had surplus food in their pockets and sent their children to school to study. to further promote the development of the empire. It was a perfect virtuous cycle. However, under such a situation, a question appeared in the minds of countless martial artists and citizens. Where did Li Yueming go? This question did not attract too much attention at the beginning. After all, it was normal for cultivators to go into seclusion occasionally. Not to mention that Li Yueming was still an expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Ordinary martial artists who could reach this realm would have a lifespan of at least 200 to 300 years. Sitting here for a few years was nothing. However, as time passed, finally, someone felt that something was wrong. Li Yueming hadn't appeared in front of everyone for more than 10 years. Hence, he decided to do it. Rumors about the martial emperor of Kingdom Port started to spread. Some people said that Li Yueming was injured in the battle with the Free State's Gokudo path and the god of combat, causing him to be unable to easily appear again. However, only a few people agreed with this statement. After all, who was Li Yueming? The god of martial arts, the martial emperor. Let's not talk about the impression of all the people in the world. This bit has always been invincible. When Li Yueming casually stepped on more than 10 martial emperors from various sects, his brutal combat strength did not look like he was injured. The second rumor was that Li Yueming was breaking through to the martial saint realm. There were many supporters of this rumor. After all, many people had witnessed Li Yueming's invincible combat strength. Such an existence. Logically speaking, breaking through to the martial saint realm should have been a certainty long ago. If that was the case, then, the problem came. More than 10 years ago, Li Yueming had already reached the martial emperor realm. With his talent, breaking through to the martial saint realm should be a matter of course. But now, more than 10 years had passed. Logically speaking, Li Yueming should have already broken through to the martial saint realm. Why hadn't there been any news from the empire until now? Was the martial saint realm really that terrifying? To be able to block the legendary god of the martial Dao? However, no matter how the outside world guessed, there was no response from Kingdom Port and Li Ming himself. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. It had been 35 years since Li Yueming unified the world and founded the Qingdu Empire. Those ignorant young martial artists from back then had now grown to become giants of a region. A considerable portion of them were disciples of Han Bufan and the others. In other words, they were Li Yueming's disciples. It was under the control of the Green Capital dynasty and was sent to guard the various ports and inland cities. At this moment, the best among them had already reached the threshold of the martial emperor realm. Soon, the martial world exploded. A piece of news swept across the entire martial world like a tsunami. It also gave all the martial artists who were bent on pursuing martial arts a head-on blow. What happened? I can't feel the energy of the heavens and the earth. Didn't you sense it? I thought it was just me. Who knows what's going on? Looks like the rumors are true. When I was young, I heard people say that the path of martial arts has been cut off. Wasn't it just a rumor? Our martial arts are very prosperous now. It seems that some people have forgotten the hatred of their country's subjugation. Think about it, who exactly is the one who achieved the current martial arts? In the martial world. After a group of martial artists discussed, the topic involuntarily shifted to Li Yueming. Only then did all the martial artists remember the past. Back when the Westerners were wreaking havoc, the entire Chinese martial arts had declined to the extreme. It was Li Yueming who had single-handedly overthrown China. After he established the Kingdom Port Empire, he had also used his iron fist to clear up the remnants of the old era. Following that, he quietly opened a school to promote cultivation techniques and lower the threshold for martial artists to cultivate. Now, the Star Moon Pavilion branch had once spread its branches to neighboring countries, achieving the true meaning of martial arts spreading throughout the world. That was why Li Yueming was called the god of martial arts by so many people and martial artists. His existence was like a lighthouse to all the martial artists, always escorting them in the storm. Thinking of this, only then did the group of martial artists truly feel Li Yueming's greatness once again. So the reason why martial monarch realm experts haven't advanced to the martial saint realm is because heaven and earth have cut off the path to the martial saint realm. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering how a mere martial saint could stop the god of martial arts. So this was the final reason. What bullsh** t heaven. We martial artists don't owe him anything, so why are you doing this to us? What should we do? Are we going to stay in the martial royal realm forever and never break through? Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as straw dogs. It was useless to complain. The most important thing now was to find a way out. For a moment, the entire underworld was shaking. The wills of all the martial artists began to waver at the same time. This wavering came from above. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the greater the blow suffered. There was no other reason. In the past, martial artists felt that they could have a limitless future with their own hard work. But now, heaven told them that the highest realm of martial artists was the martial Emperor realm. Chapter 117, Open the way for thousands of martial artists, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint. 3. The higher realms of the martial saint realm were not something that could be broken by human strength. For many martial artists who were sincerely pursuing martial arts, this kind of blow was simply more unbearable than killing them. Under such circumstances, many martial emperors started to look for ways to break through. However, the more he studied, the more he tried, the more despair and defeat they would gain. Difficult. It was too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The will of heaven and earth cut off the martial artists' perception of the power of laws. It was almost impossible for them to forcefully defy the great Dao of heaven and earth with their own strength. The martial emperors could not see the road ahead. They were all in despair. The martial arts trend that was originally incomparably prosperous in the land of Huaxia was also dealt a blow. For several years, the entire underworld fell into silence. The road ahead had been cut off. So what if they could come one after another? 30 years of martial arts. More and more martial arts grandmasters broke through to the martial royal realm, but the atmosphere in the martial world became more and more silent. After reaching the peak, all the martial artists lost their way once again and could not see the direction to continue moving forward. Alas, I was born at the wrong time. It's fate. Since I can't break through, I might as well drink today and enjoy myself. Young people don't know the taste of sorrow, they love to rise to the next level. Love the upper floor, write a new poem to express sorrow. Now that I know the taste of sorrow, I want to say it but I can't. He wanted to say something, but he said that the weather was cold and autumn was good. After countless attempts, they still had no results. Countless martial artists could not help but become pessimistic. The road ahead had been cut off. Then it would be better to have fun while he was young. It only took a few years for this theory to become mainstream. This year, the martial arts that had flourished for more than 30 years had quickly begun to decline. It was just like those dynasties in history that had reached their peak and declined. The faster it flourished, the faster it withered. Many martial artists began to travel the martial world with their swords, and even traveled far away to other states. While passing by the Free State, many martial artists discovered that the Free State was still developing rapidly. He began to pay attention. Back then, the Free State's foreign guns had never been defeated in the world. Only when they reached Kingdom Port did they suffer heavy losses. Many Gokyudo grandmasters of combat were mentally unstable because of the death of their Gokyudo and combat god. However, in just a few decades, they had regained their former vitality. Furthermore, some martial artists discovered that a true Type 9 combat god had appeared in the Free State. Based on past experience, a Type 8 fighting god could fight against a martial emperor. In that case, didn't the fighting god of the 9th rank mean that he was a martial saint? This discovery made countless martial artists confused. He finally came back to his senses. He felt that his martial heart was collapsing. They originally thought that the Free State was already the center of the world. Only now did they realize that the center of the world was still in the Free State. They were the clowns who lived in a corner. The gap between them. It was hard for many of the new generation of martial artists to accept. At this moment, the older generation of martial artists finally had something to say. Youngsters, do you think that you're the proud sons of the heavens just because you've learned something new? No, no. If it weren't for that existence in Kingdom Port, we martial artists would have been enslaved by the foreigners like cattle, horses, pigs, and dogs. I really envy you guys for not knowing how lucky you are. Everything you have now is given to you by that existence. It's a pity that we weren't born in the same era as that person. Otherwise, we would have been thinking of ways to help that person open up a new path of martial arts. The older generation of martial artists could see very clearly. It was also very unpleasant. There was also some unwillingness and lamentation. The current martial arts environment was so good that many young people of the new generation did not understand the difficulties of cultivation in the past. They were indeed stronger than the martial artists of the previous generation. However, the experience in his heart was far inferior to the martial artists of the previous generation. If they had such a good cultivation environment back then, they should be full of fighting spirit now. However, this group of new generation martial artists had only studied it for a few years. After discovering that it was too difficult, they actually gave up on themselves and deviated from the endless path to heaven. 33 years of martial arts. The martial arts of the Qingdu Empire began to decline rapidly. The entire martial world was lifeless, and all kinds of negative emotions were breeding. Even the public security of the entire empire was declining like a cliff. How many martial artists were there back then? The current social security problem was very serious. After feeling the challenge, Fu Xiaoro, Han Bufan, and all the Star Moon pavilions in the country had launched a joint letter. The general idea was to let the martial artists continue to develop and create. They might not be able to become martial saints. However, if they did not stop exploring, perhaps their descendants would one day be able to see a higher level of martial arts. These words were encouraging. In addition, the Star Moon Pavilion had taken out a lot of dry goods. These were the cultivation experiences summarized by Li Yueming's disciples. Only then did countless martial artists who were originally depressed and unsatisfied slowly walk out of the blow. Chinese people were always generous and selfless to their descendants. Fu Xiaoro was right. They can't break through to the rank of martial saint. However, as long as there were enough cultivation techniques and paths to be developed, their descendants might be able to stand on their shoulders and walk a higher distance. In the next 2 years, the martial artists in the martial world had experienced the initial blow. Finally, he reluctantly accepted the fact that he could not continue to advance. He began to develop more cultivation techniques to pave the way for his descendants. But at this moment, the martial emperor, Li Yueming, who hadn't been heard from before, suddenly appeared. He took a step forward. He directly flew from the courtyard to the sky above Qingdu Harbor and floated there without any external force. With a light wave of his hand, thousands of thunderbolts fell from the sky above Qingdu Port. Li Yueming's expression was emotionless. He glanced at the tens of thousands of thunderbolts above his head and said indifferently, "Today, I will pave the way for thousands of martial artists in Huaxia to transcend and become a saint." The tens of millions of people in Qingdu Port witnessed everything. Among them, the number of martial artists was even more unknown. Everyone stared at the thin figure in the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement, shock, and astonishment. All kinds of complicated emotions mixed together. The sound coming from the sky was not very loud. However, it had intimidated countless martial artists. Soul. At this moment, everyone in Kingdom Port understood. The martial emperor who had terrified countless people and made countless people grateful. He was in existence revered by countless commoners as the god of martial arts. After being silent for more than 30 years, he had finally returned. And this time, they would become the witnesses of history, witnessing him create a new miracle. Chapter 118, Becoming a Saint Against the Heavens, Pursuing the Ancient Mystery. 1. The tens of millions of people below Kingdu Harbor held their breaths. He widened his eyes and stared at the thin black shadow in the sky. City Lord, the last time I saw you was more than 20 years ago. I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime. As expected, the Son of Heaven will never disappoint us. Is this the god of martial arts? Opening a path for tens of thousands of martial artists, this imposing manner of dominating the world made my scalp stand on end. This aura is too powerful. In the past, I actually overestimated myself and wanted to challenge him. Now, it seems that if I were to really face the god of martial arts, I probably wouldn't even be able to last 3 moves. Could it be that the martial saint realm that has troubled all of us today? Would he be trampled by the god of martial arts again? It's too terrifying. Becoming a saint in an era where you can't sense the laws is really going against the heavens. Kingdu Port was the current capital of the Kingdu Empire and Li Yueming's old camp. Therefore, he had no choice. There were many names for him among the subjects here. Each of the titles represented a group and a period of time. But no matter who it was. Now, they looked at the figure in the sky with deep respect. One had to know. At this moment, many of them were able to stand here and enjoy everything in Kingdu Harbor. Most of the credit was due to that man in the sky. He was the one who had continued the orthodoxy of Huaxia for thousands of years. He was also the one who founded this country where everyone had hope. When he heard Li Yueming say that he wanted to clear the way for the martial artists beneath his feet, countless people responded in unison and sincerely wished, the god of martial Dao will protect the martial Dao for thousands of years. In the sky, Li Yueming's figure floated in the air. At this moment, he looked like a god from the sky who had descended to the mortal world. Countless bolts of lightning shot out. This was a lightning tribulation, but it was different from the ascension tribulation in the Xiangxia world. The lightning in front of him was a manifestation of the world's will. Obviously, Li Yueming's act of defying the heavens and breaking through to the martial saint realm violated the will of the heavenly Dao. And now, the thunder in the sky was the punishment of the rules of the world. Regarding this, Li Yueming took a deep breath. In some immortal cultivation novels in his previous life, there were often ruthless people who transcended the heavenly tribulation. In the current martial arts world, would he be able to survive the lightning? Li Yueming didn't know. But this did not hinder his fighting spirit. The Dao of cultivation. Fight with the sky, fight with the earth, fight with people. Endless joy. Currently, Li Yueming could no longer find an opponent on the ground or in the human world. Therefore, only by fighting against Heaven Dao could he feel the long-lost excitement and pressure. Suddenly, a thick bolt of purple lightning struck down from the clouds. Li Yueming roared. Activating the Star Moon art at its highest efficiency, he threw a punch at the thunderbolt. Break! At this moment, he had already glimpsed the mysteries of the martial saint realm. He had grasped a wisp of the laws of the world. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. His strength was already beyond the reach of a martial emperor. The violent fist met the lightning, and the bones on Li Yueming's fist were broken. However, Li Yueming was still unaware of this. That was because the lightning had also been shattered into wisps of lightning by his punch. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming couldn't help but laugh out loud. This won't stop me from becoming a saint. As he spoke, he raised his fist again and took the initiative to punch at the lightning in the sky. Facing such provocation, there was a sudden rumble in the clouds. In the next second, a lightning bolt shaped like a divine dragon tore through the air. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming took a deep breath and summoned his entire body to its peak state. He closed his eyes and said, "Star Moon Art, cut water with knife." Wang! A crisp sound rang out. The tens of millions of spectators below could only see a full moon rising in the sky. The lightning that was as thick as a dragon was cut off by Li Yueming at an unbelievable speed. During this process, mottled blood appeared on Li Yueming's body. Her plain gauze clothes were also dyed like plum blossoms. But even so, however, it couldn't block the murderous aura on Li Yueming's face. The long saber in his hand kept waving. Countless electric arcs followed the handle forged from steel and clung to his body. It was a huge burden for Li Yueming. But now, he obviously couldn't care less. If he couldn't overcome this lightning tribulation, he would turn into ashes. As for whether it would cause a burden, it was not worth mentioning in this situation. This thunderbolt that was as thick as a dragon was split into 108 pieces by Li Yueming. In the end, he still couldn't block Li Yueming's deadly slash. It disappeared in the air. However, there were still thunderbolts falling from the 9 heavens. On this day, all the residents of Kingdom Port witnessed the horror of going against the heavens. The lightning in the sky struck Li Yueming in the sky as if it was free. The shock that the godlike figure brought to everyone was even more exaggerated. With such a large number of thunderbolts, it was estimated that any martial artist, even if they were a martial saint, would have been killed. At this moment, it was very likely that he had already turned into a piece of charcoal and died. However, the figure in the sky was still stubbornly fighting against the lightning. It was unknown how many martial artists were speechless after seeing this scene. Is this the true strength of the god of martial arts? We are fascinated. Chapter 119, Becoming a Saint Against the Heavens, Pursuing the Ancient Mystery. 2. This is too terrifying. When can I have 1/10,000th of the strength of the god of martial arts? I probably won't be able to achieve such a heaven-devouring and earth-shaking spirit in this lifetime. You must succeed, you must succeed. In Kingdu Harbor, countless martial artists were also praying. After witnessing the terrifying might of the lightning and heavenly might, all the martial artists had a very good understanding of the terrifying backlash brought by this kind of defiance of the heavens. If even the god of martial arts could not endure the lightning, then the other martial artists could forget about it. Finally, under the nervous gazes of tens of millions of eyes, the surging lightning in the sky seemed to be exhausted. The sound of the thunderbolt was getting softer and softer. A few breaths later, Li Yueming shattered the last thunderbolt with a punch. Only then did the thunder from the will of heaven and earth come to an end. Li Yueming silently sat cross-legged in midair and regulated his body for a moment. After a long while, he stood up and looked at the crowd below him. The path to becoming a martial saint is already smooth. From now on, the martial emperor is no longer the end for you, nor can it be the end for martial artists. Under normal circumstances, before the world was destroyed, the vast majority of the will of the Great Path was in a deep slumber. The entire reincarnation world would generally develop according to the direction set by the will of the Great Path before it fell asleep. From a higher dimension, this lightning bolt was like a program written by the will of the Great Path. It was used to punish those who violated the will of the heavenly Dao. Now that Li Yueming had broken through to the martial saint realm, it violated the heavenly Dao's rules that martial artists could not become saints. Thus, it triggered the lightning to kill him. However, once Li Yueming made it through, then, the program that the will of the world had set up in the slumber would have a bug. It was like a plastic bag filled with water that had a hole in it. The rest of the water would flow into this hole. The martial artists only needed to find the loophole that Li Yueming had poked out and firmly grasp it. After that, he could follow his footsteps and break through. After hearing Li Yueming's words, tens of millions of residents of Kingdom Port cheered. At this moment, both martial artists and ordinary people cheered sincerely. The god of martial Dao will protect the martial Dao for thousands of years. The god of martial Dao will protect the martial Dao for thousands of years. Countless martial artists were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. They had witnessed a miracle. It also witnessed a person defeating the will of the heavenly Dao with his own strength. This was an extreme encouragement to the martial artists' souls. It turned out that many things were not invincible. It was only because they were not strong enough. The 50th year of the martial arts calendar. The strongest martial emperors in the martial world had already started to break through to become martial saints. For a moment, strange phenomena occurred in China. In just a few short years, the strength of the Qingdu Empire's strongest forces had risen by a large margin. The development of martial arts accelerated once again. As the founder of the current martial arts dynasty, Li Yueming was already known as the god of martial arts by all the martial artists in China. It was another year of bleak autumn wind. The persimmon tree in the courtyard had grown into a very strong old tree. The complicated roots stood there quietly like the skin of an old man. In the past, every year when the persimmons were ripe, there would be children climbing up the high walls of the courtyard to steal the persimmons to eat. But this year, everything was different from the previous years. Because his cheap mother was dead. This year, Li Ming was 58 years old. His mother was 86 years old. On a cold autumn morning, his mother fell down while she was planting vegetables in the yard. By the time Li Yueming realized something was wrong, he was already dead. He still remembered when he was very young. The thin woman had once held his face and said seriously, "I will raise you and do my best to give you a beautiful life." Now, the old lady, who was busy in the courtyard every day, suddenly left him without even saying goodbye. The chickens, ducks, and geese in the courtyard were still cawing. However, Li Yueming's heart was as cold as a glacier in the extreme north. He looked at the persimmon tree that kept falling leaves under the bleak autumn wind. He did not say anything for a long time. Many times, it was like this. A true farewell was silent. It was usually an ordinary day. An extremely ordinary face turned into a farewell after he turned around. Behind him, Yuan hugged him gently. The two of them did not say a word. They stood in the courtyard and looked at the fallen leaves for the entire night. The next day, at dawn, "I'll plant another persimmon tree next to the old tree. She won't be lonely there," Yuan said. Li Yueming didn't say anything. He turned around and looked at Yuan, who had aged a little. "When will you become a martial saint?" Yuan's expression darkened when she heard that, but she didn't say anything in the end. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming understood. Yuan was very talented. However, she still missed the best age for cultivation. When she met Li Yueming, her cultivation method and martial arts had long been fixed. It was no longer as pure and flawless as when it was an infant. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Yuan to break through to the martial saint realm. Thinking of this, Li Yueming patted her head and said gently, "Don't worry, I'll arrange everything." Yuan felt the seriousness in his words and could not help but say worriedly, "Don't do anything stupid. I only hope that you and Xiao Dai will be safe in this life." Chapter 120, Becoming a Saint Against the Heavens, Pursuing the Ancient Mystery. 3. Li Yueming scratched her nose. "There's nothing in the world that I can't do now." Yuan rolled her eyes at him and did not refute him. Perhaps there was really nothing in this world that this man in front of her couldn't do? But birth, aging, illness, and death are the laws of heaven. Heaven's will cannot be disobeyed. This year, there was a brand new tomb behind the old mansion. There was a new persimmon tree outside Li Yueming's courtyard. After breaking through to the martial saint realm, Li Yueming felt increasingly lonely. The hustle and bustle of the world seemed to have left him. This was a very strange feeling, but Li Yueming did not probe further. As a reincarnator, most of the time, what he could do was to show less emotion and focus more on doing something. Everything. Only parting was the most miserable. After burying his cheap mother, Li Yueming put away his sad emotions and continued to ponder about higher martial arts realms. He was already in his 50s. Although he was still very young for a martial saint who could easily live for several hundred years. However, the people around him could not wait. He had to speed up his pace and continue to defy the heavens and change his fate. It was obvious. The martial saint realm was definitely not the end of martial arts. However, Li Yueming could not figure out where the end point of a martial artist was. He pondered for a long time. Li Yueming finally arrived at the magnificent palace again. This was the imperial palace of the Qingdu Empire. Other than him, no one else dared to step foot in this place. After Li Yueming entered the main hall, he announced that the courtiers were here. After 30 to 40 years. It was the first time that many of the newly elected officials had received an audience with Li Yueming. Trembling with fear, he followed the group of officers into the palace that was usually heavily guarded. Li Yueming briefly scanned the current development of the Qingdu Empire. However, he was obviously not interested in these things. After looking through it, he said, "How is the Star Moon Pavilion's current development?" Fu Xiero, who was already middle-aged, looked at her master, who was still unusually young, sitting not far away. His expression was a little complicated. Huan stood up and bowed. "Greetings, master. I haven't seen you for many years. How have you been, master?" Li Yueming paused. He looked at Fu Xiero. His eyes were a little dim. A moment later, he said, "Come to my side." Fu Xiero stood up. He looked at Li Yueming with excitement. Obviously, she was afraid that Li Yueming had already forgotten her. But now, his master was still the same master. However, she was no longer the person she used to be. She obediently came to Li Yueming's side. Fu Xiero lowered her head and reported, "The Star and Moon Pavilion has already opened to Dongying, Koryo, Tubo, and other places. The influence is huge. Countless dynasties treat the martial arts of China as treasures and the entire country is learning it." Li Yueming nodded. Looking at Fu Xiero who was in front of her, she was silent for a moment before she said, "LT's been hard on you all these years." Fu Xiero's eyes turned red. After wiping her tears, she whispered, "To manage this world for master is a job for one person and tens of thousands of people. Why should Xiao do?" Li Yueming opened his mouth. In the end, he didn't say anything. Tan took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Tell Star Moon Pavilion to send me all the information, documents, and secret manuals they have collected over the years. In the next 3 years. The information, documents, secret manuals, and even local ghost stories that Star Moon Pavilion had collected from all over the world were sent to the palace." Carts of information piled up like a mountain. It was enough to drown people. There were so many books that ordinary people would probably not be able to finish reading them in their entire lives. However, Li Yueming was obviously not an ordinary person. He sat cross-legged on the pile of books and began to study hard day and night. The Star Moon Pavilion was now a giant that could cross several empires. Its energy was naturally very exaggerated. There were scrolls of secret impartation that no one knew about, and books of information that could cause a bloody storm in the pugilistic world. Li Yueming had a small mountain of them. Of course, he couldn't be reading aimlessly here. Instead, he wanted to confirm a few things. First, was there a higher realm above the martial saint realm? If there was, how should he break through? Second, the existence of the legendary hidden sects. If it existed, where exactly did it exist? Third, whether the legendary rainbow divine deer really existed. If it existed, how could he meet it? Fourth, in the long years without historical records, did other civilizations still exist in this world? If so, why did that civilization disappear? These things were meaningless to people. After all, 1,000 people could have 1,000 different opinions. Li Yueming could only compare the vast amount of scrolls and documents with each other to search for the truth hidden under the surface in the ocean of history. 3 years later, Li Yueming, who was persistent, found something fishy. First of all, there was the matter of whether there was a higher realm above the martial saint realm. Li Yueming searched through all the secret manuals and the answer he got was very ambiguous. Simply put, in the various historical records, some people said yes, while others said no. However, both parties could not produce any concrete evidence. They could only argue endlessly. Li Yueming was naturally inclined to believe that there was, but there was no record of it in the literature, so he temporarily suppressed it. As for the second piece of information, the hidden sects really existed. However, such a sect seemed to not have any disciples in the mortal world for thousands of years. No one knew where those hidden sects came from, nor did anyone know what mission they carried. Their existence was like a ghost. He would only occasionally appear in the Yang realm. Currently, the only reclusive sects that had confirmed sightings were the Arctic glaciers and the rumored Eastern Sea island Penglay. Li Yueming noted down these two places. If he could find a hidden sect, perhaps many of his doubts would be solved. In addition, there was something worth mentioning. The last person who went to search for a hidden sect was the founding imperial emperor of the Great Xia Empire. And this imperial emperor, who was in his prime at that time, had mysteriously vanished from the face of the earth while he was searching for a hidden sect. Back then, the Grand Xia Empire announced to the public that the imperial emperor had found the trace of an immortal. However, in reality, most of the martial artists were more inclined to believe that the imperial emperor of Great Xia had died at the hands of a hidden sect. This unsolved case remained an unsolved mystery until now. Now, with the disappearance of the Great Xia dynasty, countless secret manuals in the capital were burned by the foreigners. The truth was forever buried in history. The third. According to the records, the information about that strange divine deer should be true. However, the number of times it appeared was also extremely rare. Recently, only the imperial emperor of Huaxia had a brief contact with him. The records from further back in time were more vague. The last message. Did other civilizations exist in the ancient land? The information on the scroll was unusually clean. Li Yueming couldn't find any trace of it even after flipping through all the information. Even if there wasn't any related speculation. It's so strange to be in a state of disbelief. There was no reason for the Western European researchers to be more professional than the Chinese historians. He was holding a sacred scripture and guessing that there was an ancient civilization that was even more ancient. It was impossible for China's historians not to leave behind a single piece of record. He looked at the scrolls on the ground. Li Yueming fell into deep thought, which was a rare sight. Chapter 121, Extreme North Unfrozen Sea, Breaking Through to the Martial Saint Realm. 1. 55 years in the Five Paths, and Li Yueming was 63 years old. As a martial arts saint, this age was equivalent to a 25 or 26-year-old human. However, Li Yueming did not feel satisfied. Instead, he felt that time was running out. Especially after his cheap mother left him, the sense of urgency in his heart increased. There was not much time left for him. He wanted to break through the shackles of this world and achieve a higher path of martial arts. Li Yueming had to take action as soon as possible. After rummaging through the scrolls on the ground, he pondered for a moment. Li Yueming decided to travel around the world. He transformed into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man and first headed to the peaks of the clouds and mist in the kindling mountains and the lakesides in an attempt to find the five-colored immortal deer. As expected, Li Yueming found nothing. Li Yueming was already mentally prepared for this. After all, if the immortal deer were so easy to find, it would not have left behind countless legends in history. He could not find the immortal deer. Li Yueming turned into a fisherman on the outskirts of Qingde Port. Every day, he would sail a fishing boat to the East China Sea. But after half a year, there was no trace of the so-called Penglai. Regarding this, Li Yueming laughed in anger. They really could hide. If it wasn't for the fact that his realm wasn't high enough, he would have captured these people and beat them up. There was nothing in the East Sea. Li Yueming could only go to Thule with the mentality of giving it a try. The cold wind was blowing, and an almost endless ice field covered the ground. In the far north, the days are short and the nights are long. Most of the year, the temperature hovered around 50 degrees Celsius. Li Yueming was wearing a thick cotton jacket. They trekked through the icy plains. Along the way, he saw locals dressed in animal fur hunting seals, and he also saw the dazzling aurora above the extreme north. However, he didn't see any of the so-called hidden sects. In the end, Li Yueming came to a village amidst the wind and moon. He drank some hot wine in the village's tavern. The tavern owner saw that he looked a little unfamiliar, so he took the initiative to talk to him. "Are you from the Central Plains?" Li Yueming nodded without denying it. With his current strength, not many people in the entire world could threaten him. Thus, there was naturally no need to hide anything. The tavern owner smiled and said in a language that he didn't quite understand, "Then I believe that you are also here to look for the immortal trace." Li Yueming stopped drinking and looked at the smiling boss not far away. "Are there many people coming here?" Many Chinese martial artists came here to try their luck in the early years, but fewer and fewer of them came recently. The tavern owner scratched his head. Li did not nod. Seeing that he was no longer speaking, the tavern owner began to talk to himself. "If you are here to look for the immortal trace, there is a sea that never freezes about 50 miles northeast of our village. You can go and take a look." Hearing the boss's words, Li Yueming put down his wine glass and threw a few pieces of silver at him. "Thank you so much." He did not dawdle. It didn't matter if the tavern owner had good intentions or other thoughts. To Li Yueming, they were like floating clouds in the sky. He stood up and rushed in the direction the tavern owner described. 50 miles was a piece of cake for Li Yueming. A few minutes later, he saw a pool of blue water on the ice field. Li Yueming stopped by the shore and observed for a moment. He could feel some unusual aura here. His intuition was even telling him that there was danger. One had to know that Li Yueming was now a martial saint. It could make a martial saint feel danger. It was unknown what kind of shocking secrets were hidden under this blue sea. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, Li Yueming chose to dive down and take a look. The sea water was cold and piercing, reminding Li Yueming of the winter when he was young. At that time, he hadn't practiced martial arts yet. Because the Li family didn't care about the mother and son, Li Yueming always took cold showers in the winter. Now, Li Yueming felt the same way in the sea. The martial saint's body and rule force that he was proud of seemed to have lost their original function in this endless sea of abyss. The chill seemed to be able to pierce through the bone marrow. The deeper he went, the stiffer his body became. Li Yueming didn't know how deep he had gone. He only knew that all the sounds around him seemed to have disappeared. It was quiet in the sea, and there was no light when he looked up. In the end, Li Yueming saw a huge whirlpool in the depths of the sea. The whirlpool swallowed the sea water, and it was unknown where it led to. Li Yueming tried to enter. However, just as he approached the vortex, he felt as if his entire body was about to be frozen. A huge suction force came from the center of the vortex. Li Yueming was almost swallowed by it when he touched it. One could imagine what would happen if they were really involved. Li Yueming would probably never be able to come out again. No wonder the Imperial Emperor of Great Xia had suddenly disappeared over 300 years ago. To think that such a terrifying place existed in some inconspicuous corner of this world. The secrets hidden within were obviously not something that Li Yueming could come into contact with at his current level. He hovered around the vortex for a moment. In the end, Li Yueming didn't try to court death. There were still people he was concerned about in the outside world. It was not the time to enter the vortex to explore. Chapter 122, Extreme North Unfrozen Sea, Breaking Through to the Martial Saint Realm. 2. Half an hour later. The wet Li Yueming walked out of the whirlpool. He looked up. He found that there were 70 to 80 strong men wearing animal fur surrounding him on the shore. Li Yueming used his internal strength to evaporate the water on his body. He looked at the group of men in front of him and said, "What can I do for you?" The men looked at him. His expression was a little strange. A moment later, the leader of the group said, "How long have you been down there?" Li Yueming did not answer. Instead, he began to size up this group of people. From his senses, the group in front of him should be martial artists. Moreover, each of them was not weak. The lowest was at the martial king realm, and the vast majority of them were at the martial grandmaster realm. After pondering for a moment, he soon understood why there was such a strange village here. Looking at the men, Li Yueming said indifferently, "You should be the warriors from the Central Plains who came here to look for the Immortal's path, right?" The men ignored his question. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask," he questioned with a murderous look. "Tell us honestly where you snuck into just now, and we might be able to give you a quick death." Li Yueming smiled and replied, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. I dived to the bottom of the sea." "What's wrong?" The group of people heard Li Yueming say that he had dived to the bottom of the sea. The expression on his face changed from curiosity to shock. However, very quickly, the shock turned into mockery. The group of people seemed to have heard a huge joke as they laughed loudly and said, "Do you know what you're talking about? 300 years ago, even the Imperial Emperor of the Central Plains didn't dive to the bottom of the ocean. Now, you're saying that you've done it? Are you even more powerful than the Imperial Emperor who ruled the world?" Li Yueming also smiled when he heard that. He said with an inexplicable sigh, "That might be true. If the martial emperor was still alive, I wouldn't be so lonely." This group of people lived in the northernmost land and were almost cut off from the outside world. There were very few channels to obtain information every year. Obviously, it was impossible for him to know the current situation outside. Hearing him boast so shamelessly, the group of men laughed even more happily. After all, there wasn't much entertainment in Thule, and it was already a great pleasure to meet a new face. Not to mention that Li Yueming was so funny. He laughed for a while. The men finally stopped. They looked at Li Yueming who had just come ashore and said coldly, "Now, I'll give you two choices. One is to continue diving and salvage the treasures for us. The second choice is to be killed by us and thrown into the sea to feed the sharks." Looking at how familiar this group of people was, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had done such a thing. They lured the ancient martial art practitioners who were searching for the immortal trace to this never-freezing sea area. They would sit on the surface of the sea and reap the benefits. He had a good plan, but it was a pity that it would fall through today. Li Yueming didn't waste any more words. The aura of a martial saint erupted from his body. He raised his hand and clenched it gently. The man who was still on the ice not far away was instantly grabbed by him through the void. Grabbing the man's neck, Li Yueming said indifferently, "You seem to be quite bold." The man struggled a few times. However, the martial saint aura that Li Yueming emitted was like a fierce poison to him. After being grabbed by the neck, the man couldn't even muster the strength to struggle. At the beginning, the other men did not understand what had happened. After that, she wiped her eyes repeatedly. They only saw their boss, a high-level martial arts grandmaster who had been famous for many years. The young man not far away actually hung him in the air like he was holding a chick. At this moment, only then did the group of men realize that they might have kicked an iron plate today. This young man who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old in front of him was very likely a martial emperor, or even a super expert above a martial emperor. He could not help but hurriedly kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I have eyes but failed to see. I hope exalted immortal will spare my life. In order to survive. A group of heads were smashed. Li Yueming ignored their pleas. This group of people was just a group of insignificant bugs in front of him. If it was under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even bother to look at them. The only thing he really cared about was the information about the underwater vortex. He casually threw the man to the ground like a dead dog. Li Yueming opened his mouth and said, "Tell me all the relevant information about this place honestly. If you can satisfy me, I'll spare your lives." Under the oppression of the Grim Reaper, the group of men didn't dare to hide it anymore. They didn't even dare to lie. After all, Li Yueming's killing intent and extremely powerful nomological aura were too terrifying. To low-level martial artists like them, it was a pure attack of dimensional reduction. Naturally, he told her everything he knew. According to their descriptions, Li Yueming had a better understanding of the deep sea. The men were the same as him. They had confirmed the existence of hidden sects from the ancient books and secret history of China. That was why he came to try his luck. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, they found nothing. In the end, he was lucky enough to meet a group of indigenous residents of the extreme north. Only then did he know that there was a legendary sea that would never freeze in the extreme north. After stumbling along the way, someone found this place. Unfortunately, after a few attempts, they realized that they were not strong enough to dive into the depths of the sea. Therefore, some people had the idea of waiting for the rabbit. Chapter 123, Extreme North Unfrozen Sea, Breaking Through to the Martial Saint Realm. 3. After all, diving into the unfreezing sea consumed a lot of chi and stamina. He only needed to strike when the martial artists came out of the sea. There were basically not many people who could escape the vicious hands of the enemy. Using this opportunity, this group of people had settled down in the bitter cold land of the extreme north. Every year, they would trap a few innocent people to dive into the sea to collect information for them. About 200 years ago, the Emperor of Great Xia had also come here. However, they were still connected to the outside world at that time, so they recognized the Great Xia killing god. Thus, he was able to escape. And now, the information that they had passed down for several generations had all benefited Li Yueming. Li Yueming also got a strange fragment from the leader. LNE entire fragment turned black and grey. Under the reflection of the sunlight, a silver light shone. It looked very technological. Li Yueming held it in his hand for a long time. He squeezed it hard. The fragment was extremely hard and did not budge at all. He continued to exert strength, but it still did not move. After a few attempts, Li Yueming realized that he couldn't do anything to the small fragment in his hand. According to the leader, this fragment was the only item they had salvaged from the bottom of the sea. It was extremely hard. No matter if it was a knife, axe, or burning fire, they could not leave any marks on it. That was why they had always believed that there was a treasure under the sea, and they had been guarding it for nearly 100 years. Li Yueming looked at the fragment for a long time. For some reason, he thought of some high-tech materials in the technological civilization. He did not know if it was his imagination. Unfortunately, the whirlpool of the unfreezing sea was not something he could touch at the moment. Let's wait a little longer. In the end, if there was really no other way, they could only risk their lives to investigate. He held the fragment. Li Yueming returned to Qingda Harbor. After repeated research, Li Yueming handed it over to the newly established research laboratory in Qingda Port. After all, no matter how indestructible this thing was, it was still a dead object. To Li Yueming, the symbolic meaning was far greater than the actual meaning. After wandering around for almost a year, Li Yueming did not find anything specific. Whether it was the reclusive sect or the five-colored immortal deer, they were still illusory. However, Li Yueming was already certain that this planet definitely hid many secrets. The reason why he couldn't find anything, it was only because he had yet to break through the blockade of the will of the Great Path. Whether it was to pursue the mystery of this planet or to complete the highest SSS rank heaven-defying evaluation, or give his wife and daughter a chance to transcend, they all needed absolute strength to support them. After figuring everything out, Li Moonlight's goal became clear. He wanted to go from the martial saint realm to the martial god realm. This was the only way Li Yueming would be able to break free from the restraints of the will of heaven and earth, completely reverse and rewrite everything. 56 years of martial arts. At the same time, the Star Moon Pavilion was constantly searching for anthologies from all over the world. Most of them were no longer cultivation techniques, but the county annals of each county, and even the rumors of the old people in the countryside. The group of martial artists in the martial world felt a different aura. After all, the Star Moon Pavilion had long become a behemoth under the command of the Qingdu Empire, and its every move was noticed by countless martial artists. Now, they were like mad dogs, gathering all kinds of strange stories from all over the place. He must have been ordered by the upper echelons of the Qingdu Empire to do this. However, in the entire Qingdu Empire, other than the orders of the god of martial arts, Li Yueming, no one else could mobilize the Star Moon Pavilion to such an extent. Then, the problem came. Martial arts, god, collection of martial arts and secret books, martial arts, knowledge, 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 knowledge. Could it be that the god of martial arts was too invincible to find an opponent, so he could only sit at home and read some books to pass his time? No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange, right? However, a piece of news quickly spread. According to rumors, the god of martial arts, Li Yueming, had collected so much literature and information. It was very likely that he was studying how to break through to the higher realm above the martial saint realm. As soon as this news spread, the entire martial world was in an uproar. The higher realm above the martial saint realm, heavens, was there a higher realm above the martial saint realm? Whether there is a higher realm above the martial saint realm has always been a topic of debate. The only thing we know is that there is no evidence in the historical documents to prove that there is a higher realm above the martial saint realm. According to rumors, the realm above the martial saint realm only appeared in ancient times. The relevant information has long been lost in the long river of history. Who knows if it's true or not? The god of martial arts collected so much information to prove that the realm above the martial saint realm really exists through clues. No matter what, the history of martial arts has been recorded for thousands of years. If there's a martial artist who can break through to the martial saint realm and reach a higher realm, he must be the god of martial arts. That's right. This person is in existence who can forcefully break through to the martial saint realm without the permission of the will of the world. If even he can't break through to the martial saint realm, then we mortals can't even be famous. Has the god of martial arts ever succeeded? Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. May the god of martial Dao protect martial Dao for thousands of years. After hearing many rumors, he was shocked. Almost all the martial artists in Jianghe were talking about this matter. In the end, they came to a relatively consistent conclusion. Looking at the history of martial arts in the past 1,000 years, if there was really someone who could break through to a higher realm above the martial saint realm, it would be impossible for him to do so. Then the current god of martial arts should be the most promising one. Even the former imperial emperor of Great Xia was inferior to the god of martial arts. One must know that when the imperial emperor of Great Xia broke through to the martial saint realm, the will of the world allowed martial artists to become saints. At that time, there were no less than 10 martial saints in the world. The martial monarch realm experts of the Great Xia were merely the cream of the crop. However, the current situation was completely different. Under the suppression of the will of the Great Path, the martial saint realm was already an insurmountable mountain placed on the heads of all martial artists. Hundreds of Force emperors had studied it for decades, but in the end, they found nothing but despair and pessimism. In the end, all the martial artists gave up. It was Li Yueming who stood up and broke through to the martial saint realm by himself. This gave many martial emperors the chance to advance to martial saint. Under such circumstances, one could imagine Li Yueming's power and strength. In front of Li Yueming, the martial emperor of Great Xia could only be considered a part of the masses. That's why, after learning that Li Yueming was studying how to break through to the realm above the martial saint realm, he was shocked. Countless martial artists would be so excited. Once Li Yueming succeeded, the impact would be earth-shattering. The history of martial arts that had lasted for thousands of years in the entire land of Huaxia would change because of this. The martial saints who had long thought that they could not break through to a higher realm would also have a new and broad road in front of them. Li Yueming would become an eternal monument in the hearts of all Chinese martial artists. Chapter 124, The Great World of the Widow, The World is Vanity Dream. Li Yueming wanted to become the god of martial arts. This news had already spread throughout China at an extremely fast speed. The entire Qingdu Empire's martial artists were in an uproar. He had high hopes for this martial emperor who had single-handedly reversed the status of the entire martial Dao. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. 65 years of martial arts. The martial arts of Huaxia had reached its peak since the establishment of the Qingdu Empire. Under the continuous reform of the Qingdu Empire and the joint efforts of the various confidential departments, the Qingdu Empire was able to achieve a breakthrough. The entire Qingdu Empire had bumper harvests year after year, and countless commoners were able to live a well-fed and well-clothed life. In such a basic soil, countless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after a rain. Almost every day, new geniuses emerged from the country. New techniques were created and perfected at every moment. The entire martial arts world displayed an unimaginable vitality. The Star Moon Pavilion could no longer store low-level cultivation methods for ordinary martial artists. Currently, the Star Moon Pavilion was able to store all the powerful cultivation methods developed and created by the most talented people. Under such circumstances, countless martial artists worked together to contribute to the development of martial arts. Wave after wave of martial artists stood on the shoulders of their predecessors and looked into the distance, creating an even more stunning new era. At the same time, this was because Li Yueming promoted the school from top to bottom and advocated for both civil and martial arts. Nowadays, martial artists were capable of both literature and martial arts. Moreover, under the conscious indoctrination of the teachers, the martial artists had been nurtured from a young age with the concept of a real man practicing martial arts to serve the country. Countless martial artists mounted their horses and rode on Nanshan Hill. In the past 10 years, the entire Qingdu Empire had doubled in size. The powerful army of martial artists even reached the territory near the Western European Empire. Countless Western European foreigners were almost scared by this army from the east. There was nothing else. Decades ago, there was a man with a similar Oriental face. One man and one horse had plundered nearly 100 kingdoms of all sizes in Western Europe, completing a great undertaking that even their ancestors in Western Europe could not accomplish. Nearly 100 pages of sacred scriptures had been plundered. Now, the previously arrogant Church of Western Europe had become a fish on the chopping board, and it was about to collapse. But they found that the group of abominable Eastern faces were coming again. The 70th year of the martial arts calendar. Qingdu Port's economy, culture, and military power had all reached unprecedented heights. The entire Qingdu Kingdom's territory spanned the east and west, almost ruling 2 continents. On the sea, the 6th-generation fishing boats of Qingdu Harbor were engaged in battle with the new warships of the Free State. There were victories and defeats, but overall, the Qingdu Empire won more than it lost. It could be said. The current Qingdu Empire was the only two existences on the entire planet that could contend with the Free State. Other countries could only tremble in fear in front of these two giants. At the same time, the martial arts of the Qingdu Empire had also ushered in its heyday. There were nearly 80 martial saints. One had to know that this was a martial saint. In the past, when martial arts were declining, it was rare for an existence to appear in the past 100 years. Now, there were more than 80 of them in the same era. Such a golden age was probably only possible in ancient times, when it had appeared in ancient books and legends. However, under such rapid development and extreme prosperity, the martial artists had an indescribable worry in their hearts. That was, in the current flourishing martial arts era, there were more than 80 martial saints coexisting. However, under such circumstances, there was actually still no one who could touch a realm higher than the martial saint realm. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to countless high-level martial artists. If they could not touch the threshold of a higher realm, it meant that they could very likely stay at the martial saint realm for the rest of their lives and wait for death. But now, they were still at the peak of martial artists. Just like that, he walked towards loneliness. It seemed that he was unwilling to accept it no matter what. Under such a background, a group of martial saints began to gather together to discuss various possible advancement plans. After all, the god of martial arts, Li Yueming, was also exploring the higher realms above the martial saint realm. But now, decades had passed in the blink of an eye. There was no news. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. At the same time, they had to come up with a plan that belonged to them. Even if he couldn't succeed, he could leave behind some valuable information for future generations. At the very least, it was a wrong plan that had been explored by predecessors. Later generations could use it as a way to avoid lightning. With this constant dripping, perhaps martial arts could still have a day to shine. Year 80 of the martial arts calendar. The development of Qingdu port had reached a bottleneck. The surrounding territory was huge enough, and the domestic human geography was prosperous enough. However, after so many years of continuous expansion, all the nutrients that could be absorbed from the outside had been eaten up. Unless the Free State was included in the map. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the Qingdu Empire to maintain its current prosperity. This year, unfortunately, the news came. Fu Xiaoro, the beloved disciple of the god of martial arts, Li Yueming, and the prime minister of the Qingdu Empire, had passed away. The entire empire was in mourning. Countless subjects cried bitterly because of this. Everyone knew that Li Yueming was the founder of the Qingdu Empire. Then Fu Xiaoro must be the person who maintained the empire. In this little 100 years, Fu Xiaoro was basically the one who took care of the development of Qingdu port. Chapter 125, The Great Era Withers, The World is Just a Fancy Dream, 2. For this reason, Fu Xiaoro worked day and night. For this reason, he had never married and did not even leave behind any descendants. This year, Qingdu port was white, and countless martial artists and civilians came to mourn. As for Fu Xiaoro's body, it was buried with the etiquette of a state funeral. It was said that the god of martial arts, Li Yueming, did not appear. Many people found it unbelievable when they heard the news. After all, the relationship between the god of martial arts and Fu Xiaoro was not just a simple relationship between monarch and minister. They were master and disciple, father and son. Now that Fu Xiaoro had passed away, the god of martial arts did not even show his face. So the god of martial arts was still studying cultivation techniques? Was there a problem? Many people thought of the imperial emperor of Great Xia who had suddenly disappeared 3 times before the new year. That person seemed to have suddenly disappeared during his heyday. In the end, it was Li Yueming's eldest disciple, Han Bufan, who came out to refute the rumor. But even so, The people of the world still had doubts buried in their hearts. This year, a new grave appeared in Li Yueming's backyard. In the beginning, the grave was filled with flowers and offerings. In the end, all the prosperity was gone. Only a pale yellow wild flower was left on the yellowish-brown grave. It proved that someone had been here in the end. Year 100 of the martial arts calendar. Perhaps it was an illusion, but many martial artists in the game felt that time seemed to have sped up. Ever since Fu Xiero died, the development of the Qingdu Empire suddenly came to a halt. The group of martial saints who had formed an alliance back then to touch a higher realm also fell silent. The entire Jianghe was still bustling. However, there was a palpitating silence in addition to the excitement. It was as if something was stuck in everyone's throat, making everything insignificant. All the martial artists knew. If martial arts could not continue to develop, then they would sooner or later return to dust. All prosperity would become sand in the desert in the long run. Perhaps many years later. Times changed. When the new generation of martial artists grew up and heard about their passionate history, they would only sigh, "Oh, the era of martial arts. I heard that there were many martial saints back then." Just hearing it made him feel sad. If it really happened, it would be worse than taking their lives. However, judging from the current situation, this seemed to have become an irreversible trend. After all, so many years had passed. If that group of martial saints had discovered something, they would not be so silent now. On the other side, the conflict between the Free State and the Qingdu Empire was intensifying by the day. The Qingdu Empire sent countless martial artists and soldiers to fight the Free State on land and sea. The two sides were still in a heated battle at the beginning. After fighting for more than 10 years, Qingdu Port was shocked to discover that the Free State's weapons, equipment, and technology had been renewed. In contrast, the Qingdu Empire's new generation of weapons and equipment were still being researched. In the blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield was reversed. The Qingdu Empire was forced to retreat continuously, turning from the dominant side to the disadvantaged side. Year 120 of the martial arts calendar. This year, many of the martial artists in the Qingdu Empire who were not so talented had already begun to age. The high-spirited martial arts grandmasters of the past had begun to wither. Only the martial emperors and martial saints remained firm. Grandmaster Anyang of Hubei Province died of illness yesterday. Master Mulin of Ezhu passed away half a month ago. Zhongzhou Harbor's martial emperor Minri dragged his old body along with him and perished together with the Free State's Tier 8 combat emperor. One unfortunate piece of news after another came. The originally prosperous Jianghe was filled with mournful voices. Under such circumstances, outside the courtyard where Li Yueming lived, 3 big and 1 small figures stood there. Behind their backs, the persimmon tree planted by the cheap mother had already withered and declined. He only had a few years left to live. Only the new persimmon tree planted by Yanan Yuan was still growing vigorously. Around the courtyard, the residents of Qingdu Port had already taken turns for several generations. The original courtyard with green bricks and black tiles had now become a very festive red brick house. Only this old courtyard stood out from the rest. It looked bleak and desolate. Yanan Yuan was here. She brought along Li Mendi, who was already in her 40s, and her husband. He gently knocked on the door that seemed to have been silent for 100 years. After a long time, a figure with disheveled hair appeared in front of everyone. Although she looked extremely sloppy because she hadn't taken care of herself. However, the person in front of him was still as young as before. Yanan Yuan's hair was white and her forehead was full of wrinkles. At this moment, tears fell from her eyes. The mole at the corner of her eye was still the same as before. However, time had changed too many things. Behind him, Li Mendi, who was already a mother, looked at the figure in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Father." The figure in front of him didn't react. He looked at his mother with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yuan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. He turned around and said to the man beside Li Mendi, "Little Wu, this is your father-in-law, Wu Sheng. Call him Grandpa." At the side, the two men, one big and one small, also had doubts on their faces. However, because of Yuan, the man still braced himself and said in a trembling voice that was filled with disbelief, "Father-in-law, accept my bow." However, the little boy beside him was not so polite. After sizing up Li Yueming, he shook his head and said, "One don't have such a homeless grandfather. My grandfather is the god of martial arts." Chapter 126, The Great Era Withers, The World is Just a Fancy Dream, 3. Instantly, the three of them were all embarrassed. Li Yueming's eyes silently swept across the four of them. First, it was this ignorant grandson, and then it was the son-in-law who was even more ignorant. Then, it was his daughter beside him. Finally, it landed on Yuan and said, "Looks like I failed." Yuan sighed. He waved his hand and chased the people behind him away. Only then did he scrutinize the man in front of him. After a long time, he said, "You have never been defeated in your life, so you cannot fail." Li Yueming was still in a daze. Over the years, he had been studying the method to break through to the martial saint realm day and night. Even when Fu Xiero died, he simply went to pay his respects. But in the end, he did not manage to make it to the martial god realm before Yuan passed away. He was bound in this world. It meant that the promise they had made before, to meet outside the dream, was destined to never come true. After a long silence, Li Yueming suddenly felt a little lost. He didn't know what he had been doing all these years. He had missed his children's growth, his wife's aging, and even his disciples' funeral. But in the end, their efforts to race against time were all in vain. From beginning to end, he had used everything he had in exchange for nothing. He won 00 KEA at Yemenyuan, Duno was no longer as dutlrul as Diror. If only you were born 50 years later. Li Yueming said bitterly. Why? Yuan was stunned. Li Yueming closed his eyes and sighed. I can give you a path to heaven. With this, you may be able to walk out of this narrow world. Yuan was stunned again. After a moment, she smiled and said, What is the great Dao of heaven? I don't care, I only care about the moments when I'm with you. Li Yueming remained silent for a long time. A moment later, she said with some sobs, Then perhaps I am too selfish. Yuan saw the sadness in his heart and smiled. One, remember that you asked me very seriously before, saying that if everything was just a dream, would I regret lingering with you in my dream? Li Yueming nodded. Although that was exactly what he said at that time, the general meaning was indeed the same. Almost 100 years had passed. Yuan still remembered it, so she must have thought about it carefully. Seeing him nod, Yuan continued, My answer at that time was that I didn't regret it. If everything was just a dream, what's the harm in getting drunk? Li Yueming nodded again. However, her heart was still filled with grief and self-blame. At this moment, Yuan looked into Li Yueming's eyes. This time, she sounded more serious. If you ask me now if I regret it, my answer will still be the same. Do you understand? Li Yueming raised his head in a daze. Looking at the pair of gentle eyes on her old face, the throbbing in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He hugged her and said, I'm sorry. Although Yuan was smiling, there were tears in the corner of her eyes. She choked for a moment and said, Then do you regret dreaming of me? Li Yueming did not answer. He hugged her even tighter. This year, Li Yueming finally walked out of his room after decades. He bought a carriage with Yuan. However, just as he was about to set off, an old voice came from outside the door. Young master. Li Yueming looked at the white-haired Wang Ermeizi in front of him. There were a few times when he opened his mouth but could not say anything. However, Wang Ermeiza was extremely excited. He circled around Li Yueming and said, "LT really is young master. I didn't expect to see you before I died. That's great. Young master, you're still as healthy as ever." As he spoke, Wang Ermeiza cried. He had become a teacher a long time ago, and it could be considered as his dream to teach and educate people. Now he was old. However, he recalled the past. He had only wanted to take a look from afar and bid farewell to his past. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Li Yueming, who was preparing to go out. It can only be said that it is time and luck. Li Yueming was leading the horse. Wang Ermeiza hurriedly took it and said with a somewhat perturbed expression, "Young master, let this old servant lead the horse for you one last time." Li Yueming had a complicated expression on his face. In the end, it could only turn into a deep sigh. A bond was a good thing. However, when it came to cutting off separation, this was the cruelest sword in the world. Li Yueming thought that he was invincible in the world. However, when faced with such a moment, he still felt powerless. If I had known it would be so difficult, why didn't I know it at the beginning? If I had known that it would be so difficult, why didn't I know each other back then? In the next 2 years, Li Yueming accompanied Ye Nanyuan and Wang Ermeiza on their journey again. They first toured around Qingde Port. Then, they followed the port all the way east to Lingnan. The trend of the times was always rolling forward. The once insufferably arrogant Southern Ridge 12 clans had long since been destroyed in the dust of history. When the three of them returned to the old place, they only saw tiles on the ground. Ye Nanyuan looked at the flower sect, which was now covered in green stone slabs, and muttered, "Lve had many dreams. Every time, I dreamed that I was still living in the flower sect and finally became the cauldron of the Grand Elder. Now, when I see this barren land, I feel that this is a dream. What I dreamed of is reality." At this moment, Li Yueming also dressed up as an old man. He didn't say anything. He only silently held her in his arms. Was it a dream? Not necessarily. From a certain perspective, that was the bloody reality. The three of them stayed here for a short while to reminisce before setting off again. Under the mountain ridge, the flower sect's land that was originally filled with flowers and plants had now become farmland. The frozen bones by the roadside had long disappeared. The muddy road was now covered with a thick layer of dust. The carriage walked along the road, and the fragrance of rice filled the air. It was said that in 2 years, the main road leading to Qingde Port would be paved with the latest cement road. At this moment, the moon in the sky, the moon in the sky, the sky 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 in the sky. Chapter 127, 98, The 100-Year Silence, The Show of Divinity. 1. 2 years later. In the 122nd year of the martial arts calendar, there was another dry grave behind Li Yueming's courtyard. From then on, everyone he cared about in this world had entered the tomb. After burying all his old friends, Li Yueming became even more silent. Looking at the barren land and the withered old tree in the courtyard, he tilted his head and fell into deep thought. In the end, he finally came back to his senses. Li Yueming began to decorate the dilapidated courtyard. He shoveled the weeds and plowed the land that his mother had planted before. On the other side of the courtyard, a new persimmon tree was planted where Ye Nanyuan used to plant persimmon trees. After a series of repairs, the originally lifeless courtyard finally had life again. At this moment, Li Yueming did not remove the disguise on his face. Therefore, he still acted as an old man. A neighbor saw this and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the old courtyard of the martial god's family? Who are you?" Li Yueming turned his head and smiled. "The god of martial arts went out to sea. Before he left, he asked me to look after his courtyard." The neighbor heaved a sigh of relief. After all, although no one dared to enter this small courtyard usually. However, it still held a lot of weight in the hearts of many residents of Kingdo Port. When he suddenly saw an old man cleaning the room, he couldn't help but ask. The two of them chatted for a while, and the neighbor left after getting an explanation. At this point, Li Yueming planted all kinds of fruits and vegetables in the vegetable field left by his cheap mother, and re-raised livestock in the abandoned pigsty and chicken pen. His mind was no longer thinking about anything related to martial arts. Instead, he looked like an ordinary old man. They began to live a life of planting in spring and harvesting in autumn, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. The Kingdo Empire was no longer at its peak, and various problems had appeared in the country. However, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, the Free State's warship and aircraft carrier fleet was getting stronger and stronger. The technology of Kingdo Port was already lagging behind decades ago. Although the High-Level Research Institute had been working hard to develop the 7th-generation warship, the gap between them and the Free State was slowly growing. On the battlefield above the sea. This year, the Kingdo Empire was in a state of complete defeat. The territorial waters and the range of activity of warships were suppressed again and again. The Free State's fleet would soon reach the capital of the dynasty. For a time, the court was in a state of chaos. Some people stood in the main seat, some discussed peace, and some advocated moving the capital. All kinds of messy arguments were quarreling. If it wasn't for Han Bufen's status and power, he would have been able to suppress them. The world was probably in chaos by now. One day, a middle-aged man in his 50s found the courtyard. Looking at the white-haired old man in the courtyard, Han Bufen's expression was close to horror. In the past, Han Bufen didn't even panic when the warships of the foreigners from the Free State sailed near Kingdo Port. But now, looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Han Bufen panicked for the first time. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize Li Yueming. However, Han Bufen was Li Yueming's eldest disciple. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. How could he not recognize that this incomparably plain old man in front of him was his master? He looked at his old master in front of him. Han Bufen was completely stunned. After all, they were both martial saints, and he was still young and healthy. There was no reason for Li Yueming to be so old. After the shock, Han Bufen had a complicated expression. After a while, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple Wandi. After Han Bufen regained his senses, his first reaction was that Li Yueming had failed to break through to the martial saint realm. After all, there had been rumors that Li Yueming was trying to break through to the martial saint realm. However, as time passed, there was still no news from Li Yueming. Many people now jumped out and felt that the rumors were false. Only a core member like Han Bufen knew that this was true. About 100 years ago, his master was already trying to figure out the realm above the martial saint realm. But now, looking at Li Yueming's old and decrepit face, he was shocked. Other than the failure to break through to the martial saint realm, which led to problems with his martial arts foundation, Han Bufen couldn't think of any other possibility. He looked at the disciple he was proud of in front of him. Li Yueming was lost in his memories. Ever since Fu Xiaoro died of exhaustion and Li Yueming didn't come out to preside over her funeral, the group of disciples did not pay him any more visits. However, he had never taken the initiative to explain. After all, if explanations were useful, there would not be so many estrangement between people. Therefore, he had no choice. This was the first time Li Yueming saw his disciple after decades. He was more mature and stable than he remembered, and his strength had also improved. He waved his hand, signaling Han Bufen to stand up. Li Yueming put the hoe down and said, "What is it?" Han Bufen glanced at Li Minjiu and lowered his head. Now that the officials of Kingdo Port are colluding with each other, and there are signs of the rise of aristocratic families in the martial world, I would like to ask Master how to deal with them. Li Yueming frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, one can't manage the affairs of Kingdom Port forever, and... Don't you already have an idea? Just do it. According to your idea. Chapter 128, 111. Clue to the Sui family. I understand. Han Bufan knelt down and kowtowed again. After saying that, Han Bufan stood up and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he turned around and looked at the lonely old man behind him. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and bowed. Master, please take care of your body, disciple will take his leave. Li Yueming said angrily, don't worry. I won't die even if you die. Hurry up and get lost. Don't waste time. Han Bufan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. However, he was still slightly relieved in his heart and turned around to leave. This year, blood flowed like a river in Kingdom Port. Countless corrupt officials were investigated, and the entire country was purged. Han Bufan had used an absolutely cold-blooded attitude to forcefully reshuffle the cards in the Kingdu Empire. Countless great clans had been reduced to ashes in this study. For this reason, Han Bufan was also labeled as a cold-blooded executioner. The lackeys of countless aristocratic families jumped up and down to pour basin after basin of dirty water on Han Bufan. However, no matter how hard they tried, Han Bufan remained as tough as steel. It was just like how his master had massacred the great clans and clans 100 years ago. Year 150 of the martial arts calendar. After the great change of blood, the entire Kingdu Empire had regained some vitality. But that's all. After all, Li Yueming had killed all the aristocratic families of the old era. The current Han Bufan couldn't do it. On the other side, the Free States' seesaw war on the sea was getting more and more difficult to sustain. Both the frontal and side battlefields were constantly being defeated. As a result, many residents of Kingdom Port fell into a large-scale panic. After all, the Kingdu Empire was different from any other empire in the past. Its capital was a port. Losing the control of the sea meant that the capital would be exposed to the invaders. The lives of all the residents in Kingdom Port would be in danger. Under such circumstances, it had been many years since there was any new voice in the martial world. In the past, prodigies were in power. Someone had broken through to Grandmaster at the age of 18, and someone had broken through to Martial Emperor at the age of 20. They kept breaking the records left behind by their ancestors. But now, hundreds of years had passed. In the past, those geniuses had already reached the Martial Emperor and Martial Saint realm. The new batch of geniuses stepped on their shoulders and occasionally broke through. However, the glory was no longer the same as before. What countless martial artists hoped for the most now was for that batch of martial saints to fumble about the higher realms above martial saints. Under such intense stimulation, perhaps martial arts would glow with strong vitality again. At this moment, the god of martial arts was more like a legend to ordinary martial artists because he had not appeared in front of everyone for too long. As a result, many people speculated that the martial god might have disappeared on his journey to seek immortality, just like the imperial emperor of Great Xia. Year 170 of the martial arts calendar. Rumor had it that the fighting god of the 9th rank from the Free State had broken through to a higher realm this year. He became the first level 10 combat god to date. Under the leadership of the combat god, the morale of the entire Free State's fleet soared. The combined power of the entire nest had caught Kingdom Port off guard. The navy of the Kingdu Empire was almost completely wiped out in this battle. When this unfortunate news arrived, the entire Kingdu Empire was in two completely different and strange states. The commoners and ordinary martial artists were boiling over at the first moment. Everyone was discussing where they should go. However, what was completely different was that the martial world of the Kingdu Empire fell into a deep silence. Countless martial saints studied day and night, but they had no clue about the higher realms above martial saints. However, the Tier 9 heavenly combat god from the Free State had reached an even stronger realm than them. So, was it because the will of heaven and earth had sealed it off, or was it because his martial arts were inferior to the Free State's Gokyudo combat? For a moment, all the high-level martial artists in the Qingdu Empire fell into deep confusion. This was a kind of martial Dao confusion that could not see the future, but also a deep confusion about his own abilities. Under such circumstances, the heavenly combat god came. It was just one person. The god of combat stood alone in the imperial capital of the Qingdu dynasty, overlooking the entire Qingdu port. It was as if a god was looking down at tiny ants. At the same time, the residents of Qingdu port soon discovered his presence. It was just a glance. Countless residents were almost suffocated by the aura of a high-ranking figure emitted from his body. In Qingdu port, the most elite martial artist team stood out. Looking at the terrifying Westerners in the sky, he swallowed and said, "This is the capital of the Qingdu Empire." The combat god did not take them seriously at all. After sweeping a glance at them, he said to himself, "Where's your god of martial arts? Call him out." He said it was China. Although his voice wasn't loud, it could be heard in all directions. It was so loud that all the residents of Qingdu port could hear it clearly. The words god of martial arts seemed to have some kind of magical power. It had finally appeared in everyone's ears after so many years. In the imperial palace, Han Bufan stepped out and looked at the heavenly god of combat who was floating in the sky and said, "Master has already gone out to the sea to search for immortals. If you're here to find him, then come at me." As he spoke. Chapter 129, 98, The 100-Year Silence, The Show of Divinity. 3. He also flew into the sky. The incomparably majestic combat god only glanced at him up and down, and said in a calm voice, "An interesting bug, but it's just a bug. Killing you will only stain my hands." Hearing this, Han Bufan sneered. "I'm the disciple of the god of martial arts. Today, I'm going to fight on behalf of my master. Is this what you want?" Combat god finally looked at Han Bufan again. His eyes gradually turned cold as he said coldly, "Do you know what kind of existence you are talking to? Die!" The god of combat stretched out an arm. Instantly, TNE entire world Semia to Nave Arcania. His hand turned into a huge shadow. With a light grab, he grabbed Han Bufan in his hand. Han Bufan was one of the strongest martial saints in Huaxia. However, in the face of this power, he was like a fish that had been stranded. Seeing that Han Bufan actually couldn't withstand a single move, more than 10 figures appeared below the palace. They were all Li Yueming's disciples, and they were the core cornerstone to maintain the stability of the Qingdu Empire. Among this batch of disciples, a small half of them had broken through to the martial saint realm, while a small half had broken through to the high-level martial emperor realm. At this moment, they joined hands and flew into the sky. They looked at the heavenly god of combat and said, "Our master is not dead yet. If you don't want him to visit your free state, then quickly let go of eldest senior brother." Even Han Bufan was unable to put up any resistance. This foreigner in front of them was clearly much stronger than them. Therefore, the group of disciples did not dare to make a move. He could only try to see if he could use Li Yueming's name to make the foreigners fear him. However, it was obvious that all of this was useless. If the foreigners were really afraid of Li Yueming, they wouldn't have appeared in the sky above Qingdu port so arrogantly. In the sky, the heavenly combat god swept a glance at the few of them, his eyes filled with contempt as he said, "You're just an ant. How dare you threaten me? Putting aside the fact that your master will never be able to step into a higher realm, so what if he does? The free state would soon be filled with tier 10 heavenly combat gods." As he spoke, he waved his hand again and grabbed the other disciples. Countless residents of Green Capital witnessed this scene, and almost all of them felt that the sky was about to collapse. These people were the foundation of the Qingdu Empire. If they all died in the hands of this foreigner who suddenly appeared, it was estimated that more than half of the Qingdu Empire would collapse. At that time, China, which had just settled down for less than 100 years, would once again fall into the endless flames of war. In the crowd, a figure carrying a carrying pole and holding a sickle also witnessed everything. Raising her head, Li Yueming took off the straw hat on her head and sighed. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding residents, he stepped into the sky and came to the so-called heavenly combat god. He sighed and said, "Is the Free State's Gokyudo path fighting so bad now? A half-baked 10th level is also considered 10th level." After he finished speaking, Li Yueming waved his hand casually, and the group of disciples who were held in his hands suddenly felt their bodies relax. They couldn't help but look at Li Yueming excitedly. They all bowed and said, "Unfilial disciples pay their respects to Master." He heard some movement. Almost all the residents of Qingdu Port were excited when they saw this. Not long ago, the god of martial arts had already become a legendary term. As a result, many people buried it in the depths of their memories. But now, he looked at the blurry figure in the sky. The memories of the god of martial arts in the minds of countless residents of Qingdu Port suddenly came alive again. More than 100 years ago, he was also invincible with his fists. The god of martial arts had almost driven the foreigners away by himself. He had created the Qingdu Empire where everyone had food to eat, clothes to wear, and education to attend. Decades ago, he also relied on his own strength to forcefully reverse the curse that a martial artist could not become a saint. He had killed a path of blood for the martial emperors of the world, and this had brought peace to the Qingdu Empire for nearly 100 years. No matter which of the above achievements, it was enough to make any martial artist proud for life. However, when placed on the god of martial arts, it was just one of the countless stars. Now, the god of martial arts appeared once again. Everyone thought that his existence had become a legend. He stood in front of everyone once again, using his fist to fight for the people of Qingdu Port. Such achievements! From the nobles to the commoners, the countless residents of Qingdu Port could not help but fall to the ground in unison. A vast voice rang out in unison, "The god of martial Dao, Wan Fu Jinan, protects us for tens of thousands of years." He listened to the voices of the countless residents below him as if they were on a pilgrimage. Li Yueming also felt complicated. Now, other than grinding for points in the reincarnation mark, he had nothing to worry about in this world. Tens of millions of people would be grateful to him. However, it also made his blood, which had been silent for a long time, boil. He flicked his sleeve. He protected all the disciples behind him. Li Yueming looked at the insufferably arrogant heavenly combat god and said, "Weren't you looking for me? Now I'm here. Not far away." The heavenly combat god's face turned pale. Looking at Li Yueming, who looked like an ordinary old farmer in front of him, he carefully sensed for a long time before he said in surprise, "You've also touched the forbidden domain." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You clearly didn't receive the blessings of the gods. How could you have touched the forbidden realm?" Li Yueming smiled and said, "What forbidden area? I haven't broken through to the martial god realm yet, but it's more than enough to deal with a half-baked 10th level like you." As soon as he finished speaking, before the god of combat could say anything else, Li Yueming had already moved. He pressed down lightly with one hand and said excitedly, "Let me see how your Free State's Gokyudo combat has been developing for so many years. Have you improved or not?" At this moment, Li Yueming's palm extended for hundreds of feet. However, the powerful energy contained in it was enough to shock everyone who saw this scene. The huge virtual palm directly enveloped the heavenly combat god of the 10th step below. Combat god roared with all his might. His entire body turned into a fleshy monster. It took a lot of effort to break free from Li Yueming's palm. He looked at the smiling Li Yueming not far away. It was rare for the combat god to be afraid. He actually turned around and prepared to escape. Regarding this, the smile in Li Yueming's eyes deepened as he crossed his arms and grabbed the ball. His fingers were like the strongest prison in the world. It trapped the extreme combat god in its palm. He looked at the terrified heavenly god of combat. Li Yueming rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "One forgot to tell you that in addition to my identity as a martial artist, I also have a part-time job as a biochemical madman. I'll capture you and go back to analyze you properly. I reckon I can return to the reincarnation space in advance." Chapter 130, I hope that with this broken body, I can bring peace to the martial arts world. 1. Now, Li Yu was only one step away from the higher realm above the martial saint realm. The reason why he was unable to break through for so long. It was only because he had yet to find the meridian of the circulation of the will of the world. If breaking through to the martial saint realm was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Now, he had to fight with the will of the great path to break through to the higher realm above the martial saint realm. In addition, there was something worth mentioning. The martial saint realm was to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and the higher realm above the martial saint realm was to mobilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Martial saints were humans who borrowed the power of heaven and earth. After breaking through to the martial saint realm, martial artists were more inclined to grasp and control the power of heaven and earth. Once he truly broke through. In Li Yueming's opinion, such a martial artist could no longer be described as a martial artist. Instead, it should be changed to a higher term, one that could be called an immortal. Although this immortal might still be a little lacking for the time being. However, it was truly a product of a different concept from a martial artist. As long as the martial artists continued to push forward their development, it was entirely possible for them to advance to true immortals one day. This was the path to heaven that Li Yueming and Yan Anyuan had talked about. Once the shackles sealed by the will of heaven and earth were broken, the world would be in chaos. From then on, martial artists would soar into the sky. And now, this heavenly combat god from the free state happened to be in the crosshairs of a gun. After the Gokyudo path and god of combat self-immolated, the free state had been silent for nearly 100 years. But now, he had suddenly nurtured this so-called god of combat. In Li Yueming's eyes, it was more like a half-baked product of the world's will being forced into a corner. The heavenly combat god did not have the strength of a 10th level, but he could control a portion of the power of heaven and earth. In Li Yueming's eyes, this was even more ridiculous than a pig pretending to be an elephant. If he didn't guess wrong, it was probably the world's will feeding its own son. That was why this kind of strange product was created. And now, what Li Yueming wanted to do was to make the combat god of the free state spit out the milk that he had fed the world's will. Through this incomparably tyrannical talent of infinite deduction, he might be able to use this to sense the law of the circulation of the power of heaven and earth. Thus, he took a step that no one had ever taken before. Year 190 of the martial arts calendar. It had been 20 years since the god of martial arts had raised his hand to suppress the insufferably arrogant god of combat of the free state. During these 20 years, the free state fell into silence once again. After all, every time they thought that they could conquer China, they would be defeated. In the end, they would be slapped twice by that terrifying and powerful opponent. They had no choice but to be honest. Now, the residents of the Qingdu Empire began to build a statue for Li Yueming. There were more than 20 counties in the world. Every county had at least 5 statues of Li Yueming. The current Li Yueming. He was not only the guardian angel of the Qingdu Empire's martial artists, but also the guardian angel of all the Chinese people. Almost every household would hang a portrait of him to prevent disasters. In the martial world, the discussion about Li Yueming was even more heated. Many martial artists were curious whether Li Yueming had really taken that step. After all, the heavenly combat god in the skies above Kingdom Port was a powerhouse of the 10th step, and could easily toy with a martial saint. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming was still able to easily suppress the combat god. Did it mean that he had already taken that supreme step? Regarding this, there were three mainstream views in the martial world. The majority of supporters were naturally inclined to believe that Li Yueming had already stepped into a realm that was only briefly recorded in the legends. After all, many people had witnessed Li Yueming's combat strength with their own eyes. The heavenly combat god could easily suppress the martial saint, but Li Yueming could still easily suppress the heavenly combat god under such circumstances. The actual combat power displayed inside was enough for countless martial artists to imagine. There were also many supporters of the second theory. According to the information revealed by Li Yueming at that time, he seemed to have not officially broken through that step. However, after constant trial and error, he was already very close to that step. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before countless martial artists who were currently in the prime of their lives would be able to witness the birth of a brand new realm. As for the last argument, the number of supporters was much less than the previous two guesses. However, it also had a certain degree of credibility. A small number of people thought that Li Yueming might have had a problem when he broke through to the martial saint realm. Although his current combat strength was very high, he could no longer advance to a higher realm. The most direct supporter of this theory was Li Yueming's aging appearance when he flew into the sky. Logically speaking, after breaking through to the martial saint realm, a martial artist's lifespan could exceed more than 300 years. However, the god of martial arts was only a little over 200 years old. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have aged so much. Other than the problem during the breakthrough, the group of martial artists could not find any other explanation. After all, it couldn't be that the god of martial arts was deliberately pretending to look old, right? The world of martial artists had been arguing about these arguments for 30 years. In the end, both sides had no choice but to call a truce. However, at this moment, regardless of whether it was the martial world or the imperial court, whether it was domestic or foreign, hundreds of millions of people's eyes were focused on Kingdu Harbor. To be precise, they were all focused on Li Yueming's figure. Everyone was listening attentively to the result, waiting for an answer. Chapter 131, I hope that with this broken body, I can bring peace to the martial arts world. 200 years of the martial arts calendar. The martial world returned to peace, but there was a turbulent undercurrent brewing under the calm of the current. It was rumored that the god of martial arts had made a new discovery during his research. Many warriors couldn't help but get excited. Its influence was so great that after the news spread, the martial artists of the entire Kingdu Empire and even the surrounding small countries packed their bags without any explanation. All of them rushed towards the port of Azure. He wanted to witness a miracle that only belonged to martial arts. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed quietly. 90% of the martial artists in the world had gathered at Kingdu Harbor. At this moment, Kingdu Port was the region with the most experts in the world. Countless martial artists stayed in the inn, waiting for the results of the god of martial arts' attempt to break through to a higher realm. As a result, the rent of the inns and empty rooms in the entire Kingdu Port has increased many times. Walking around Kingdu Harbor, he could easily guess that 9 to 5 out of 10 of the people who made the connections were martial artists. Such a large number of martial artists gathered in a city. Throughout the 1,000 years of martial arts history, there had never been such a grand event. It could be said that it had never been seen in ancient times. However, the god of martial arts that they had been waiting for and looking forward to together still did not send any information. Under such circumstances, time seemed to pass even faster. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away all the heroes. Martial Arts Calendar Year 220. More than half of the martial artists gathered at Kingdu Harbor had already dispersed. Of the three arguments that had been debated endlessly in the past, most martial artists had supported the first or second argument at the beginning. Now, nearly 50 years had passed. However, most of them had become supporters of the third argument. After all, if it wasn't for his body, the god of martial arts shouldn't have been silent for decades. Countless martial artists in the martial world had grown old. Even the nearly 100 martial saints of Li Yueming's generation were beginning to show signs of aging. Many people looked at their white hair and aging faces. He could not help but sigh. Most martial artists rose in the first 100 years, peaked in the middle 100 years, and aged in the last 100 years. Now, many martial artists of Li Yueming's generation had already gone from their peak to their old age. This meant that the vast majority of them would most likely stop here for the rest of their lives. Even if Li Yueming really broke through to the realm above the martial saint realm. They were old and frail, and they could no longer follow the god of martial arts up the stairs like they did when they were young and in their prime. For a moment, countless high-level martial artists shed tears. But at this moment, Li Yueming appeared. He stood high up in the sky, and his entire person had now returned to his original appearance. However, even so, strands of white appeared on his temples. 240 years old. Li Yueming was no longer young. He looked at the countless martial artists below the city who were looking at him with fanatical expressions. Li Yueming said solemnly, "Everyone, I've found a way to break through to a higher realm. I call this new realm the martial god realm. After reaching this realm, martial artists will be as omnipotent as gods. However, due to some special reasons, I might need some people to help me." Originally, Li Yueming had thought of this. As long as he found a way to break through to a higher realm, he should be able to do so easily with his strength. But in reality, he had underestimated the difficulty of going against the world's will. In the past, every time Li Yueming broke through, he could not polish his Dao to perfection. Li Yueming didn't feel anything when he broke through to the martial saint realm. Now, when he wanted to completely reverse everything, the after effects of not perfecting each realm began to appear. Every time Li Yueming wanted to advance, he would feel a little lacking. After pondering for a long time, Li Yueming understood. The only feeling that was missing was the one that had been taken away by heaven and earth. It could only be said that this world's will was really pure sixth brother. Li Yueming had thought that breaking through would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect to be tricked in the end. The reason why he had been studying for so many years was because Li Yueming was looking for other paths. The devil is 1 foot higher, the Tao is 10 feet higher. Finally, it took nearly 50 years. Li Yueming had found a path that he had never imagined. The news of the re-emergence of the god of martial arts and the need for help from the empires spread across the Qingdu Empire in an instant. The current Qingdu Empire had shrunk compared to its peak. However, it was still a super empire that spanned across 2 continents. It could spread throughout the world in such a short period of time. One could imagine how much influence Li Yueming had. When the martial artists heard this news, tears welled up in their eyes. They rode their horses and gathered at Qingdu harbor. At this moment, Qingdu port was the holy land in the hearts of all martial artists. As for Li Yueming, it was the god in the hearts of all martial artists. The gods have decreed. How could these believers be indifferent? When 90% of the world's martial artists gathered at Qingdu port again, they gathered at Li Yueming's feet. The entire Qingdu port erupted with unprecedented cheers. The god of martial Dao will protect the martial Dao for thousands of years. Thousands of years, protecting the martial path for thousands of years. Countless martial artists knelt on the ground. Many of them were famous for their pride. But now, however, they all knelt at Li Yueming's feet. Together with thousands of martial artists. Chapter 132, I hope that with this broken body, I can bring peace to the martial arts world. 3. Praise Li Yueming's name loudly for the United States and the United States. There was no reason for it, just because the person in front of him was the god of martial arts. He spread the world with his own strength to seek development for millions of martial artists. He had created a new life for millions of residents of the Qingdu Empire. Billions of people in the entire Qingdu Empire had once received the grace of the god of martial arts. If there was no god of martial arts, the god of the surround state, many of them might just be cowherds in the fields for the rest of their lives. There was no chance for him to reach this stage. That's why, kneeling in front of this person, all martial artists would only feel honored. He was glad that he could grow up in such an era. Looking at this huge country that he had built with his own hands, Li Yueming couldn't help but feel complicated. Once upon a time, Qingdu Port was just an inconspicuous small port on the southern coastline. After more than 100 years of rapid development, now, it had grown into a huge empire with incomparably vast territory. It could only be said that time was the most wonderful thing in the world. He restrained these unnecessary emotions. Li Yueming lowered his head and glanced at the crowd below him. He organized his words and said, "If I want to break through to the martial god realm, I must find the hidden one in the world. I searched for 50 years and found nothing, but fortunately, my luck was pretty good and I found a new path." Li Yueming's voice paused. After all the martial artists had digested the previous words, he continued, "However, this might require some sacrifices. The path of higher martial arts has already been cut off by the heavenly Dao. If one wanted to transcend heaven and earth and reverse everything, one had to use the blood of martial artists to pave a path forged from white bones. Most of the martial artists in the world are here today, and the choice lies in your thoughts." After saying that, Li Yueming didn't say anything else. He stood quietly on the highest supreme of heaven, waiting for everyone's reply. Beneath his feet, countless martial artists heard his words and began to discuss the meaning behind Li Yueming's words. Using the blood and bones of martial artists to pave a path to become a god, what does this mean? The god of martial arts has made it clear enough. He probably wants to sacrifice us to break through to a higher realm. What? Why did it sound so terrifying? It can't be a lie, right? Hehe, why would the god of martial arts lie to a little cultivator like you? If he wanted to, wouldn't it be easier to capture him and slaughter him? But no matter what, it sounds like it's hard to accept. After whispering to each other for a moment, many martial artists under his feet finally understood the meaning behind Li Yueming's words. However, an even greater disturbance occurred. After all, not everyone had the courage to be willing to become a corpse. The vast majority of people were just ordinary people. Just because they worshipped Li Yueming did not mean that they could disregard their lives. For a moment, there were even many martial artists who took to their heels and ran. The entire scene became abnormally chaotic. Li Yueming didn't have any reaction. Now, his score for this reincarnation had probably reached SS level. Under such circumstances, he had already made a fortune when he returned to the reincarnation space. As for whether or not he could break through to the realm above the martial saint realm and raise his score to SSS rank, although it was important to Li Yueming, it was not something that could not be abandoned. Thus, he did not force it. Instead, he left this difficult choice question to the martial artists in the reincarnation world. If they chose to protect themselves and were unwilling to stand up for themselves, then he was prepared to go directly to the northernmost unfrozen sea to investigate the hidden mysteries of this world. Just as countless martial artists were panicking, suddenly, dozens of martial saints appeared in the sky. Looking at the grey-haired Li Yueming in front of them, these martial saints all bowed to him. In the past, when they were still martial emperors, Li Yueming had reversed the world's will and forcefully opened up a path for them. That's why they had only become martial saints now. And now, more than 100 years later, they stood together with Li Yueming again. But this time, it was finally their turn to stand up. Among the dozen martial saints, The oldest one lowered his head and said, "Many years ago, thanks to the god of martial arts paving the way for us, I was lucky enough to become a martial saint. Now that the god of martial arts wants to create a magnificent feat that has never been seen before in the world, if you need to use the blood of martial artists to pave the way, then start with this old man." Behind him, the remaining martial saints said, "To be able to live with the god of martial Dao for a lifetime is truly the fortune of our lives. It's a pity that our potential has been exhausted due to our old age. In the future, we won't be able to enjoy the scenery of the higher level above the martial saint realm with the god of martial arts. I only wish to use this broken body to open up peace for the future generations of martial arts." All of them had white hair, although they were both martial saints. But now, they were more like a group of old people in their twilight years. Hearing their words, Li Yueming turned his head to take a look and nodded without saying anything. However, there was still no movement. Obviously, there were not enough people. The group of low-level martial artists who were originally prepared to flee looked at everything that was happening above their heads. They all stopped. Initially, they even thought that Li Yueming had released the news to lure them over to prove their Dao with blood. After all, this kind of ultimate villain often appeared in the popular novels of the past few years. But now, he looked at the white-haired martial saints one after another. The group of low-level martial artists finally calmed down. Martial arts had been passed down for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of an expert who could break through to the realm above the martial saint realm. At that moment, the god of martial arts said that he had already found the way to heaven. Under such circumstances, a group of martial saints were actually willing to stand up and sacrifice themselves to achieve this path to heaven. Such boldness and fearlessness were enough to make all the low-level martial artists look askance. At the same time, more and more martial saints, martial emperors, and even martial grandmasters appeared on the dome. Most of them were supreme experts of the previous generation. His hair had long turned grey and his body was old and frail, and he did not live up to his past elegance and heroism. He had completely entered the twilight years of his life. However, at this moment, they were using their bodies and bones to pave the way with their flesh and blood. Their spirit of forging the path of martial arts was truly shocking. As a result, even the souls of countless martial artists were trembling. In the sky, a black mass of white-haired elders gathered together. The other young martial artists with vigorous blood and chi were chased away by them. He looked at the god who stood at the peak of martial arts in the crowd. A group of martial saints and martial emperors. The martial arts grandmasters kowtowed in unison. Senior once opened the door to the martial saint realm for us. We old bones have lived a mediocre life for most of our lives. It's time for us to open the door for the younger generation. We are willing to use this broken body to create eternal peace for the martial arts. Chapter 133, The Dead World, The Red Spider Lilies Blooming Again. 1. In the sky, countless white-haired warriors of the older generation gathered. Although a hero is old, a beauty is white. However, the heroic spirit in his actions was still not inferior to that of the past. At this moment, they were determined to use their blood and bones to light a bright light for the development of martial arts. Even if it was only for a moment, it would be good. It could illuminate the long road ahead for those who came later. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's expression didn't change. As a reincarnator world aborigines are strong or not, strictly speaking, as a reincarnator, 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 as a reincarnator. Now, this group of martial saints had gathered. In the end, the ones who benefited were the martial artists themselves on this vast land. This was the path they had chosen. It was for themselves and for the people of the world. Li Yueming naturally wouldn't feel sad for them. After everything was ready, Li Yueming did not dawdle. Stepping into the sky, he looked at the boundless sea of people below him and said, "Since that's the case, then let this damned heavens open his eyes and take a good look at the will of us martial artists. Even ants can shake the heavens, but today, we martial artists will go against the heavens. In the sea of clouds, endless lightning appeared. The entire world seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tens of millions of warriors held their breaths and looked at the unbelievable scene in the sky. Deep in the clouds, a giant hand of lightning that covered the entire sky slowly came down, pressing Li Yueming in the center of the palm. Such a scene! It was enough to make countless martial artists' scalps go numb and their hair stand on end. In the past, he often talked about defying the heavens and changing fate, and the will of heaven and earth. However, the vast majority of low-level martial artists were unable to sense the existence of the will of heaven and earth. Not to mention understanding the terror of the will of the world. And now, looking at the huge lightning palm in the sky that seemed to be extended by a god, countless low-level martial artists were almost scared to the point of peeing. So, did the will of the Great Path really exist in this world? Otherwise, how could there be a huge lightning palm that was no different from a real person's palm in the sky? It was also at this moment. Only then did countless earth-level martial artists understand how terrifying the true heaven and earth will was. Even though they were thousands of meters above the ground. When they raised their heads to look at the giant hand of lightning, the martial artists still felt as tiny as ants. In the sky, looking at the approaching giant lightning hand, Li Yueming finally made his move. His hair and beard stood up, and he raised his hand to condense a giant palm woven from the power of laws. The two collided at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming grunted and took a step back. Behind him, the 3 or 4 martial saints were affected by the shockwaves from the collision. They didn't even have time to groan before they turned into clouds of blood mist. Not far away, Li Yueming used the star moon art to absorb the energy in the blood mist. This was because he had been affected by the purest power of heaven and earth. Not only did this blood mist contain the power of the laws of a martial saint, but it also contained traces of the operation of the heavenly Dao. After absorbing the blood mist, Li Yueming could use it to make up for the loss of his qi, blood, and strength. Moreover, he could extract what he wanted from the nomological fragments. That's right. He wanted to use this cruel method to make up for the one hidden in his body. He had no choice. It didn't matter if he was a cold-blooded butcher. Li Yueming's ability was limited. He had spent 50 years deducing this feasible method. In the sky, an even more ferocious thunderbolt transformed into the appearance of everything in the world and attacked Li Yueming. Li Yueming's counterattack was equally merciless. The level of energy brought about by the battle between the two sides was tens of times higher than that of the top 10 saints in the past. The number of martial saints who were defending against the heavenly punishment with him also decreased. An hour later, more than 90 martial saints had died. A group of martial emperors rushed forward resolutely. They were much weaker than martial saints. They were even more defenseless against the heavenly punishment. Instantly, the speed of death accelerated. Countless blood mists burst forth, and the entire sky seemed to be covered in a hazy layer of blood. It was the indignant roars of the martial saints and martial emperors. Even though it had turned into mud, it was still filled with killing intent. Beneath his feet, tens of millions of martial artists were already dumbfounded. The senior experts that they could only look up at in the distance were now falling like wheat being harvested. They were not in the center of the battlefield yet. It was only swept by the aftershock of the explosion, but it instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. There was a hint of blood-red tragedy in the horror. This group of latecomers, who were still somewhat ignorant, finally came to their senses. That's right. This was the first time in 10,000 years that martial artists had seen the opportunity to become a martial saint or above. If this group of seniors succeeded, without a doubt, it had pointed them to an extremely broad path. Instantly, countless low-level martial artists knelt down again and kowtowed in unison. Farewell, senior. As long as we are alive, the achievements of the seniors will never be forgotten. Tears welled up in their eyes. There was no response from the sky. Because the first batch of people had already died, the ones who were currently moving up were the second echelon. If the first echelon was made up of white-haired old men, then, the second tier of powerhouses appeared much younger. Many of them only had white hair on their temples. But at this moment, he looked at the meat grinder in the sky. Chapter 134, The Dead World, the red spider lilies blooming again. 2. There was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary. At this moment, their will was harder than steel. Only when they were drenched by the heavy rain could they understand the value of sunlight. Only when one could not find the direction in the darkness would one know how shocking it was to have a guiding light in the long night. They had already understood this feeling. The deep helplessness and despair in it was like an abyss in a quagmire. It made them physically and mentally exhausted again and again. Now, heaven and earth opened up, and the sun was about to bloom. They had long been lost in the darkness, but they were willing to turn everything into an eternal lamp. Even if it was just a faint light. It could also illuminate the path of future generations. On this day, tens of millions of martial artists in China witnessed this shocking scene. Countless seniors who had stepped forward one after another turned into blood and bones. To build a foundation for martial arts. This was not only a temporary hot-blooded excitement, but also a spirit that dared to fight against the heavens. And now, this kind of spirit was engraved into the blood and DNA of every martial artist who sacrificed themselves. From now on, it would be passed down from generation to generation. Fighting with the heavens was an endless joy. Alter an unknown amount or time. Everything in the sky fell silent. The endless thunder punishments also seemed to feel tired. He slowly disappeared into the clouds. At this moment, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing the warm golden sunlight. Li Yueming stood alone in the high sky and sat cross-legged for a long time. In the end, he stood up and looked at the countless martial artists who had been waiting for him. He slowly said, "Today, I will open the path of the martial god with all the fellow deists. From now on, no matter how far the martial artists go, all their hopes will be placed on you." As he spoke, Li Yueming took a step forward. He took out a scroll from his sleeve. He handed it to Han Bufan, who had a complicated expression on his face, and said, "Take it to the Star Moon Pavilion and distribute it to the world. At this point, all of us martial artists can set foot on the path to heaven." After saying that, Li Yueming did not stop. He patted Han Bufan's shoulder and said, "This is all I can leave for you. I hope you don't blame me for being cold and heartless, all of you are disciples that I am proud of, so let's meet again if fate permits." Before he finished speaking, Han Bufan looked around in horror. However, he found that his master, Li Yueming, who was still beside him just now, had disappeared like the wind. Han Bufan looked around blankly. For some reason, his intuition told him that it might be very difficult to meet his master again in this life. He was stunned for a long time. 2 streams of tears flowed out of Han Bufan's eyes. Looking at the empty void, he muttered, "Master, we'll definitely meet again, right?" After breaking through to the martial god realm, Li Yueming's entire person relaxed. No matter what, even if he returned to the reincarnation space immediately, he should at least have an SSS rating. Therefore, he had no choice. Without the burden of scoring, Li Yueming could do whatever he wanted. Currently, there were not many things in the martial Dao world that were worthy of his attention. Only a few ancient mysteries were worth spending a little more effort on. After thinking through everything, Li Yueming immediately set off for the final investigation. Now, his strength had already surpassed the imagination of martial artists. Mastering the laws could practically allow one to advance by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he had no choice. That night, he arrived at the extreme North Glacier. Many years ago, the warrior village where Li Yueming drank wine was now abandoned, leaving only a mud brick house covered in white snow. Li Yueming passed by in a hurry. He swept his gaze around and did not stop. He directly appeared above the unfreezing sea. Once again, he came to the sea level that was rumored to not be frozen. This was because of the difference in their realms. Now that he saw the unfreezing sea again, he had a completely different feeling from the last time he came here. In the past, he had come here when he was a martial saint. Li Yueming could only feel that the sea water was a little abnormal. Now, looking down from above, Li Yueming could clearly see that the sea water in this area was very deep. It was like an endless abyss that was crazily swallowing the surrounding sea water at every moment. He looked around and did not find anything unusual. Therefore, Li Yueming quickly dived into the sea. The bottom of the unfreezing sea was still as cold as before. However, at this moment, the bone-piercing sea water could no longer restrict his movements. After diving to the bottom, Li Yueming was not in a hurry to enter the whirlpool that was like a black hole in the middle of the sea. Instead, he began to inspect the surroundings of the vortex with a thoughtful expression. The last time I came here, I was in the white. Li Yueming only took a quick glance. There was no other way. The pressure of the sea water was too great, and it was accompanied by an extreme cold that could freeze one's thoughts. Even Li Yueming, who was a martial saint, could only barely wander here and could not stay for long. Now, he had broken through to the martial god realm. Li Yueming was able to observe everything around the whirlpool at a close distance. The whirlpool was shaped like a funnel. There seemed to be some remains of stone statues at the edge. He looked around. Li Yueming actually saw more unknown silver-grey metal fragments on the ground. He remembered that more than 100 years ago, Li Yueming had also obtained a silver-grey metal fragment of similar quality from the village leader. At that time, Li Yueming didn't manage to figure it out himself, and he didn't have much time. Chapter 135, The Dead World, The Red Spider Lilies Blooming Again. 3. Therefore, the fragment was sent to the Research Institute in Qingdao Harbor. More than 100 years had passed. The Qingdao Harbor Research Institute had mobilized all their manpower and resources. However, NE still could not figure out what the sliver-grey metal fragment was. In the end, the Research Institute was driven crazy. They even tried various methods to destroy the fragment with brute force. In the end, after many years of trying, he could not even leave a trace on the fragment. In the end, the Research Institute submitted a report to him. The contents of the report were as follows. If this metal material was not naturally formed, without a doubt, it must have come from an unexplainable high-tech alien civilization. Its materials and craftsmanship far exceeded the limits of the human imagination of the Qingdao Port Empire. Now, Li Yueming had collected several similar fragments at the bottom of the sea. It seemed that the secret involved in this underwater vortex was definitely not ordinary. After pondering for a moment, Li Yueming took a deep breath. Anyway, the mortal world was over. Even if there were any dangers inside, he did not care. He wanted to figure out the cause and effect. Li Yueming did not hesitate anymore. He stepped into the center of the vortex and was swallowed. Time has passed, a long time has passed. 1 minute or 10 minutes. Li Yueming did not know. He only knew that he seemed to be in a very dark world. When he woke up again, he saw a hair-raising scene. In front of him was a vast and boundless space. Using space to describe it might not be accurate. To be precise, it was a vast and boundless world in front of him. The black dome, the blood-colored earth, and the flames that burned everything in the sky were rising. Li Yueming rubbed his eyes. After confirming that he was not dreaming or that there was nothing wrong with his eyes, only then did he stand up in shock. He looked up. A giant waterfall that looked like a water dragon hung above the sky curtain. The waterfall fell from the top of the dome into the sky tens of millions of meters high, like a blue stone pillar that pierced through the entire world. He looked down. Battleships larger than stars floated in the air. The battleships floated in the air, each of them like the most exquisite works of art in the world. Even from far away, one could feel the sharpness of the warship. The most shocking thing was that many of the battleships were severely damaged. Countless fragments floated in the air, and even more fell to the ground. A small number of warships were still in flames. These fragments and the flames reflected each other, turning the entire ground and sky blood red. Endless water dragons fell from the sky, but they were still unable to put out the fire. He looked around. The whole world is dead silent. Only the sound of splashing water and the burning flames on the ground formed the only two musical notes in the entire world. He finally came back to his senses. Li Yueming was extremely shocked. Obviously, this world was not as simple as he had expected. Just one of the giant battleships could destroy countless planets. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Li Yueming comforted his little heart. After all, he was a reincarnator. Although his strength was still relatively weak, he was still considered the famous fourth natural disaster in the myriad worlds. They were not scared by a few battleships. The only thing that made him extremely afraid was whether this battle was over or not. Or was there still any living beings in this world? After all, the fleet was just a cold, dead object. It had no life and would not suddenly attack him. Only those who could survive in a war of this level were truly terrifying. He paused for a moment. Li Yueming didn't notice anything unusual. Originally, he thought that after he broke through to the martial god realm, he was not completely invincible in this world. But at the very least, he shouldn't be in any danger. But now, he knew that he was wrong. And it was a huge mistake. Such a huge warship could only be owned by a top-tier technological world that spanned across galaxies. In front of it, the current Li Yueming probably couldn't even be considered a bug. It could only be considered as oxygen, bacteria, and a sneeze that could turn him into ashes. After making sufficient mental preparations, Li Yueming decided to take the risk and explore this place, but he was still prepared to commit suicide at any time. After all, they were already here. How could he not explore it? Of course, if they really discovered that there were living creatures living here. Then, Li Yueming would definitely not have any thoughts of getting lucky. He would directly kill them and return to the reincarnation space. After all, the level of life involved in this place seemed to be a little high. If there was a living being, it was very likely that it had a way to deal with the reincarnators. Under such circumstances, suicide was the best way to save his life. After making his preparations, Li Yueming moved his legs and began to explore. As far as the eye could see, the endless space was littered with the remains of war. Various mecha limbs, severely damaged small superkinetic weapons, scrapped mecha wreckage. There were all kinds of things, but there were no remains of any creatures. It was obvious. The warship that crashed here experienced an extremely difficult battle. However, it was fine if there were no enemy corpses. Why were there no corpses of their own people? Or was it because it had been so long that even the bones had turned into ashes? He looked around. Li Yueming despaired and realized that he couldn't find a single usable technological item on the surrounding land. Basically, everything that could be seen could not be any worse. He did not dare to go up to the battleship in the sky. After all, although this thing was lifeless, who knew if the AL program inside was broken? What if the AL mistook him for an attacker? Mobilize the battleship to fire a Star Destroyer cannon. Li Yueming had nowhere to cry. In the end, when he felt disappointed and was about to leave, finally, he found a strange liquid crystal device in the core module of one of the mechs. Li Yueming opened infinite deduction and tried to control the liquid crystal device. He was shocked to find that this thing could actually be opened, and it was even easier than he had imagined. He pressed a virtual button next to the LCD screen. In the blink of an eye, a blurry image projected into the air. In the main view, the interstellar warship that covered the sky was sailing. After reaching the predetermined target point, the cannons on the fleet shot out beams of different colors. Countless planets were destroyed by the light beams. However, from the destroyed planets, endless bug tides flew out, as if they could devour the entire universe. The fleet was covered by the bug tide. The bugs gnawed away at the battleship's protective shield and quickly stuck to the battleship's body like maggots. At the same time, the various weapons on the warship had all lost their aim due to the attack of the bug tide. They started to aim at the surrounding area and attack everywhere. Many of the attacks hit the surrounding allies. For a moment, it was as if there was a burst of dazzling fireworks in the universe. At this moment, the LCD screen flickered, and countless noisy spots appeared. Clearly, the bug horde had also affected the recording process of this mecha's core. In the last scene, Li Yueming only saw a blurry and lonely figure. She was holding a scarlet-red spider lily in her hand. He stood silently above the endless sea of stars. Chapter 136, Return to the Reincarnation Space. 1. He looked at the image on the LCD screen. Li Yueming's expression revealed some doubts. For some reason, the last figure standing in the sea of stars felt somewhat familiar. Why did it feel like, a little like that girl Li Ziu? So she had already transcended her original world? He shook his head. Li Yueming came to his senses. Regardless of whether that figure was Li Ziu or not, it was probably very difficult for him to come into contact with it with his current strength. The time when a reincarnator went to the reincarnation world was completely distorted from the time in the real world. Li Yueming had only spent a day in the main world. However, in the reincarnation world, thousands of years might have passed. That's why, generally speaking, reincarnators did not like to return to their previous reincarnation world when they had nothing to do. After all, no one wanted to experience the feeling of 10,000 years and the vicissitudes of life. He wanted to know if the figure in the picture was Li Ziu. At the moment, he could only think of a way to beat around the bush and see if he could get some information from the world will of this world. In addition, judging from the scene just now, the ones who attacked this fleet seemed to be the Zergs. No wonder the entire fleet didn't leave any bones behind. Even if the fleet had the remains of living creatures, they should have been devoured by the Zergs long ago. Finally, he swept his gaze across this deathly silent and strange world. Li Yueming didn't linger any longer. He followed the sea water that penetrated the world and swam all the way upstream. In the end, he left this place. The insect race was one of the main hostile creatures of the various planets. They were the public enemy of all order civilizations in the endless universe. This thing's vitality was extremely tenacious, and its reproduction speed was endless and terrifying. As long as there was a mother nest or an individual carrying a mother nest, a nest could be established in an orderly civilization in minutes. If they were not careful and were not extinguished in time, the entire planet would suffer. Li Yueming didn't want to provoke this group of terrifying insects, so he naturally chose to escape. After returning to the ground, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had long guessed that this planet was not simple. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally felt that he had underestimated this planet. No wonder it could restrict a reincarnator with a golden talent to such an extent. This world's will should be a very experienced old player. He finally suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Yueming stood up and thought for a moment. He decided to go to the East China Sea to find the so-called Penglai. He searched thoroughly once. He did not see any so-called hidden sects. Instead, he accidentally ran into an unknown space. He wondered if the legendary hidden sects could be found on the so-called Penglai Immortal Island. Thinking of this, Li Yueming set off for the East China Sea. About 2 days later, Li Yueming appeared on the East China Sea from the North Pole. Currently, there were probably not many people in the entire world who could travel at his speed. He searched around the East China Sea. After not discovering anything, Li Yueming began to explore the depths of the coast. One afternoon, Li Yueming found a broken fishing boat on the sea. On the fishing boat was an old man rowing. Far away, Li Yueming stopped and flew to the old man's boat. "Where is Penglai?" The old man looked at Li Yueming. Then, he looked at his fishing boat and asked curiously, "What Penglai?" Li Yueming rolled his eyes and said, "Do you know what this place is?" The old man looked around and said awkwardly, "Lsnt it on the sea." Seeing that he still hadn't figured out what went wrong, he was shocked. Li Yueming was speechless. "That's right. This is the depths of the East China Sea. Do you think a broken fishing boat like yours can move around in such a place without using oars or waves?" The smile on the old man's face disappeared. After observing Li Yueming for a long time, he said, "You've been to the Arctic unfrozen sea, right?" Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't hide anything. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I came here to look for Penglai." The old man smiled and said with a self-deprecating expression, "Penglai is just another land of deathly stillness. There's nothing to see. On the contrary, if Long Tiankui hadn't cleared the obstacles for you 300 years ago, it wouldn't be so easy for you to enter the extreme north unfreezing sea now." Li Yueming thought for a moment before asking word by word, "ISO. Is the mission of your reclusive sects to guard these ruins of the old civilization?" "Of course." The old man nodded. "These old civilization ruins are strictly sealed forbidden areas, and we are the gatekeepers guarding these forbidden areas." Li Yueming understood. It seemed that the ancestor of the Great Xia dynasty 300 years ago was not an easy person to deal with. He actually uprooted the hidden family clan that guarded the northernmost unfrozen sea. At the very least, he had to be a martial saint who had touched the forbidden realm. The old man seemed to have not been in contact with outsiders for a long time. Now that he finally caught hold of Li Yueming, he sighed and said, "He has been in seclusion for dozens of years. It has been 10,000 years in the human world. Alas, the days of this gatekeeper are really not good." Regarding this, Li Yueming squinted his eyes and said, "Do you want me to help you guys free yourselves? The strength of the reclusive sects on the Penglai Immortal Island should be above the martial saint realm and below the martial god realm." Therefore, he had no choice. With Li Yueming's current strength, it was entirely possible for him to kill them. Chapter 137, Return to the Reincarnation Space. 2. Hearing this, the old man's face stiffened. After a moment, he shook his head honestly and said, "Forget it then. If you want to know anything, just ask me." The ruins of the old era hidden in Penglai are different from those in the northernmost unfrozen sea. There are still creatures in there that have not died yet, so I solemnly warn you not to have any ideas about this place. Releasing the things inside is not a joke. This time, it was Li Yueming's turn. Previously, he had personally witnessed the giant warship under the northernmost ice-free port. There was also the endless insect tide that covered the sky and covered the earth. As a reincarnator, he truly understood how terrifying these things were. The enemy of the bug horde was the Society of Order in the entire universe. Almost all the law-abiding forces in the entire universe were mortal enemies with the bug clan. Just from this point alone, one could already know how exaggerated the level involved was. Therefore, he had no choice. He heard the old man say that there were still living creatures in the ruins of the old era hidden under Penglai. Li Yueming instantly dispelled the urge to go in and take a look. After all, curiosity killed the cat. He did not want to be an unlucky person who died inexplicably in the reincarnation world. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to the reincarnation space and kill him? He thought about it. Other than Penglai and the extreme north unfrozen sea, are there any other relics or hidden sects? Li Yueming asked. The old man had a complicated expression. He looked up at Li Yueming and said, "There is another relic in Qinling. I think you have heard about it, right?" Li Yueming was extremely shocked. One must know that the ruins of the old era were a sign of destruction and rebirth for a planet. An ordinary planet would probably be dead after experiencing a calamity. Even if it was a powerful planet, it would be a miracle if it could be destroyed and restarted once or twice. Now, this seemingly ordinary planet actually had 3 ruins. In other words, over the long period of time, the civilization on this planet had experienced at least 3 times of destruction and revival. It was unbelievable that he could still survive. He seemed to have sensed the disbelief in Li Yueming's eyes. The old man finally stopped dawdling. He took out a jade flute from his pocket and said, "I'll think your next step is to go to Kindling Mountain, right? This jade flute is for you. When you go to Kindling Mountains, you can wake up the rainbow divine deer by blowing the jade flute. When you see it, everything will be clear." As he spoke, the old man handed the jade flute to Li Yueming. Then, he stood up from the boat and silently disappeared into the sea. Li Yueming looked at the jade flute from top to bottom. He didn't realize that he had tampered with it, so he carefully put it in his arms. In fact, under normal circumstances, Li Yueming would definitely not continue to go to Kindling Mountain. Instead, he would return to the reincarnation space directly. However, the figure that he had seen in the northernmost ice-free port that looked like Li Zio was constantly affecting his mind. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain more relevant information, Li Yueming had to go to Kindling Mountain to negotiate with that terrifying existence. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Li Yueming finally decided to take the risk and go to Kindling. On the way, Li Yueming had heard about the situation in the Qingdu Empire's martial arts world. The Star Moon Pavilion had already spread the martial god breakthrough method he had left behind to the world. All the martial artists in the country had begun to rub their fists and prepare for a new round of competition. During the battle above Qingdu Port, almost all of the older generation of high-level martial artists in the Qingdu Empire were killed. Nowadays, the entire Jianghe was the world of the young. He believed that it wouldn't be long. The young people would step on the shoulders of their predecessors to reach a higher peak. However, these things seemed to have happened a long time ago to Li Yueming. After all, his martial world had stopped at the time when he had slaughtered the 12 sects in Qingdu Port by himself. No matter how lively the martial world was now, it had nothing to do with him. On the way, he listened to the martial artists discuss with each other for a while. Li Yueming got up and continued to rush to Kindling Mountain. About 3 days later, Li Yueming finally arrived at the foot of Kindling Mountain. Looking at the clouds and mist in front of him, the immortal Qi stretched out like a mountain. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Yueming stepped in. After a few steps, Li Yueming had already arrived at the deepest part of the Kindling Mountains. With a cursory glance, there was actually an extremely crystalline lake in the middle of the forest not far away. He thought of some rumors in the ancient books. Li Yueming stopped by the lake and took out the jade flute that the old man from Eastern Sea gave him. However, before he could blow it, the entire lakeside suddenly became hazy. The clouds that were originally lingering around seemed to be guided by the wind and enveloped Li Yueming's surroundings. Li Yueming couldn't even see his fingers clearly when his palm was slightly further away. A figure appeared in the sea of clouds. It has a sheep's head, wolf's hooves, a round top, a colorful body, and is 12 feet high. The clouds behind him were dyed with a rich and colorful color. It looked like a deer. But in fact, it had nothing to do with deer. This was because it was a freaking Kylin. Li Yueming felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression from him. Even when he used the talent of infinite deduction to evolve, it reminded him that he did not have enough information. It was obvious. This existence should be the incarnation of the world's will. Li Yueming couldn't think of any other explanation. Chapter 138, Return to the Reincarnation Space. 3. The 5-colored Kylin sized up Li Yueming. After a moment, he said, "You're a very special reincarnator. After torturing yourself, you still dare to come and see me." Li Yueming touched his nose. This time, he had really made a big deal out of it. This world's will actually knew the term reincarnator. It had probably been visited by countless reincarnator seniors. Now, he had just messed up the other party's world. Fortunately, he was not sent to the door. It could only be said to be dancing on the tip of a knife. But there was no other way. The figure holding the resurrection lily was too important to Li Yueming. If he missed this world, he reckoned that it would be a long time before he could find any information about her again. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had no choice but to take some risks. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming was 80% sure that the world's will would not make things too difficult for him. He was being watched by the five-colored Kylin. I only did what I was supposed to do. I didn't do anything out of line. Hearing this, the five-colored Kylin scanned him from head to toe for a long time. In the end, he slowly said, "I've seen many reincarnators like you in my long years. Every time I'm asleep, you'll come and cause crazy destruction. Compared to them, you are indeed very obedient." Hearing this, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the other party did not attack him when they met, the danger had already been reduced by more than half. To the world will, an existence that existed for tens of trillions or even tens of billions of years. If they were hostile towards the reincarnators, they would not say anything nonsense at all. And now, the Rainbow Kylin was willing to negotiate with him. This meant that he was still within the acceptable range of the Rainbow Kylin's psychological bottom line. At least, his existence did not cause too much of a revulsion. "Senior, may I ask why there are so many relics of the old era?" Li Yueming rubbed his hands and smiled. Hearing this, the Rainbow Kylin wagged its tail and looked at Li Yueming from head to toe. Then, it revealed a displeased expression and said, "It's best for a reincarnator like you to stay out of the matters between planets." Li Yueming, concealment. It seemed like he had asked something he shouldn't have. However, one could also imagine that this topic was usually taboo. Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to throw out a topic. In front of such an existence, Li Yueming did not beat around the bush. Instead, he asked directly, "Senior, were those battleships destroyed by the Zergs?" As expected, after hearing this question, the Rainbow Kylin relaxed a little and replied casually, "The Zergs are the mortal enemy of all civilizations of order. You can't possibly be unaware of this, right?" He could feel the other party's scrutinizing gaze. "Of course I know," Li Yueming smiled. "What?" The chromatic Kylin seemed to be hinting at something. In the face of the overwhelming insect tide, only technological civilizations can develop the power to resist the insect plague in a short period of time. "You should know this, right?" Li Yueming understood what he meant. After thinking about it, she replied word by word, "But we can't kill the other possibility just because of this, right?" The Rainbow Kylin thought for a long time and sighed. "Lve experienced too much. When I was young, I was fooled by you reincarnators. Now that I'm old, I'm fooled by you again." Hearing this, Li Yueming quickly licked his face and said, "I'm different from those fourth calamities. I have a good conscience." The five-colored Kylin fell silent. "I'll trust you one last time. I won't interfere with the development of martial arts anymore. However, if you're annexed by the Free State, it means that you're nothing more than this." Li Yueming smiled. To the martial artists of China's Central Plains, this was already the best condition that could be fought for. He did not continue the topic. She changed the topic that he was most concerned about and carefully said, "So do you know the woman in red who held the red spider lily on the Zerg battlefield?" When he heard the words "woman in red holding the paramita flower," the Rainbow Kylin immediately became alert and said with a vigilant expression, "Why are you asking this?" At this moment, Li Yueming didn't dare to lie and could only say the truth, you might not believe it if I tell you. That woman in red seems to be my sister. Hearing this, the Rainbow Kylan's first reaction was to subconsciously take a few steps back. He finally came to his senses. He looked at Li Yueming as if he was looking at a strange monster. After retreating more than 10 meters, the Rainbow Immortal Deer's ethereal voice sounded, don't know that woman in red, and I have nothing to do with her. Also, if you're done with this world, get lost. Li Yueming, concealment. He was fine just now. What medicine did he suddenly take? Was there a need to be so excited? However, before Li Yueming could react, in the next second, he felt a powerful wave coming. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was forcefully kicked out of the world by the five-colored immortal deer. Good fellow. Forcibly logging off to help him get rid of his internet addiction was one thing. It seemed that this world's will definitely knew some insider information. Otherwise, it would not have such a huge reaction when it heard him mention Li Ziu. Li Yueming could even feel a faint sense of shock and fear on his face. In the end, he kicked him out of the reincarnation world. It looked more like he was running away in a sorry state. So what kind of strange reaction was this? Was it possible that Li Ziu was still alive? Li Yueming couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this result. As the biological sister of the first reincarnation world, Li Ziu's weight in his heart was still relatively heavy. Even if they only knew that he had transcended the world and stepped into the myriad worlds to travel. It was also a piece of gratifying news for Li Yueming. After all, there were many times when people did not necessarily have to meet each other, even if they were separated by several dimensions or space-time. However, as long as he knew that the other party was still alive and doing well, he was already very satisfied. Unfortunately, his methods were limited. He still could not go to such a high-level world to reincarnate. At this moment, the cold voice of the reincarnation mark sounded in his mind. Detected death of reincarnator. This simulated reincarnation has ended. Returning to the reincarnation space. Chapter 139, Epic Rating, Huge Settlement Reward. 1. Detected death of reincarnator. Returning to the reincarnation space. In his mind, the cold voice of the reincarnation mark sounded. Li Yueming opened his eyes and found that he had returned to a silver-white reincarnation space. He recalled his experiences in this life. From the Li residence to Qingdu Port, from Qingdu Port to the 12 sects of Lingnan. Along the way, waves of blood surged. It could be said that it was a path paved with blood and bones. He had no choice. In such a dog-eat-dog world of martial Dao, if Li Yueming wanted to step onto the iron blood throne that was revered by tens of thousands of people, he must be ruthless. He used the most ruthless and decisive method to bury all the old order that stood in his way. That's why. At that time, Li Yueming was lonely for a long time. He had offended everyone around him, including his subordinates, and almost ended up being deserted by everyone. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. It left behind a relatively orderly world for the Qingdu Empire and China. The only ones that he felt regretful about were his mother and Yananyuan. In the world, he was just a bubble in their lives. But to them, he was everything in that short period of time. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming had tried everything he could to break free from the order set by the world's will. He wanted to open a path for them to break free. However, he was still unable to do so. There was nothing he could do. It was already very difficult to break free from the order of the world's will. It would be even more difficult for Yananyuan to leave the small world and go to the super stage of the myriad worlds. Therefore, he had no choice. In the end, Li Yueming was still unable to bring the particularly gorgeous bubble in the Yukiyo world to reality. He could only come in a hurry and then leave in a hurry. The floating world lingered like an illusion. Li Yueming finally recovered from his thoughts and opened his eyes. Reincarnation mark, store my memories of this life. Store memories. This was the only way for reincarnators to avoid reincarnating too many times and becoming schizophrenia or lunatics. It could turn the memories of a certain life in the reincarnation world into something similar to a folder. Then, he placed it quietly in the deepest part of his memory. If there was a day when the reincarnators needed it, he could quickly flip through everything he had experienced through the folder. In the world of martial Dao, Li Yueming was only a disciple of Han Bufan and a few others. There was no warmth left. The people he cared about were already buried in the grave. Naturally, this memory could not avoid being placed in the grave in the depths of his mind. Hearing his request, the reincarnation mark did not dawdle. He directly placed most of the insignificant things in his mind into the depths of his mind, leaving only a few keywords for him to search for in the future. Instantly, Li Yueming felt that his mind was much clearer. The complicated and useless emotions were cleared away, but there was a temporary emptiness in his heart. This was the only side effect of storing memories. He always felt like he was missing a piece of his life. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. Li Yueming looked at the reincarnation mark. Next was the most popular gold coin drop segment. Welcome back to the reincarnation space. The score is being calculated. You have successfully lived past 232 years in this reincarnation. Your fate has changed greatly. Base score increased from D to C. Reward, 5,000 reincarnation points. In this reincarnation, you have changed the fate of Fuziro, the destined child. Mark score increased from C to B. Reward, 10,000 reincarnation points. In this reincarnation, you have changed the fate of all the martial artists in China and established an incomparably powerful country. Mark score increased from B to A+. Reward, 30,000 reincarnation points. You successfully broke through to the martial saint realm in an era where you could not become a saint. You have made a great contribution to the development and revival of martial arts. Mark score increased from A and to S+. Reward, 80,000 reincarnation points. You have created infinite possibilities from the impossibilities, breaking through to the martial god realm and opening up an unprecedented path for millions of martial artists. Your name has been passed down through the ages, and you have been called the god of martial Dao by billions of descendants. Mark score increased from S and to SS+. Reward, 150,000 reincarnation points. You have made an indelible contribution to Planet 5-07312 in this reincarnation. Because of your tireless efforts, 5-07312 Martial Arts Planet has successfully ascended to 6-07312 Xiangxia Planet. Mark score increased from SS and to SSS+. Reward, 300,000 reincarnation points. This reincarnation settlement score is SSS+. Reward calculation completed, you have obtained 10 additional reincarnation rights, 575000 reincarnation points SSS and level reincarnation power return, 6000 reincarnator experience, fixed talent X1, unique special title God of Martial Dao. In addition, the Will of Planet No 6-07312 has kindly greeted your family and hopes that you will not cause trouble for him next time. In order to let you not worry about it anymore, the Will of Planet 6-07312 has sent you a local specialty gift. The reward has been calculated and is being distributed. He swept his gaze from top to bottom. Even though he was mentally prepared. However, when he saw the final score of the reincarnation mark, Li Yueming still gasped. The last time in the apocalypse, Li Yueming only got an SSS rating. After all, he had died too early and had only lived for about 20 years. Chapter 140, Epic Rating, Huge Settlement Reward. 2. It was an early death. Even if he had also created a great cause, there would still be many flaws in the end. But this time, Li Yueming had lived in the martial arts world for more than 200 years. Everything in the entire Qingdu Empire had reached its peak under his control. Therefore, he had no choice. The score this time was clearly more perfect than the previous life. It directly reached the highest SSS and rating. Under such circumstances, the reward given by the reincarnation mark was simply so generous that it made people speechless. 10 additional reincarnation privileges, nearly 600,000 reincarnation points, SSS and level power return, 6,000 reincarnation experience, and a fixed number of talent. It was simply too exaggerated. When Li Yueming finally came back to his senses, he shouted that he had made a fortune. There was no need to mention the additional reincarnation authority. Even if the lowest market price was used to calculate the 10 additional reincarnation privileges, it would still be worth 500,000 reincarnation points. As for the SSS and level power return, it was a completely new field that Li Yueming had never come into contact with before. He did not know how much power he could regain from his previous life with the rank 5 SSS and power reversal. 6,000 reincarnation experience was an extremely exaggerated amount. It was enough to upgrade Li Yueming's mark of reincarnation to level 3. The authority of a reincarnator came from the level of the reincarnation mark. If someone knew that Li Yueming had only undergone 2 reincarnations and became a level 3 reincarnator, he would probably be so scared that his eyeballs would pop out on the spot. As for the last talent, the fixed number of times, this thing could fix the random talent that was drawn every time. It was extremely rare. Li Yueming was probably the only one who could be so extravagant. After 2 reincarnations, he had obtained 2 fixed talent points. After some thought, Li Yueming gave up on binding the Supreme Martial Dao talent. Unlike the golden talent that was like a jack of all trades, Martial Dao supremacy was considered a pretty good talent in the Martial Dao world. However, once he left the martial arts world, he would become more muggle. In addition, the upper limit of the purple talent was still too low for Li Yueming. After breaking through to the Martial Saint realm, the help that the Martial Dao Supreme had given Li Yueming was already very little. To be able to transcend everything and become a martial god, it was ultimately still the power of infinite deduction. As for the final special title, the God of Martial Arts, Li Yueming didn't pay much attention at first. After reading the description in detail, Li Yueming rubbed his teeth. Unique title, God of Martial Arts. You are a martial god revered by everyone in a super martial arts world. All martial arts skills, cultivation techniques, and talents can be unleashed at 200% of their power in your hands. The effect of this special title was very shocking. In the martial arts world, this effect was probably almost equivalent to half of a golden talent. Even in other worlds, this special title also greatly increased Li Yueming's strength. One had to know that he had walked the path of personal power. The only special title of the God of Martial Arts was mainly aimed at martial arts skills. However, as long as it was a world of personal power, even the Xiangxia world was just a world that existed above martial arts. Martial arts was the root of one's power. No matter how thick the branches were, they could not escape from the roots. After counting his gains, Li Yueming took a deep breath. He was not too surprised by the other rewards. In that case, the unique title of God of Martial Arts was a huge surprise for him. He was so happy that he was secretly happy for most of the day. In the end, only the power return had not been received. He calmed down for a moment and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Reincarnation imprint, begin the return of power. Ding, power return activated. The reincarnator's power return level is SSS+. The reincarnator world serial number is 5-0. Power returning. In the next second, that familiar feeling appeared again. Li Yueming's entire body started to heat up, and countless sweat and magazines flowed out of his pores. The power reversal this time was much more painful than the last time in the apocalyptic world. Moreover, the energy contained in it was even more violent and violent. Li Yueming felt as if he was being hammered by countless giant hammers. He was drenched in sweat. As time passed, Li Yueming's muscles and organs had been sufficiently strengthened. His physique and abilities were many times stronger than before. After a long time, the SSS and grade power return finally stopped. Li Yueming closed his eyes to feel his current physical condition. This time, he had grown up and tempered himself in the world of martial arts. In the end, he had even broken through to the unprecedented martial god realm. The mark of reincarnation's power return was definitely not 100% like in the apocalyptic wasteland. However, what surprised Li Yueming was that this SSS and level power return actually allowed him to get back 70% of his previous life's power. It could be said, the current Li Yueming had already become a living human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. F***ck. The reincarnation mark was simply too heartless. After stretching his muscles and bones, Li Yueming opened his personal interface excitedly. Permanent Reincarnator, Li Yueming Reincarnation Number, 700-1611. Mark of Reincarnation Level, LV3, 2000/10,000. Reincarnation Points Balance, 741,000. Origin Power, 100 times Talent Enhancement. Fixed Talent, Infinite Deduction, Gold. Fixed Talent, 2. Fixed Number of Talents, 1. After receiving the returned power, Li Yueming could barely protect himself among the reincarnators. He closed the settlement page. Chapter 141, Epic Rating, Huge Settlement Reward, 3. Finally, he glanced at the message left by the Will of Planet 6-07312. F***ck. What did he mean by greeting your family? What kind of grudge was there? Was there a need to go to such an extent? In addition, what do you mean by a local specialty gift with a taste? Too much. He thought about it. Li Yueming didn't rush to open the mailbox to open the package. Instead, he turned around and exited the reincarnation space. Outside the city lord's mansion, specks of light flickered. Li Yueming opened the door. He realized that Zhao Xia was shivering in an inconspicuous corner. After seeing Li Yueming come out of the room, only then did Zhao Xia become happy. She said excitedly, "Lord Li Yueming, you're finally awake." Li Yueming nodded. However, his gaze turned to the darkness outside the city lord's mansion. The first time a reincarnator entered the reincarnation world, they would usually stay for about an hour. This was considered the novice protection period. Once the reincarnation mark was permanently bound, there was no fixed anchor point for the passage of time in the real world and the reincarnation world. According to the continuous exploration and conclusion of the Reincarnator Association, the higher the sequence of the reincarnation world that the reincarnator entered, the more complete the world's will and laws were, and the faster time passed in the real world. It was common for many reincarnators who went to high-level Xiangxia or technology to spend 10 days to half a month to reincarnate. Li Yueming had been in the martial arts world for more than 200 years, and more than 10 hours had passed in the real world. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The light outside the city lord's mansion naturally could not come from the stars. Instead, they were dark creatures that were eyeing them covetously. Because they sensed the human aura, the dark creatures gathered near the city lord's mansion from all over the city. His blood-red eyes looked extremely terrifying in the darkness. It was no wonder that Zhao Xia was so scared that she curled up in a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming emitted the aura of a reincarnator in the city lord's mansion, she might have been torn to pieces by the dark creatures that were eyeing her covetously. He glanced at the dark creatures outside. Li Yueming frowned. To be honest, the number of dark creatures in this city was much more than he had expected. Fortunately, he had completed his second reincarnation. Moreover, he had obtained the strength of a high-level martial saint. Ordinary Stage 1 and Stage 2 dark creatures were basically no threat to him. A powerful aura emanated from Li Yueming's body. Immediately, the dark creatures outside the city disappeared. Li Yueming didn't have any plans to clean them up yet. After all, he had just become a reincarnator and had many things to deal with. He would deal with the dark creatures after the ordinary residents arranged by the Reincarnator Association entered the city. He stretched. Li Yueming glanced at Zhao Xia and said, "Ls there hot water? I want to take a shower." He was sweating profusely from the energy return. Her clothes were still wet and sticky. Zhao Xia's face was still a little pale. As a woman who had grown up in a reincarnator family since she was young. Although she did not live in luxury since she was young, her living environment was still passable. The clan would make 2 preparations for this group of clan disciples. The best would naturally be to become a reincarnator at the age of 18 and advance and retreat with the family. Those who were slightly weaker did not obtain the permanent reincarnation mark. Those who were still somewhat beautiful would be sent out and bound to the existence of those who had become official reincarnators. If he met a reincarnator with a better character, he could apply for a secretary position. After all, as descendants of a large family, they knew more about reincarnators than other ordinary disciples of the humble class. Hence, the competition was stronger. If one encountered a reincarnator with a bad character, they might directly become a plaything. However, Zhao Xia was quite open-minded. As long as the reincarnators they encountered were not too disgusting. Her life was already more blissful than 99% of ordinary people. Under such circumstances, it was obviously Zhao Xia's first time spending the night in such a terrifying environment. Just now, when he was being eyed by a group of dark creatures, she was so scared that she almost fainted. After seeing Li Yueming come out of the room, Zhao Xia finally felt a long-lost sense of security. His face finally regained some color. "I don't know, it's not an illusion." She always felt that compared to the day, Li Yueming had changed a lot. He shook his head. Throwing away some strange thoughts in her mind, Zhao Xia bent down and said, "Sir, Xia has prepared hot water for you to bathe in. Please move." Li Yueming nodded. Indeed, it was good to have a sensible secretary. He only needed to deal with the messy dark creatures in his territory. He did not need to worry about the trivial things in the real world. As he spoke, Zhao Xia brought him to the bathroom in the side hall of the city lord's estate. It was unknown if the previous city lord had gone crazy, but the bathroom of the city lord's mansion was much bigger than Li Yueming. It was almost 10 meters long and wide. Such a big bathtub could probably hold more than 10 people. Wasn't it a waste to bathe alone? What a pure prodigal! The thermostats under the bathtub could keep the bath water at a constant and comfortable temperature. Zhao Xia even placed all kinds of exquisite fruits and pastries beside the bathroom. These were some snacks that she had brought with her. After all, women were born with a sweet tooth. Unfortunately, the city lord's estate was in a state of chaos, so she could only crif pour 7 prntnt_I tn ninv. Regarding this, Li Yueming was very satisfied. The only problem was that the water temperature in the pool seemed to be a little too low. He had already become a war god. Wasn't this at least 100 degrees of water temperature? After adjusting the water temperature under Zhao Xia's service, Li Yueming took off his clothes and lay in the bathtub. After a while, he sighed comfortably. She narrowed her eyes and ate a grape. He calmly opened the email in the reincarnation imprint. He wanted to see what kind of local specialty the wool of Planet 6-07312 had sent him. Because of this, the reincarnation mark had specially marked it with the words, "Tasteful." Chapter 142, World's Eighth Brother, A Mysterious Letter from Us. 1. Imprint, retrieve the item from the mailbox. Although Zhao Xia was beside him, Li Yueming didn't hide anything. After all, as an ordinary person, Zhao Xia was now a secretary in his territory. Such a close position was destined to come into contact with some core secrets in the future. If Zhao Xia didn't even know what she could say and what she couldn't say, then don't blame Li Yueming for being ruthless. The reincarnation mark emitted a burst of white light. After the light dissipated, a black object appeared in Li Yueming's hand. Although Li Yueming did not smell anything strange. However, wasn't it a little too strange to have this thing in his hands? Looking up and down, a few eyes. Based on Li Yueming's limited knowledge in the school of reincarnators, he did not understand what this thing was. However, the items sent by the world's will, even if it was a strange, shit-like thing, were not worth mentioning. It should be an extraordinary pile of sh*t. Well, there seemed to be something wrong. Was this really a pile of sh*t? He thought of the malicious curse 6-07312 had placed on him. Li Yueming suddenly realized something. He almost threw the unknown object in his hand away. He finally calmed down. It was not to the extent of throwing it away. After all, no matter how ridiculous it was still thrown out by the world's will. If he threw it away without knowing what it was, he wouldn't even be able to cry. After thinking through everything, Li Yueming decided to quickly throw this unlucky thing back into the reincarnation space for storage. He was prepared to wait until he was a little stronger before going to the forum to see if he could find any relevant information. At this moment, the world fragment that had fallen into a deep slumber suddenly spoke. She seemed to be a little angry after waking up. Why do I feel like I smell something incredible? He heard the world fragment mumbling in a daze. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. He had already spent hundreds of years adventuring in the reincarnation world. He didn't expect this lazy worm world fragment to still be sleeping. It seemed that if he didn't take out the treasure, this guy would probably sleep for hundreds of years. How could it sleep at this age? Forget it. Anyway, this was not his son. Just lie flat. Although the world fragment looked unreliable, it was still a little unreliable. Other than eating, he was sleeping. He was either lying flat or on the way to lying flat. But no matter what, it was still a world will that had yet to take shape. It had existed for countless years and was knowledgeable. 6-07312 The planet's will had sent him a local specialty. He would probably be able to recognize it with the world fragment. Thinking of this, Li Yueming deliberately slowed down his movements. He slowly opened the reincarnation space and prepared to store the local specialties given to him by the will of planet 6-07312 into his space backpack. The world fragment's will, which had just woken up, was still a little grumpy. However, when it saw the unknown substance in Li Yueming's hand, the entire ball instantly quivered and hurriedly said, "Wait, wait." It opened its mouth. Li Yueming's originally slow hand speed instantly increased. He skillfully placed the unknown object into the reincarnation space. After he closed the reincarnation mark at an even faster speed, he said with an innocent expression, "What are you doing?" World fragment will. There was a long silence. The world fragment's consciousness spoke again, "Big brother, you're my big brother. I just closed my eyes. Where did you get such a treasure?" Li Yueming scratched his head. Li Yueming knew whether it was rare or not. The reason why he asked the obvious was naturally because he wanted to get more useful information from the world fragment's consciousness. Obviously, the world fragment also knew that he was trying to bait the law. However, he still couldn't help but take the bait. This is the remnants of an old world shed when a world ascends. Only a powerful world will shed it when it ascends. It's extremely rare. Li Yueming nodded. Woon ms nup, planet 0-0/31 Adequance. Sending a portion of the remnants of the old world or something. It did sound like something that the Rainbow Kylan could do. After learning the specific name of this thing, he was shocked. Li Yueming finally stopped feeling disgusted. After all, as long as it wasn't a pile of feces, he could still accept it. However, the residue left behind during the dimensional upgrade of the old world. Why did it sound like it was only a little better than some kind of evil plaything? Was it his imagination? After thinking for a while, Li Yueming continued asking, so what can this old world residue do? The world fragment almost drooled when it heard that. It said, you can feed this baby. Items between the worlds wills generally have no effect on humans. If you feed this baby can inherit a portion of the energy of the other world and accelerate its growth. Hearing the world fragment's drooling voice, Li Yueming didn't believe him. Now that he knew the term old world residue, he decided to go to the Reincarnator Forum to check first. After all, this guy was quite unreliable. Li Yueming didn't want to be deceived. He opened the Reincarnator Forum. Li Yueming searched for the word world dregs in the information section. Very quickly, more than 10 messages appeared in front of Li Yueming. If you want to view this information, you need to pay the sender. Li Yueming took a look. The cheapest one actually cost 1000 reincarnation points. It seemed that the remnants of this world were indeed very rare. Otherwise, there would not be so little information related to it in the Reincarnator Forum, and the price would be so expensive. Chapter 143, World's Eighth Brother, A Mysterious Letter from Us. 2. He found a person with a high rating. Li Yueming paid 1200 reincarnation points and successfully found information about the world's remnants. Name, World Molt. Description, Picture, Picture, Picture. Rarity, 5 stars. Introduction, a molt left behind by a powerful world's will with a relatively complete order when it leveled up. It can be used to nurture the world flower or to expand the small world of the big shots. Other uses are temporarily unknown. CPS, if a reincarnator obtains it, please do not play with it. This thing would emit a unique stench that creatures could not smell, but the world's consciousness was extremely sensitive to it. It might cause you to be in big trouble when you enter the next world. After reading the introduction, he looked at the world molt that he held in his hand like a treasure. Li Yueming finally understood the dangers of society. Damn it, he actually used such a despicable and disgusting method to plot against him. 6-07312. Don't let me see you again. Every time they met, they would fight. In general, the use of this black substance was similar to the description of the world fragment. The only 2 known uses were to cultivate the world flower. The world flower was an extremely precious treasure. Its value was almost equivalent to a small world fragment. He had the world flower. Reincarnators could contact other worlds through the world flower every once in a while. Its value was immeasurable. It's hard to find. It was a treasure that the top reincarnators would scramble for. With Li Yueming's current small arms and legs, he definitely couldn't ask for such a thing. Thus, he could only use a cheap world fragment. However, according to the description, although he couldn't smell it. However, shouldn't the world fragments will smell like stinky feces? Why would it drool? He was a little puzzled. Li Yueming took out the world remnant and asked, "You want to eat this?" The world fragment's consciousness nodded and said with a face full of saliva, "That's right, don't worry. This bao isn't a freeloader. As long as you feed me this thing, the space that grows will be yours to use." Hearing this, Li Yueming was silent. After a moment, he continued to probe, "Is this thing very delicious?" The world fragment's consciousness mumbled a few words that it did not understand. After a moment, it said with a hint of disdain, "What are you talking about? This thing is extremely smelly. If it can be considered delicious, then isn't the reincarnation point an immortal treasure? Then why are you still so excited?" Li Yueming couldn't help but sweat. Hearing this, the world fragment was unhappy. "What are you thinking about? Although this bao is lying flat, it doesn't mean that this bao can't suffer. As long as it's edible, even if it's a little disgusting, this Baobao can insist on swallowing it whole. Good heavens, it's still you, Planet Realm's eighth brother. Li Yueming was completely convinced. This world fragment's will was lying flat. But look at the other side's awareness and quality. As long as the other side didn't die from eating, then it would eat to death. Tisk tisk tisk. Li Yueming was quite generous. The world fragment choked for a moment. In the end, he wolfed it down. Very quickly. Li Yueming realized that the private small world connected to him had expanded by more than 10 times. The original 10 square meters had become more than 100 square meters. Moreover, this scale was still expanding as time passed. About 5 minutes later, Li Yueming was surprised to find that the small world's territory had increased by more than 100 times. The area had reached more than 1,000 square meters. Good heavens! Did this turn from a tube-shaped apartment into a private villa? Now, he could sow all the messy seeds he bought last time. He did some calculations. As long as a spiritual rice seed took root, germinated, and grew smoothly, it could produce at least 100 grains of spiritual rice for him. In other words, there was this small world. Even if Li Yueming didn't do anything in the future, he would be able to earn 100-fold profit just by planting spiritual rice. It was a pity that the 1,000 square meters of land was still too small. In the future, he would try to feed more of the world fragments with Old Eighth's secret hamburger. At that time, he could also lie down happily. The small world continued to expand, but the speed was much slower than before. It was estimated to have expanded to 1,500 square meters. The world fragment burped after eating its fill and said in satisfaction, "If you have any good things in the future, remember to leave some for this Baobao. This Baobao has high hopes for you." Regarding this, Li Yueming replied with a smile. After settling the matter of the world residue, Li Yueming closed his eyes and enjoyed the hot water in the bathtub. Behind him, Zhao Xia was carefully massaging his back. She didn't even lift her head to look at what had just happened. Naturally, he didn't know anything. As a smart person, she knew that it was safer to not ask about many things than to keep silent. After all, turning a deaf ear meant that she did not even know what was going on. However, it was different if he kept silent. Humans were never creatures that were completely dominated by reason. As long as he knew there's a risk of exposure. Li Yueming seemed to have relaxed. Zhao Xia raised her head and said, "Lord Li Yueming, how is the strength?" Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't say anything. Of course, he was now covered in muscles. Zhao Xia's arms and legs were small. Forget about a light massage. Even if he used all his strength to cut him with a knife, he would not feel anything. He turned around and glanced at Zhao Xia. At this moment, her face was flushed red. The sweat and steam on her forehead had stuck a lot of her hair together. He looked like a cooked prawn. "Are you hot?" Li Yueming asked with a puzzled face. "Do you want to come down and soak in the hot spring?" He looked at the bubbling water. Zhao Xia shook her head faster than a fan and quickly said, "Sir, Xia will prepare a change of clothes for you. Go." Li Yueming waved his hand. After Zhao Xia left, Li Yueming's expression became solemn. He exhaled the reincarnation mark again. He opened the mailbox and saw a letter in an inconspicuous corner. After confirming that there was no one around, Li Yueming took the letter out of the mailbox. He hadn't noticed it when he opened his mailbox a few times before. It was only when he opened his mailbox for the last time that Li Yueming noticed it. There was no sender or recipient on the envelope. Forget it. The problem was that this letter had suddenly appeared in the mailbox without any notification from the reincarnation mark. This was very strange. Logically speaking, if it was something sent by the will of another planet or the reincarnation mark itself, it would be impossible for it to be sent over. There should be a hint. However, there was no trace of this letter at all. It was as if it had suddenly appeared out of thin air. He tore open the sealed letter. Li Yueming took out a piece of paper with a very delicate texture. There were a few lines of words written on it with a red pen. Do you want to know the true secret of this world? Do you want to join us? You've already obtained 2 SSS rank and above ratings, and obtained the 3rd SSS rank and above rating. You'll learn some real secrets and have the opportunity to join us. Good luck with the above content. The contents of the letter were vague, and the information revealed was also mysterious. The strangest thing was that as Li Yueming's gaze swept across the area, the words on the paper also slowly disappeared. By the time Li Yueming finished reading the last word, the letter had returned to its original blank state. It was as if the contents had never appeared. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. The entire prime material plane had nearly 10 million reincarnators. Most of the reincarnators who entered the reincarnation world had a score below A. Only the top batch of reincarnators. Most of them had reincarnated into thousands of worlds and accumulated enough foundation. That was why he was able to frequently obtain a grade of A and above. Compared to them, the batch of reincarnators who could obtain an SSS rating were even more awesome. According to Li Yueming's limited understanding, it was estimated that there were only a handful of them in the entire world. And now, the owner of this letter actually said that if you want to join us, you have to obtain 3 SSS rank ratings and above. If what he said was true, how terrifying would it be? And what kind of lunatics were the us hiding behind this letter? Thinking of this, Li Yueming fell into deep thought. It seemed that the pool of reincarnators was much deeper than he had imagined. Chapter 144, Selling the number of times. Looking at the empty paper, Li Yueming was in a daze for a moment. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that this letter had suddenly appeared in his reincarnation mark mailbox without any indication, he would probably laugh it off as an insignificant prank. But now, the existence behind this letter was actually able to silently bypass the reincarnation mark and contact him. Moreover, he could accurately know the true results of his 2 reincarnations. This was why Li Yueming couldn't help but believe and be vigilant. He did not know what kind of organization the so-called us were. He actually needed to obtain 3 SSS rank and above settlement evaluations to join. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhao Xia had already brought him a change of clothes. Only then did Li Yueming come back to his senses. He got up and used his internal energy to evaporate the water on his body. He put on his silk pajamas and prepared to return to his bedroom to have a good sleep. Zhao Xia followed closely behind him. He saw Li Yueming still staring at him after lying on the bed. Li Yueming glanced at the bed that was filled with teenage girls. He then looked at the shy Zhao Xia and said, "Is this your bed?" He came in a hurry today. Basically, they only brought food. As for the blanket and mattress, Li Yueming didn't think much about it. And this blanket had a hint of a young girl's fragrance. It was probably prepared by Zhao Xia for herself. This was rather awkward. Hearing this, Xenaos Maya's race was Rea. Sne no a aklan rst, fnan nernikli snukna ni aa and said, "You can sleep. Xia can sleep on the floor." Li Yueming got up from the bed. "You should sleep. I have something to do." As he spoke, Li Yueming left the room. Looking at his back as he left, Zhao Xia's eyes were filled with shock. His face was filled with disbelief. One had to know. In this world, the relationship between reincarnators and ordinary people had always been unequal. If ordinary people wanted to survive, they had to obtain the protection of the reincarnators. In contrast, they had to provide taxes and various services for the reincarnators. To put it bluntly, in the back cover, the reincarnators were equivalent to the emperor who ruled over everything. All ordinary people had to rely on him. That's why many new reincarnators who were originally ordinary people, after obtaining the permanent reincarnation mark, it would often swell to the extreme. Moreover, the less outstanding an ordinary person was in the past, the more inflated they became after becoming a reincarnator. This was a strong sense of excitement brought about by the increase in status. Let me give you the simplest example. For example, a goddess that one had to look up to suddenly become a plaything that one could control with one's applause. For example, a classmate who once looked down on you would one day be ruthlessly trampled under your feet but could not resist. Under such circumstances, the malice in human nature would be magnified infinitely. It was difficult to control with reason. Of course, in principle, the Reincarnator Association would not allow reincarnators to attack ordinary people. Every city also set a maximum limit for paying taxes. They would also set up channels for ordinary people to complain and transfer cities in the cities of the major reincarnators. However, those were only the flowers on the surface. As long as the reincarnators had the heart, they could use 10,000 methods to deal with ordinary people. Originally, when Zhao Ziaoa saw Li Yueming for the first time, he thought that Li Yueming was also one of those reincarnators. After all, how could a normal person ask for a secretary? The reason why he gritted his teeth and agreed. It was because he heard from his family that Li Yueming was the newcomer with the highest score in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School. It was only his first time entering the reincarnation world and he had only obtained an S-grade score. After all, following anyone was following. It would be better to choose an expert with potential. However, what happened later changed her understanding of Li Yueming again and again. The young man in front of her was completely different from what she had imagined. He always gave her a feeling that he was as calm as water. They did not have the high and mighty status of the veteran reincarnators who had been famous for a long time. They did not have the high self-esteem of the new reincarnators. Every time he stood in front of her, he looked more like a modest and elegant young master from ancient times. It was not annoying at all. Of course, the most important thing was Zhao Xia could feel Li Yueming's respect for her. He didn't treat her as an object that could be manipulated at will, but as an equal person. In this era where ordinary people had a very low status, to be able to follow and serve such a reincarnator lord, Zhao Xia even felt that she might have done good deeds in her previous life. After returning to his own room, Li Yueming went around the forum again and read a lot of posts. At the same time, he exchanged some experiences with many people. When the sky was about to brighten, he closed his eyes and started to rest. In just a short day yesterday, he had reincarnated twice. The mental burden on him was still relatively large. After all, the vast majority of reincarnators treasured the number of reincarnations they had every month. Therefore, he would basically rest for a period of time after each turn. He would only choose to head to the next reincarnation world after he had adjusted his condition. There were very few prodigals like Li Yueming who reincarnated twice a day. The next morning, Zhao Ziaoa brought him some food on time. Li Yueming took 2 bites and realized that they were all ordinary food. He casually threw a large bag of spiritual rice to Zhao Ziaoa and said, "Use these to cook in the future." Chapter 145, Selling Reincarnations 2. She looked at the bag of spiritual rice that was taller than her. Zhao Ziaoa was completely stunned. "Who am I? Where am I? What was this?" 3 asked. He finally came back to his senses. "Sir, these are all spiritual rice?" Zhao Ziaoa asked, trembling. Li Yueming nodded. Now that he had 700,000 to 800,000 reincarnation points, he could be considered rich. Therefore, he had no choice. Last night, he had purchased 2,000 caddies of spiritual rice, 500 caddies of spiritual rice seeds, as well as all kinds of high-value fruits and vegetable seeds grown in the spiritual fields. He spent a total of more than 50,000 reincarnation points. It could only be said that the feeling of being rich was simply too great. Before entering the next reincarnation world, Li Yueming prepared to plant spiritual rice, fruits, and vegetables in the space expanded by the world fragment. During this process, Li Yueming still needed to collect more knowledge about reincarnators. After all, the letter that suddenly appeared in his mailbox yesterday reminded Li Yueming. The real world of reincarnators might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Therefore, he had no choice. In order not to be blinded in the future, Li Yueming had to invest more energy to expand the channels for collecting information on reincarnators. Zhao Ziaoa opened her mouth so wide that she could stuff an egg into it. What was this? This was spiritual rice. They were not cabbages on the roadside. Even the most talented core disciples of the Zhao family only received a small portion of spiritual rice every month. But now, Li Yueming could easily throw a few hundred kilograms. Was this really something that an ordinary reincarnator without any family background could take out? For a moment, Zhao Ziaoa felt as if the entire world was in chaos. Perhaps it was because she was too excited last night and did not sleep well. So much so that he was even hallucinating now? He was shocked and in disbelief at Zhao Xia. Li Yueming was not interested at all. He opened the reincarnation mark. Several messages popped up in the chat box. Most of them were reincarnators who asked him if he had the intention to purchase. Li Yueming did not even bother to pay back the price and directly bought a large number of resources. He could already be considered the god of wealth for those reincarnators who specialized in the farming industry. These reincarnators naturally had to greet the god of fortune. Regarding this, Li Yueming glanced at it but didn't reply. The main thing that caught his attention was the questions he had asked in the forum yesterday. For example, how to increase the mark score more clearly in the reincarnation world. For example, what new reincarnators should pay attention to during the process of reincarnation. Another example was whether there were any seniors who had the right to reincarnate. He asked a series of questions. In fact, Li Yueming did not think that many reincarnators would reply. After all, he didn't pay for it. With the characteristics of the reincarnators, they probably wouldn't attract too much attention. However, he had never expected this. He had underestimated the vast number of idle netizens. Every question he asked on the forum yesterday had been answered in detail. There was even a senior reincarnator with the ID Cloud Maple Leaf who took the initiative to private chat with him. The first question: the newcomer wants to increase the score of the reincarnation mark. The simplest and most direct way is to hide and survive for a period of time. After reincarnators enter the reincarnation world, they actually have a basic path to change their fate. For example, your original hidden destiny trajectory is to be hacked to death at the age of 14. In this case, you only need to survive until you are 18 or 20 years old and not be hacked to death. The second question is what reincarnators need to pay attention to in the reincarnation world. The greatest taboo for newcomers is to reveal their identity as a reincarnator in the reincarnation world. This may cause you to be targeted by some unbelievably powerful existences. Also, don't be too high profile before you grow up. It's best to keep a low profile and develop. When you're strong enough, you can try to defy the heavens and change your fate. This way, you can maximize your benefits. Even if you fail to change your fate, you won't suffer too much. Yes, there is one last question. I'm going to hell. Am I falling behind the times? There were actually rookies who were prepared to sell their reincarnation rights these days. He looked at the long string of messages in the private chat channel. Li Yueming rubbed his nose. This information didn't seem to be of much use to him. But at least he had good intentions. Li Yueming thought for a while and replied politely with a message of thanks. About 2 minutes later, a friend request sounded from the reincarnation mark's background. Li Yueming took a glance. It was actually the reincarnator named Yunduan Fenjai who had sent a friend request. He pondered for a moment. Li Yueming didn't refuse. After the friend request was accepted, a bunch of messages were sent over. You're a newcomer, right? How many times had he reincarnated? You're selling extra reincarnation rights too? Are you already so rich that you're getting lice? Don't be smug just because your first reincarnation score is higher. Let me tell you, I've seen many newbies like you. The results of the first reincarnation were not bad. After obtaining a few additional reincarnation privileges, it began to expand. Did he think that he was the chosen one, the god of reincarnation? Luck doesn't represent everything. You were lucky this time and obtained a good score, but it doesn't mean that you will be so lucky next time. If you get rid of the extra reincarnation authority now, it will be too late for you to know the value of the extra reincarnation after you experience a few more reincarnations in the future. Chapter 146, Selling Reincarnations, 3. The other party sent the message very quickly. It was obvious that he was a Zhuan player who had been hanging around the forum all year round. His words were also quite blunt. However, his heart of inculcating could still be seen by heaven and earth. If it was an ordinary rookie reincarnator, he would probably be grateful to the senior who had shown him the way with such good intentions. Unfortunately, Li Yueming was a cheat player. I admit that what you said is very reasonable. However, this had nothing to do with a cheat player like me. There was a long silence. Li Yueming deliberated and replied, Senior, what you said is very reasonable. However, this is already my second reincarnation. The veteran reincarnator with the ID Cloud Maple Leaf quickly replied, Since I've already been reincarnated twice, I should be more aware of the difficulty of reincarnating into a world. Wait, you've already reincarnated for the second time? Yes. Li Yueming nodded. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. After a moment of silence, Yunduan Fenjai replied, So you also obtained additional reincarnation authority during your second reincarnation? Yes. Li Yueming nodded again. The maple leaves in the clouds fell silent again. He was a well-known descendant of a family in Shanghai on the Reincarnator Forum. Usually, he liked to help new reincarnators. Well, the change is not too good. The saying is like putting on airs in front of the new reincarnation of the senior reincarnation. He enjoyed the feeling of a newcomer addressing a senior as a big shot. However, because it had indeed helped many new reincarnators, he had a good reputation on the forum. He could be considered a little famous. Just now, Yunduan Fenjai was moved by Xiao Zhi's emotions and reasoning. He almost cried, thinking that Li Yueming would suddenly realize and be grateful to him. However, he did not expect this newcomer to be a little different from the previous rookies. Reincarnating twice in a row would grant him the right to reincarnate. This newcomer was really something. After a moment of awkwardness, Yunduan Fenjai could only be thick-skinned and say, LT seems that I might have underestimated you. However, the additional reincarnation times are really quite precious. Listen to your brother's advice. You can't have too many of these things. Keeping them can help you grow faster. As long as you can steadily reap rewards in the world of samsara, your future achievements might not be inferior to some of the clan disciples. Regarding this, Li Yueming quickly replied, Thank you for the reminder, but the things I need now are more expensive, so I still want to sell some extra reincarnations. He still had nearly 700,000 reincarnation points. From a certain perspective, this was indeed an astronomical figure. However, Li Yueming's requirements were also very shocking. This stemmed from his unique talent. The golden talent was endlessly deducing, wanting to become stronger. Li Yueming needed all kinds of high-level cultivation techniques to continuously perfect the Star Moon art. Although cultivation techniques were like cabbages everywhere in the reincarnation world, the value of cultivation techniques that could be brought back to the main world was completely different. 700,000 reincarnation points seemed like a lot. However, with the characteristic of the Star Moon execution, it probably wouldn't last long. Li Yueming had already saved up 14 reincarnations. He said something impolite. Reincarnation authority or something, he did have so many lice. She saw his message. Yunduan Fengjai did not continue to persuade him. After all, there was no longer a third time. He had already told her the pros and cons of being under the water. 2 minutes later, he sent a helpless sigh emoji and said, "Since you insist, I won't say anything else. How many extra reincarnations do you want to sell?" Li Yueming glanced at his 14 reincarnations. If he sold it all at once, it would probably be too shocking. Therefore, it was reasonable to sell it 5 or 6 times. 5 times, he said directly. What the hell? In the distant demon capital, a young man was sitting in a magnificent palace with great interest. However, when he saw the information in the reincarnation mark, the red wine that had just entered his mouth immediately sprayed out. The group of maidservants beside him were shocked. Yunduan Fengjai wiped the scarlet wine from the corner of his mouth and cursed angrily, "F***ck, are you kidding me?" Obviously. When he heard that Li Yueming was going to sell 5 extra reincarnations, Yunduan Fengjai's first reaction was to think that Li Yueming was teasing him. He clicked on Li Yueming's profile picture again and was prepared to block it. However, the more Fengjai Yunduan thought about it, the angrier he got. He had claimed to be a newbie guide for so many years, but when had he ever suffered such grievances? He had been played like a monkey by a rookie from the beginning to the end. Therefore, he quickly changed his mind. He wanted to see if he could find out the other party's true identity. Once he did, he would let this damn rookie know why the flowers were so red. Hence, he decided to do it. Yunduan Fengjai put down his glass and replied, "So many? The extra reincarnations are in high demand. You can come to this group to sell them. The price should be about the same as the auction house. The advantage is that there is no handling fee." As he spoke, he waited for 2 to 3 minutes before sending a group chat's invitation to Li Yueming. During this period of time, Yunduan Fengjai briefly told his friends in the group what had just happened. This group was the circle of Shanghai's rich second-generation heirs that he often hung out in. There were not many people, but they were all good friends. After hearing the description of the maple leaf in the clouds, the people in the group were naturally filled with righteous indignation. Are all the newbies so arrogant now? It's not easy these days. Fengjai had good intentions, but he was played by a newcomer. I've reincarnated more than 20 times and only received 1 additional reincarnation reward. This newcomer has just completed 2 reincarnations, and he dares to come over and say that he's selling 5 additional reincarnations? How thick-skinned! Fengjai, I'll help you with this. Let's work together to find that rookie who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and beat him up. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. On the other side, Li Yueming was also vigilant. The reason why he specially posted on the reincarnation forum was mainly because he did not want to pay the additional processing fees in the auction house. The number of reincarnations was a hard currency, and the price was quite fair and transparent. Under normal circumstances, as long as one did not take advantage of small gains, basically, they would not be deceived. He did not hesitate. Li Yueming immediately entered the group chats. "Welcome, newcomer. I heard that you want to sell reincarnation rights." Obviously, the maple leaves in the clouds had explained what had happened in the group chat. Therefore, someone asked Li Yueming the moment he came in. Li Yueming was very direct. He stored the number of reincarnations in his backpack separately and uploaded a picture. Selling the right to 5 reincarnations, the highest bidder wins. Once this picture was released, he didn't know if it was an illusion. Li Yueming realized that the group chats seemed to have suddenly turned cold. What was going on? Was it that awkward? Chapter 147, You Call This a Newbie? After entering the group chats, Li Yueming took a photo of the 5 auctions he was going to sell and posted it in the group. Then, he suddenly realized that the group chats, which was originally normal, had suddenly fallen into a dead silence. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did he stop talking when he came to this group? Are you kidding me? Far away in Shanghai, the maple leaves in the clouds finally calmed down. He picked up the red wine and was about to drink it in one gulp. He was preparing to trick Li Yueming with his friends. It would be best if he could trick Li Yueming into revealing his identity in the real world. Then, he would teach Li Yueming a lesson. In the next second, Li Yueming posted a picture in the group. Instantly, the wine that Yunduan Fengjai had just poured into his throat suddenly spurted out again. This time, it was even more intense than the last time. He flew out like a ray of light for more than 10 meters. The surrounding maidservants were horrified when they saw this scene. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed a few times. Yunduan Fengjai's face was filled with shock as he zoomed in on the picture. Everyone knew. The mark of reincarnation did not have a Photoshop function. Therefore, when Li Yueming posted the picture of the 5 additional reincarnations in the group, Yunduan Fengjai's heart was filled with 100,000 curses. F*ck, F*ck, F*ck. This newbie was really something. He said that he wanted to sell 5 additional reincarnation privileges, but he wasn't playing with him? The maple leaf man in the clouds is dumbfounded. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. There was no movement in the group for a long time. Confused, Li Yueming could only send another message, Is anyone there? If there's no one, I'll retreat first. After all, this group of more than 50 people looked a little strange. If it wasn't for the fact that the maple leaves in the clouds had left a good impression on him just now, he would not have been able to do so. He probably ran away. After he sent the message, the group chats that was originally dead silent suddenly became active. Don't bully the poor, Wadafa, 5 reincarnations? Is that true? Are you a liar? These days, scammers are so awesome. They even know how to Photoshop. Don't bully the elderly and poor, he's a real big shot. Where are the maple leaves in the clouds? This guy was a pure idiot. At Cloud Maple Leaf, come out and explain. The coffin shook. Boss, may I ask if you've really only reincarnated twice? Tomb Robber's tears, boss, don't run. Look at me. I'll make a deal with you. In the group chats. Almost instantly, it exploded. Obviously. After seeing Li Yueming's additional reincarnations, he was shocked. The vast majority of the group quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It was likely that the maple leaf really thought that the other party was a newbie who had only reincarnated twice, so when he heard that the other party wanted to sell 5 additional reincarnations, he immediately thought that he had been played like a monkey. Then, she went to the group to complain, which made her friends angry. They wished they could gang up on him and beat him up. But now, from the photos sent, this so-called newbie really seemed to have 5 additional reincarnations. This was an additional 5 turns. To be able to sell all of them in one go meant that the other party should have more than this amount in stock. The meaning behind it was self-evident. Even in the circle of the second generation of the reincarnators in Shanghai, only a handful of top-tier family members could take out so many additional permission to turn around at once. It was no exaggeration to say that. No matter how one looked at it, this newbie in front of him was a 24K pure gold thigh. Therefore, he had no choice. In just a few seconds, Li Yueming's reincarnation mark was filled with information. Li Yueming's head exploded when he saw the group nicknames. F*ck, you guys are separated by 30 years. It was not easy to see the content of the conversation. Li Yueming didn't reply to those who were teasing him. Li Yueming directly tagged the group member with the ID of Tomb Raider Tears and said, "How much do you want? How many reincarnations do you need?" He blinked. The Tomb Robber's Tears returned and he said, "Boss, they want all of them." The price will be the highest in the market. Li Yueming wanted to reply. But in the next second, more information appeared. The speed at which this information was refreshed was probably as fast as the Gatling gun's flame-spitting fire. At Tomb Raider's tears, aren't you afraid of bursting to death with such a big appetite? At Moonstar is sparse, big brother, I want one too. Arakawa brass, at Tomb Raider's tears, do you know what it means to have a share? I want to buy it too. Boss, they're buying your extra reincarnation rights. Can I ask for a friend slot? All kinds of messy information. To be honest, even Li Yueming was shocked. He thought about it repeatedly. He had come here to sell a few additional reincarnation rights. Why did it suddenly become a celebrity fan meeting? A few seconds later, the entire group chats went silent because the group leader had muted them. Yunduan Fenjai, Moonstar, please forgive me for offending you just now. We can buy all the extra reincarnation rights in the group. You seem to want to collect information and intelligence in the group, right? I'll give you the identity of an administrator. You ask first, and the people in the group will give you an answer later. As he spoke, Yunduan Fenjai quickly arranged a manager for Li Yueming. Chapter 148, You call this a newbie, too? It could only be said that his desire for survival was extremely strong. When Yunduan Fenjai was chatting with Li Yueming earlier, it was obvious that Li Yueming was indeed a newcomer. After all, he had been a newbie guide on the forum for so many years. Yunduan Fenjai did not think that he would make a mistake. A veteran was a veteran. No matter how good he was at pretending, the aura of a veteran could not be concealed. However, if the other party was really a newcomer, that was even more terrifying. One had to know that even if he was a disciple of a large family. In the past few reincarnations, most of them had repeatedly hit the wall. After all, he did not have the experience of reincarnation, did not have the talent to use, and did not have the tools to use. It was already very heaven-defying to be able to get an A-grade score. As for the newcomer in front of him, he had already obtained 5 additional reincarnation privileges after 2 reincarnations. How terrifying was the score of each reincarnation? Under normal circumstances, only an A grade score could give additional reincarnation authority. However, an A+ grade would only give 1 additional reincarnation right at most. Now, this newbie had obtained 5 additional turns. What did this mean? This meant that the other party's 2 reincarnations were very likely to have an S-rank reincarnation score. This was because only 2 S-class and above scores could give him 5 additional reincarnation privileges. A newcomer who had just undergone 2 reincarnations. Moreover, from the information he had asked around, he was probably an ordinary reincarnator without a family background. To think that he would be able to obtain an S-grade score twice in a row. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The maple leaves in the clouds probably couldn't even imagine. If the above guess was true, there was no doubt that this newcomer had great potential. Under such circumstances, as the group leader, how could Cloud Maple Leaf be compared to the group members? Stop talking nonsense and start licking. If he was too late, he would have nowhere to cry if his thigh was licked away by the evil group members. He looked at the administrator title that had suddenly appeared on his head. Li Yueming was a little confused. A moment later, he said, I'm just a newbie. I mainly want to sell a few extra reincarnation rights and then buy some martial arts cultivation techniques. Everyone, you really don't have to be so polite. Hearing this, Yunduan Fenjai quickly stood up and tagged everyone, at everyone, the big shot has spoken. Reincarnators of the martial arts side, hurry up and look for it. Is there anything the big shot needs? Also, change your messy nicknames. If you scare the big boss away later, you'll be the sinners in the group. As he spoke, Maple Leaf in the clouds lifted the ban. Tomb Raider's tears, group owner authority dog, I can't stay in this group for another day. At Yueming Xing, boss, my family has martial arts techniques. Wait for me to call home. At Cloud Maple, now we're suddenly bootlickers. Tui, fortunately, the eyes of Tihi group members are bright. At Yueming Xing, let's not talk about anything else, let's do it first. After being silenced by Maple Leaf in the clouds, the situation of the group of demons dancing in the group finally eased a lot. However, he still did not stop sending messages to Li Yueming. He glanced at it a few times. Li Yueming felt that this group was quite interesting. Soon, he found a few people who looked more pleasing to the eye and traded for the additional reincarnation authority. The 5 additional reincarnation rights were sold for a total of 300,000 reincarnation points. The unit price was 10,000 yuan higher than the market price. Li Yueming was very satisfied with this number. It seemed that the members of this group did not lack money and were suitable for long-term business. About half an hour later, Tears of the Tomb Robber privately messaged him in the group, "Boss, are you still there? I just called home and took 3 martial arts cultivation techniques. They are suitable for level 1 IV3 martial arts reincarnators to cultivate. Are you satisfied? If you still need a higher level, you'll probably have to contact my father personally." Li Yueming's spirits were lifted. A cultivation technique that could be brought out of the reincarnation world must be a top-notch cultivation technique. And because of the restrictions of the prime material plane, the only designated channel for this thing to spread was the cultivation technique manual. Thus, every book was extremely precious. To Li Yueming, who had unlimited deduction talent, this thing was like an experience book. Every time he ate a book, he would improve. Li Yueming naturally had no reason to refuse and immediately replied, "These 3 books are enough. How many reincarnation points do you want for 1 book?" Opposite him, the Tomb Robber's Tears said, "Yes, my dad told me that these secret manuals are relatively rare, and the lowest price is 250,000 yuan per book. I'll give you a discount, 200,000 yuan per book." Even though he was mentally prepared. However, when he heard that it was 200,000 yuan per book, Li Yueming still felt his heart bleeding. This martial arts technique. It was even more ridiculous than robbery. He worked hard for 2 days, and 3 books could empty more than half of his family's wealth. However, Li Yueming knew that this was indeed the market price. The first martial arts planet is the Great Wall. Li Yueming had already gotten an SSS end rating. However, because the world's level was not high enough, he did not obtain any martial arts techniques that could bring him out of the reincarnation world. One could imagine how precious this thing was. He could only suppress his heartache and say, "All right, come on then. I'll check the goods first." As he spoke, Li Yueming applied for a transaction. After paying a portion of the deposit, he received one of the cultivation techniques. Chapter 149, Are you calling this a newbie? After confirming that there were no problems, he then traded the 3 cultivation techniques one by one. In the blink of an eye, 600,000 reincarnation points disappeared. After the transaction was completed, Tomb Robber Tears took the initiative to open her mouth and said, "Boss, my name is Mu Yu. I'm a direct descendant of the Mu family in Shanghai." As he spoke, the woman named Mu Yu added Li Yueming as a friend. He thought about it. Li Yueming immediately accepted the challenge. Rich women, naturally, the more the better. When he finished digesting these martial arts cultivation techniques, he could continue to purchase them through this channel. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He flipped through the cultivation technique and replied after confirming that there were no problems, "Hello, I'm a newbie. Nice to meet you." Mu Yu was speechless. He looked at the 600,000 reincarnation points in his account. He then looked at Li Yueming's newbie title in the reincarnation imprint. Good heavens! A big shot who could casually take out 600,000 reincarnation points and still call himself a newbie? Were all the big shots this bad these days? The authority to reincarnate 5 times was sold out. The martial arts techniques he wanted were also traded. Li Yueming was prepared to close the reincarnation authority and go into seclusion. But at this moment, Yunduan Fengjai privately messaged him again. "Boss, I might have misunderstood you a little. To express my apology, I'll give you a copy of the Intermediate Reincarnator's Professional Development Guide." He looked at the information that was over 100 GB in size. Li Yueming fell into silence. After a moment, he said, "Did you write the guide to avoiding traps for newcomer reincarnators on the forum previously?" Yunduan Fengjai was obviously stunned when he heard this, but his heart was shaken again. He wasn't completely sure that Li Yueming was a newbie before. Now, he was 90% sure. After all, those who frequented the forum knew that he was the anonymous author of the guide to avoiding the pitfalls of a newbie's reincarnation. However, Li Yueming didn't know. Clearly, he was a newbie who had just come out. He finally came back to his senses. "Haha," Yunduan Fengjai laughed. "That's an anonymous post I posted. Have you seen it before?" Li Yueming nodded and said casually, "I saw it when I was browsing the thread." No wonder Li Yueming felt a sense of familiarity when he was chatting with Yunduan Fengjai. So this guy was the author of the guide for new reincarnators to avoid traps. He was definitely a heavy talker. He closed the chat box. Li Yueming opened the Guide to Intermediate Reincarnators Professional Development Directions that Yunduan Fengjai had given him and glanced at it. He found that they were all hard goods. It was mainly to teach reincarnators how to choose the profession they were good at and how to plan their future development path more systematically and in a scientific manner. It also gave detailed examples and introductions to the science and technology side, the cultivation side, the magic side, the special ability side, the spiritual power side, the martial arts side. A series of classifications, as well as an analysis of the advantages and disadvantages of each class. For example, someone in the science and technology field had become a genetic warrior. The strength of this profession was that it could be done quickly. As long as the technology was high enough, one could become stronger with a single injection of gene growth fluid. As for his shortcomings, they were also very obvious. Rapid development in the early stage would inevitably lead to weakness in the later stage. After a genetic warrior was given too much medicine, they might accidentally mutate. Of course, the bigger possibility was that he would become a pile of scattered meat paste. For example, the mechanic god Vanquisher, the legendary mech master who would wear armor for free when a bug sounded, the poor AK Gatling gun, the rich orbit annihilation cannon gun expert, and so on. It was the same for the cultivation side. This kind of early stage might be pitifully weak, and many reincarnators would not be able to achieve anything even after working hard for their entire lives. However, once he reached the threshold, he would be a super big shot that covered the sky. As for the magic, ability, and Chinook side, as the names suggested, magic reincarnators could control magic power. Esper ability reincarnators could control all kinds of strange abilities. Chinook reincarnators could develop their own soul abilities and use their souls to control all things. There was no need to mention the martial arts side. Entering the path through martial arts, the strongest could destroy the world with just one body. It could be considered a rather standard classification. This intermediate reincarnator class development guide covered a very wide range. It was an advanced version of the new reincarnator's guide. Many of the contents were refreshing to Li Yueming. At the very least, it allowed him to take fewer detours and fill in the many unknown gaps in his understanding of the world of reincarnators. He could only say, no matter what industry you were in, it was important to have a few high-class friends. He kept the information. Li Yueming decided to take advantage of this time to make up for his mistakes. Chapter 150, The Shock of the Experienced Reincarnators. The third reincarnation began. 1. In the previous chapter, Mu Yuya was changed to Wang Linlin. The name was mixed up. In the next month. During this time, he took the time to read the advanced version of the novice's class guide given by Yunduan Fenjai. The content was very rich. It allowed Li Yueming to have a deeper understanding of reincarnators. Most reincarnators would determine their focus in the first 10 or so reincarnations. After determining the direction of focus, the reincarnators would begin to focus on learning the various knowledge of this profession test. For example, magic-type reincarnators would learn more magic. The technological reincarnators improved their technological manufacturing level. The Xiangxia reincarnators exchanged pills and magic treasures. However, these were all areas that only high-level reincarnators could come into contact with. The cultivation techniques, precious medicines, and items in the reincarnation world would be suppressed by the world's laws in the real world. Cultivation techniques, precious medicines, and props that were not of a high enough level could not even be brought out. Only when the corresponding conditions were met after the reincarnation would the reincarnation mark be rewarded. Therefore, the treasures that could be brought from the reincarnation world to the real world were not cheap. At the very least, reincarnators who were above level 5 could occasionally afford such high-level resources. That was why Li Yueming's martial arts techniques were so expensive. However, the benefits that these 3 cultivation technique manuals brought to Li Yueming were also incomparably huge. One of them, the Purple Sun Divine Technique, was the best martial arts inner force technique. Li Yueming's Star Moon art was combined with the same. The inner chi in his body had expanded a lot because of this. Whether it was quality or quantity, it had undergone earth-shaking changes. There was also the Barbarian Blood Battle Technique. This secret manual focused on punishment. By burning one's vitality, one can obtain extremely powerful combat strength, achieving the effect of having a body like a raging bull and endless strength. It was a necessary cultivation technique that couldn't be defeated. The last book, Moon Shadow Footwork, was a top-notch movement technique in the martial arts side. The effect was simple and direct. It doubled Li Yueming's speed and dodging speed. He absorbed the 3 martial arts cultivation techniques. Li Yueming's strength had increased by another level. In addition, the territory residents sent by the Reincarnator Association to Li Yueming were already on their way. Li Yueming named his territory Star Moon City. As for the content, of course not. Because Li Yueming was a complete waste of names. In order to avoid being entangled with the name, the simplest way was to put the name of all the forces related to him with the word Star Moon. This way, it was both time-saving and effortless. Just like that, 2 months later, Li Yueming finally walked out of the city lord's mansion after a long time. At the side, Zhao Xia also had a complicated and excited expression on her face. Not far away, outside Star Moon City, hundreds of thousands of people, escorted by more than a dozen senior reincarnators and thousands of ordinary staff members, looked around curiously. He looked at the dilapidated city in front of him, thinking about how they might have to live here for the rest of their lives. To be honest, many ordinary residents felt their scalps go numb, and they were extremely nervous. At the side, a senior reincarnator from the Reincarnator Association flew up the city wall and found Li Yueming. He said, "Hello, this is the first batch of residents of your territory. There are a total of 123,000 people. The average age is around 25 years old. The vast majority of them are young people." As he spoke, he handed a document to Li Yueming. As long as Li Yueming signed his name, the responsibility of managing these 120,000 residents would fall on Li Yueming. Li Yueming took the document and glanced at it. After confirming that there were no problems, he signed his name. Below the city, more than a dozen reincarnators flew up one after another. After seeing Li Yueming, they all smiled politely. Among them, a fat man with disheveled hair and the appearance of a deist walked forward and stretched out his hand with a smile. "Young friend, you really have an imposing appearance. I am Wuda of Stone City. It's our first meeting, so I brought you some congratulatory gifts as a form of respect. Li Yueming was also full of smiles. He held his hand and said, fellow deist, you're too polite. I don't deserve it. You don't hit a smiling face. Li Yueming naturally had to give him face when he came to congratulate him on becoming a reincarnator. When the two of them shook hands and greeted each other, Li Yueming also glanced at Wuda from head to toe. This fatty was dressed in a deist robe and looked unkempt. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the kind of immortal cultivators who would not survive unless they went crazy. Well, he couldn't afford to offend them. After greeting Wuda, soon, a man with half his body modified into a mechanical body walked up behind him. Stretching out a mechanical arm, he said in a strange mechanical voice, one heard that you're the only reincarnator with an S grade in this batch of Linjiang second. Well, I didn't expect that I would give up my bright future and choose to stay in a lousy place like Linjiang. Beside him, the greasy fatty glanced at the mechanical man and said speechlessly, Wang Shuming, can you talk nicely? Would you die if you didn't play this cyberpunk style? The mechanical man called Wang Shuming ignored Wuda's mockery. A pair of red eyes glanced at Li Yueming and continued, welcome to the Linjiang Reincarnator Association. Young man, I have high hopes for you. He looked at the mechanical arm in front of him. Li Yueming broke out in a cold sweat. Can't you greet each other in a more normal way? Each of them had their own unique characteristics.